Stay seated, everybody, that's fine. Sure. We need the noise or no? Okay. I wasn't intending to, but then again, that's up to you. I mean, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean,
Yes, sir.
okay.
I have 2 notes on the door. There's 2 notes on the door explaining everything. The morning docket is 11B Judge Row. Go out to the hallway, take a left, go all the way down the end of the building. The second to last one on the left is 11B. Sir, you understood? Sir, you understood?
You got the Bird case number, Andy? Bird's first one on our docket.
Law office, can I help you?
Hi, is this Mr. Feingold? I can't recognize your voice if it is.
Yep, this is Barry.
Hi, good morning, how are you? Okay, I'm waiting for Miss Edwards. She's not here yet, but I just wanted to make sure I had the right number and got you on the phone. So please be patient, bear with me until she gets in here. We'll not talk about the case.
No problem.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the one.
Judge, it was not set for today, but I can add
It's on the docket. 8 o'clock, should be. I printed the docket this morning. I know it's on there.
It's not showing up for me, but I can add it. I can fix it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, why is it not showing up for you? When I printed it this morning, it's on there.
It's not showing up on my docket, but I can definitely add it.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Steph's got it.
It's at 8:30, but they probably switched it over to, you want a case number?
I have the case number, so I can add it. Yeah, it's not on her docket. It was set for a status check.
So what's the number?
Yeah, it's right here.
What's the number?
17 CF 3042A.
3042. He's A?
Yeah.
He's A? Huh, I didn't know that. I assumed he was B. Okay, Miss Edwards is here. Miss Edwards, let's do Bird. All right. So for the record, this is case 17 CF 3042A. I've got Mr. Feingold on speakerphone. This is the case that's supposed to, for which we're supposed to begin picking a jury tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
numbered stanchions, which are the little yellow tent-looking things next to each casing, and then documented them again, and then they were eventually collected.
Okay, so I'm going to start with, now before you start placing stanchions on where you see what you believe an object or an item to be of evidentiary value, before you start placing your stanchions down there, do you take photographs of the scene?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right. Prior to you placing any stanchions down, CSI Ali, did you notice anything in the roadway that got your attention in addition to the shell casings?
Yes, there was a large area of, I called it engine fluid because I don't know exactly what it was, in the roadway that was fairly wet.
I'm going to show you what is, just part of this is already in evidence from CSI Grant.
All right.
But there were certain photos that CSI Grant could not authenticate, and so this witness will.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes, you may. You may have to take the
Yes, sir.
microphone.
I'll just have a look at it. I won't do any talking over here.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so the first three photos that I showed you, do you recognize those photos, CSILE?
I do, yes.
Okay, and do they fairly and accurately depict what you just described to this jury as what you thought was some sort of fluid, could be oil stain on the ground?
Yes.
All right, Judge, permission to publish, please?
You may.
So first of all, Judge, I would move into evidence 54 as a composite right now, J, K, and L, part of 54. And I believe it's without objection, Mr. Chairman.
No objection to any of these.
Okay, they're admitted, so they were omitted from the original 54?
Which I believe that we did admit everything is just for clarification.
Okay, all right, fine, thank you.
Okay, so now, what are we looking at right here?
This is what I called engine fluid. It didn't appear to be there very long. It was still wet.
Thank you.
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the exhibit number.
This is
That
what?
was J,
J.
yes. So that's 54J, Mr. Shiner. Okay, so you took a picture of that because it appeared to be fresh. Is that accurate? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you what is 54K. Is this just a different angle of that? Yes. Same thing? Okay. And if you can tell us why you took a picture here of 54L, what are we looking at here, CSI?
The sprinklers were on at that residence, and so some of the casings that had been located were in that area.
Okay.
So I was showing that the ground was wet from where the sprinklers had been turned on.
Okay, thank you. So now, as you make note of the oil stain, and it appeared to be fresh to you. After that, what did you do?
Then I marked the area with the numbered stanchions.
Okay. And when you say, what is a stanchion, first of all?
For us, for the sheriff's office, it's a little yellow tent with a number on it, and it also has like an L-shaped scale next to it. So when we place it next to the evidence, there's a scale in there for if it needs to be blown up later or something, so you get the size of the item.
Okay. And so is this when you start to identify shell casings?
Yes.
Okay. And are your stanchions are numbered?
Yes.
Okay. And was it were you the only one looking for shell casings that night?
No, some of the deputies on scene assisted me with looking for shell casings in the area.
Okay. Now that obviously it was dark,
Yes.
right? Can you tell what was the temperature like out there, or the weather?
It was cool, but it was humid as well.
And did you need assistance? Did you need other lighting in order to locate casings that you were looking for?
Yes, we used flashlights.
And how many, aside from yourself, how many do you think, if you can recall, how many of you guys were looking for casings?
2 or 3. So myself and maybe 2 other deputies.
All right. And in your search for casings, where did it take you?
It was the side of the road. I believe it was the west side of the street. And near where that engine fluid stain was, where it ended, in the area where the sprinklers were on. I don't recall the address of the house right there.
Okay. And at some point, you guys are searching for casings. At some point, does the search for the casings come to an end?
Yes.
And how do you guys decide, well, we believe, or how do you make the determination that you've located all the casings that you could locate out there?
After a period of time, and no more are found, a thorough search of the area, we searched the swale area between the sidewalk and the road, as well as the yard and the sidewalk and the roadway. After we searched that entire area, I believe thoroughly, we stopped searching for casings, and that's when I began to document them again with the numbered markers.
Okay. How many did you locate?
39.
And so I'm going to show you what is going to be states 34A through double M, Your Honor. And I believe this is going to be in without objection, Mr. Shiner.
All right, the number is what?
So it's going to be states 34A.
34, A through double M.
Yes,
Got
sir.
it.
Yes, sir. Just my first witness, please.
Yes, you may.
Okay, I'm going to have you take a look at these for me, and as you're looking at them, just turn the face down. Just let me know when you're done with all of them. Sure. Okay.
You may.
Okay, do you recognize those photos?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the cases that you searched for that night and collected?
Yes, they do.
Judge, this time state will offer to evidence states 34A through double M.
All right, 34A through double M, I guess that's 39 photographs? Yeah, 39 photographs, composite exhibit admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, permission to publish briefly, please?
Yes, ma'am, you may.
Okay, so this first one. I'm trying to set that right here, judges.
Okay, it'll work.
Okay. Now, can you tell, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what are we looking at here?
So that would be my numbered stanchion, the little numbered card with one of the spent shell casings that I located.
Okay. And you indicated a few minutes ago that you located 39 casings.
Yes.
Did they all look like this?
Yes.
And did you put a stanchion by each casing that you found or located?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So all of these photographs here look like this one,
Yes, they do.
just with the stanchion number 2, 3, 4 in numerical order. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't want to show them to you.
Please don't.
I will not, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I would like to give the jury an overview of what it looked like after you numbered them. Okay, so I'm going to show you now, CSILE, what are going to be states already in evidence as states 54, beginning with M through R. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. You just look up when you're done.
Sure.
CSILE, do you recognize these photos first of all?
I do.
Okay. And these photos, do they fairly and accurately represent the stanchions as you placed them at each casing that night?
Yes, it does.
Judge, at this time, state would offer into evidence, or it's already in, but we'll make it a part of the packet. 54, and it's going to be Judge M through R, as in
Right.
Reddit.
Any objection? No. All right, thank you. 54M through R is, I think, readmitted into evidence.
Yes, sir. These are the ones that CSI grant cannot educate.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so now what are we looking at here?
This is an overview of the area where the casings had been located with them marked with the stanchions.
Okay, and they were in close proximity.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And that's 54M. What are we looking at on 54N? Same thing?
Same thing, just a different angle.
So sorry. 54O, is that a close-up? Is that a close-up of all of them?
Yeah, that's a closer view.
For P, a different angle?
A different angle. This is from the other side. So this is from the south side looking north.
Okay. What about this side?
This is the east looking west.
Okay. And this one right here is that number 1?
Number 1.
Okay. And this last one, which is R.
Again, east looking west, just a little bit further south to get the majority of the stanchions.
Okay, thank you. Now going back to number 1. What you indicated is this one right here.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Now, did you take any measurements? For instance, you labeled that casing as number 1. Why don't you label that number 1?
That was the farthest north that we located, the casing, the farthest north that we located.
Farthest north of what?
The casings. So the area of the casings, that was the farthest north.
Okay. Now, did you take any measurements from, let's say, from that casing to where, well, first of all, were you informed or did you at some point learn while you were out there where Mr. Rudolph lived?
Yes, I don't recall when, but at some point I was made aware where his residence was.
Okay. And when you were made aware of where he lived, did you at some point take a measurement from where he lived to where that first shell casing was located?
Yes, I took a measurement from the front door to that number 1.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what was that measurement? What was it?
Approximately 311 feet and 2 inches.
Now, if we take that and break that down into feet to yards, what is that?
Approximately 103 yards.
Okay. And do you recall, CSI Ali, what was the casing that you labeled number 39, which would have been in numerical order, your last casing? Where was that casing located?
Further south.
Okay. And did you take a measurement of that, how far that was from, let's say, number 1 or the house?
I know I took measurements of it. I don't recall if I took from number 1 to 39. I know I measured it from I believe the northeast corner of the sidewalk at one of the residences.
Okay. And do you have the number for that?
I do in my report, if I can refer to my report.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Judge, may she refer to her report?
Yes, you
Okay,
may.
go ahead, please.
Okay. So stanchion number 39, which was the southmost stanchion, was located 32 feet 9 inches south of the southeast corner of the driveway for residence 586 Redwood.
Okay, private. And when you said 586 Redwood, now these casings, they were located all on Redwood, is that correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. And you indicated you did not take measurements from number 39 to number 1.
Correct.
Okay. Or number 39 to his residence.
Correct.
Meaning Mr. Rudolph. All right. Now, after you place the stanchions next to the casings, at some point, do you, because you photograph them, right? You obviously photograph them with the stanchions there because we saw that. Do you then collect them?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what is going to be states 2. Oh, Mr. Shannon. Judge McAvoy.
May?
Do you recognize that, CSI Lee?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This would be all of the casings.
Okay, and when you say all of them, is that all 39 of them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you collect them, what exactly do you do? I mean, they're in a bag, obviously, and how do you know that those are the casings that you collected?
Well, the bag has my initials and ID on it, my initials and ID and date on the seal. When they're collected, they're each placed individually in their own coin envelope, which is labeled with the number that corresponds with the stanchion that they were located next to.
Okay. And now, does the bag look to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was in when you initially packaged those casings?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, state what offering to evidence states 2, I believe that was.
All right, thank you. All right. State's Exhibit 2 is admitted without objection. Thank you.
Can I grab a pair of scissors real quick and have her take out one?
You may.
If you could just cut that open for me and just take out one, you don't have to take them all out. Just take out, see what you had in there?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so now can you open that little package for me? Okay. And I'm just going to it's real easy and quick. Okay, so I'll take this one. Now, you pulled this out of one bag there, right?
Correct.
Okay. How many bags are in the large bag?
39.
Okay, so there are 39 of those little small bags that look just like that? Okay. Judge, may I publish this?
You may. I think I'd lay it down.
Yeah.
Give people a better idea.
Well, Judge, I'll just do it old school.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so there are 39 of these casings in that large bag?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Ali. You can put that back in there for me and put that small envelope back in the bag for me. Thank you so much. Here you go, Madam Clerk. Card is on it. Okay, so now at this point, you've collected the casings,
Yes.
right? Did you do anything else at the Teak and Redwood Drive
No, I did not.
residence?
No.
That was it?
That was it.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to where when we started this examination, and you indicated that you collected Tyler Robinson's, who you learned to be Tyler Robinson's clothing,
Yes.
right? Aside from collecting his clothing, CSILE, did you take photographs of the area, like where the clothing were, the house, anything that you thought of evidentiary value?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what is going to be 13A through I and 38A and B.
You may.
First, we're going to start with 13A through I. As you look at them, you can just fold them down. Okay, turn them over. Okay, do you recognize 13A through I?
I do.
Okay. Judge, this time state we're offering to evidence 13A through I.
All right, submitted without objection.
And while I'm up here, if you can take a look at states 38A and B, please.
Sorry, Judge. I can't use my.
Yeah, either keep your voice way up or use
Yes.
the microphone.
Mark, that was 38A and B. Do you recognize these two, CSILE?
Yes, I do.
Judge, this time state we're offering to evidence 13A through I as a composite, and then 38A and B as a composite.
All right, all admitted without objection. Thank you.
Now let's talk about 13A through I. First of all, permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
All right. Now what is this we're looking at here, CSILE?
So when we start our photographs on a scene, we take an initial photograph to give the case number, the date, my initials and ID, as well as the location.
You're blocking it again. You got to either use the pointer perhaps or just remember to step back.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Sorry.
And if you get back too far, then you're going to need the microphone.
All right. So let's start with the photographs. Now this picture here, which is 13B. What are we looking at there?
This is the residence at 536 Jasmine Drive.
Okay. And the Jasmine Drive address is where you did what?
This is where It was across the street, I believe, in near proximity to where the clothing had been located.
And so these photos of this home, are these photos that you took just to show where you gathered the clothing, you collected the clothing from?
Yes.
And is that a closer angle of that residence?
Yes.
What about that photograph?
This is the same residence, just a different angle showing the driveway and the tree line. And then I don't know if you can see it. I can't quite see it from here, but there's a fence next to that vehicle.
There's a fence next to this vehicle here?
Yes.
Okay. Is it on this, is it back here or alongside here?
It's on the right side where your pointer is.
Okay, along here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you, this is E. Is that the fence you were just talking about?
Yes, that's the fence.
Okay. Now, obviously, you took a picture of this fence because it has some significance, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you 13F. What are we looking at here?
There is a handgun in the bottom of the photo next to the fence.
Is that right down here?
Yes,
Okay. And is that same fence that we saw in the previous picture?
it is.
Now, when you let's look at 13G. Same gun?
Yes.
All right. 13H, closer up of that same gun?
It is, yes.
All right. And then this picture here is just, what is, I'm sorry, that was 13G, 13H.
So this is the fence just above where the gun is laying, and there's some what we call BLS, a blood-like stain, on the fence.
Is that there?
Yes.
This stuff here?
Yes.
And that was the purpose of this photo?
Yes.
So now let's go back to the gun. Okay, that was at that fence area. Did you, when you arrived on scene and you saw, when you arrived on scene at that location where that gun was, were there other law enforcement officers there already?
Yes.
All right. And were they near where this gun was?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, how did you know to even go over here?
While I was on the previous scene where the shell casings were located, I was informed that a gun had been found. Deputies were standing by and waiting for me to come to that scene when I was finished with the previous one.
Okay. And when deputies standing by, what does that mean to you?
Securing the scene, making sure no one comes in or out and disturbs any evidence.
And if you recall, do you recall when you arrived where this gun was located, how many deputies were there?
I believe 2.
Okay. And were they just standing there?
Yes.
All right. Was the gun still lying on the ground as far as you know?
As far as I know.
Okay. Now, when you get there, are you made aware that obviously that's where the gun is located?
Yes.
What happens after that?
I photograph the area, document it, and then the gun is collected.
Now, when the gun is collected, after you photograph it, because you photograph it in the position that it's located, is that
Correct.
After the gun is collected, who collects it? Do you collect it or does someone else collect it?
I collected the gun.
All right. And when you say collected, does that mean that you picked it up off the ground?
I had a deputy render the gun safe, make sure that it was unloaded for me to collect it.
Okay, so let's talk about that just for a few seconds. When you say you had the deputies render the gun safe,
Yes.
what does that involve?
They will drop out the magazine and then rack the slide back, pull the slide back to make sure there's no rounds in the chamber.
Now, were you standing there when this process was done?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And when they rack the gun back, that motion is to ensure that there is no round in the chamber. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you observe them doing that?
I did.
Was there a round in the chamber?
There was not.
Okay. And what about, you indicated that they removed the magazine, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. And did you watch them as they removed the magazine?
I did.
And once that magazine is removed, at that point, there's no round in the chamber, magazine is removed, is the gun then handed over to you?
Yes,
Okay. Now, is the gun along with the magazine handed over to you?
yes.
And then what do you do from that point?
It is secured in evidence packaging, and then it's secured in my vehicle.
All right. Now, let's talk about this magazine for a few seconds, okay? The magazine. Now, you watched them, you indicated to us, as they removed the magazine.
Yes.
When they remove that magazine, do they, the deputies, do they tell you, do they count, like, do they tell you, well, the magazine is full or there are a few bullets missing? Do they tell you that?
No.
All right. Is that up for you to make that determination once they give it to you, once they render the gun safe and give it to you?
It's up to me to document how many are in the magazine. I can't determine if any had been used.
Okay. So let's talk about the magazine. I'm going to show you what is states 37A through C. Judge, my first witness.
You may.
CSIOG, do you recognize these photos?
I do.
Okay, and do these photos fairly and accurately depict the gun or the item that's reflected in the photo as you saw it that day when you took these photographs?
Yes.
At this time, state reference to evidence states composite 37A through C.
All right, 37A through C admitted apparently without objection. Thank you.
Permission, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so now let's look at this. At some point, this gun is on a table, is that right? Or
Yes.
it's somewhere?
Yes.
It's not on the ground anymore?
Correct.
All right. And it's on top of some paper?
Yes.
All right. And this is the gun that was found by that fence, right?
Yes, it is.
And this is that magazine that came out of that gun?
It is.
All right. Now, is this magazine full?
I believe it was close to full.
Okay. And when you say close to full, what do you mean by that?
It contained 10 live rounds,
All right.
10 bullets.
Now, do you know how many bullets this magazine right here holds?
I do not.
Okay. After you photographed this picture right here, did you remove the bullets?
I did.
Okay. And when you removed the bullets, is that when you counted them?
It is, yes.
All right. And you said you counted 10?
Yes.
Now, looking at this picture, I'm going to show you what is 37C. Is that the same magazine we were just looking at?
It is.
Now, this is the top of a bullet.
It is.
All right. Now, are you familiar with guns, CSI?
Somewhat, yes.
All right. What is this, when this bullet is at the top, right here like this, what is this indicative of to you?
That would be the next bullet that would go into the chamber if the gun was fired.
All right, okay. And as you pulled all 10 of these bullets out of here, did you put them back in to see if you could get more than 10 in there? Did you do anything like that?
I did not, no.
All right, so you just counted 10 bullets?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is 37B. And is that the same gun that we were looking at a few minutes ago?
It's the same gun.
Okay, and this area that's open right here, what is that right there?
That's the chamber.
All right, and when that was pulled back, had there been a round in the chamber, what would you see right there?
It would come out, that area right there. It would pop out.
All right, and when the deputies who were there, when they made the gun safe in order to turn it over to you, there was no bullet in that chamber, is that right?
There was not.
Now, as it relates to Tyler Robinson, did you make note of another area that you thought may have some evidentiary value? Because there was, obviously, that Jasmine area that you just talked about, all right, you took photos of the house, you took photos of the fence, you took photos of the gun. Did you go to another location and take photos of any place else?
I did.
Okay, and where was that?
It was on the opposite side of that wooden fence from the house.
Okay. And why did you go over there?
There were more areas of blood-like stains.
All right. So I'm going to show you what is going to be states 38A and B. Judge Mayor Pro Tem.
You may.
You say 37A.
38.
Do you recognize these photos, CSI Ali?
I do.
Okay. And do these photos fairly and accurately depict what you observed the night that you took these photographs?
It does.
Just statement offered to evidence states composite 38A and B.
All right, 38A and B admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, let's look at 38A. Okay. So now you took a photograph of that. And what did you think was the evidentiary value in this photograph?
There's some blood-like stains on the ground, as well as obviously the wall right there and the front door.
Okay. So right in here,
Yes.
and are you talking about referring to right in here from the front door?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is 38B. Okay. And you just mentioned blood-like substance on the ground.
Yes.
Is this what you were referring to here?
Yes.
Okay. And if we, over here somewhere, is that same door that I just showed you in the previous photograph, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Judge, if I can just have a moment, please.
Of course.
Okay. Judge, I just have one more thing to do.
All right.
And I just want to put this in context for the members of the jury. If CSI Lee is able to do it for me, I'm going to show you, CSI Lee, what is already in evidence as states 1A. And Judge, I'll just hold it.
All right.
Because they've seen it a million times. All right.
You got the microphone?
Thank you. Okay, CSILE, what I want to do is I want to go back to those casings, okay? And I'm sorry to keep jumping around, but I want to end with this, with the casings where you located them, okay? Just so that the members of the jury have an idea of where they were on Redwood, okay? Now, first of all, do you recognize this map?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the area where you would have responded that night?
Yes.
Okay. And if, Judge, may she step down, please?
Yes?
Thank you.
Watch your step, ma'am.
There you go. Now, where did you respond that night? Where did you collect those casings from?
From right around here.
Okay. There you go.
So from where?
Right around the intersection of Sable Palm and North Redwood.
Okay. So this is Sable Palm right here, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is Redwood right here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you indicated with, when you were pointing out just a few minutes ago, you indicated that somewhere right in here. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and is that where number 1 would have been?
Yes.
Okay, and then from number 1, it would have gone, obviously numerical order, further down the street, the casings moved further down from there?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And where did you take the measurement from number 1 to Teak Drive?
So the front door of Teak Drive, which would be on this north face, all the way down to number 1 right around here.
Okay, all right, thank you. Let me just ask you this, CSI lead, before I sit down. You went back and forth between Sable Palm, Redwood and Teak, over to Jasmine, where you collected Tyler Robinson's stuff, found the gun and all that. Can you just tell the jury, if you know, that gun that you found at that location over there that we just looked at, that was Tyler Robinson's gun, how far was that gun located from the scene where Teak and Redwood is?
That I don't know.
All right, you didn't take any measurements of that?
I did not.
Approximation how much?
No.
How far that was?
No, I don't.
That's all I have.
All right, any cross?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, CSI.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, please do.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
You're a civilian employee for the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Do you carry a gun while you work?
I do not.
And obviously, some of these scenes have to be cleared before you get there to make sure no one hurts you, right?
Correct.
And who protects you? The other police officers?
Yes.
All right, let me start with hello? Okay, the gun that you collected.
You're going to have to use gloves, apparently.
I'm not taking them out, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. Just going to show you, it's been entered into evidence as states number 7. Is this the firearm that you collected?
Yes. Yes, it is.
And you write your initials on the box?
Yes.
Initials on the gun, probably?
We don't actually write on the gun, just in case.
Okay. What's the writing on the clip?
That's done by the firearms unit.
All right. But this, to you, this looks like a real gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. No doubt about it.
No doubt about it.
You don't know if that gun, a few seconds or a few moments before it was dumped, was pointed at Mr. Travis Rudolph, do you?
I do not know.
You have no way of scientifically telling if it was in somebody's pocket that they forgot it, or they took it out and tried to kill someone. You can't tell, can you? Is it possible? Do you know who owns that gun?
I do not.
You never found out it was someone named Tyler Robinson?
I did not.
Do you know why anyone was even looking for a second gun? Did anyone tell you that?
No, I do not.
You just got called over and said, come on over and collect it and take photographs?
Yes.
And you went to the scene where you said Jasmine and, what was the first one you went to? Jasmine and
Palmetto.
that was to collect clothes?
Yes.
And what did you collect? A pair of pants that were cut by the paramedics?
Yes.
You know, do you remember if those pants had zippers on them in the pockets?
I don't believe, I don't recall.
Okay.
I know they were athletic style pants, but I don't recall if they had zippers.
And there was no shirt with those pants, were there?
No.
Did you also collect any other clothes right there at the scene?
Nothing on the scene. I was, a deputy brought me clothing, I believe from the hospital that had already been packaged, and placed on a property receipt. So I signed for that on the property receipt and collected that.
From someone named Tyler Robinson?
Yes,
All right, and you believe the pants that you collected were from Tyler Robinson as well?
I believe so.
Any way you can tell by looking at those pants, or anything scientific you can do with it to see if someone had a gun in their pants versus having it in their hand?
No, not me.
Okay. Know anyone that can do that possibly?
No.
Okay. And the rest of the clothes that was brought to you is a pair of sneakers, socks, and underwear?
Yes,
Nothing else?
nothing else.
Did you do anything with those items?
They were documented, they were photographed, and then repackaged and submitted to our evidence unit.
Okay. Because you don't know at the time if they have significance or not, right?
Correct.
You didn't take any, no one asked you to take photographs of any human beings in this case, did they?
No, they did not.
Sometimes you do that in cases, don't you?
Occasionally, yes.
To document someone's possible injuries.
Yes.
And isn't it true you arrived at Palmetto Drive and Jasmine Drive at about, in Lake Park at about 3:27 in the morning?
Yes.
And it was a cool and humid day, you said?
Yes.
And you said there was some medical debris on the floor also?
Yes.
Oh, is that like packaging when the paramedics put wound care on somebody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. You never came in contact with someone named Tyler Robinson, right?
I did not.
Just so I'm clear, from the fenced area that we looked at, where the gun was found, to where Tyler Robinson's pants were, what's this distance roughly?
It was across the street and a few houses away. I don't know distance. Maybe 150 feet. I don't know.
How about using this courtroom? Is it longer than this courtroom, shorter?
Longer than this courtroom.
All right. I know you can't see outside of this courtroom, but how much longer would you estimate?
Maybe 2 or 3 of the courtroom.
Okay, but you never actually measured that at all.
I did not.
So if Tyler Robinson, let's say hypothetically, he's the one who dumped the gun by the fence, you don't know if he took a casing out before he dumped it, do you?
I do not.
You don't know why somebody would even do that, do you?
I do not.
Right? So let's say we know someone dumped a gun there, right?
Correct.
What direction would he be going, if the person who dumped the gun, to get to where you saw the blood on the door?
It would be, I believe, northwest.
Would be a straight shot, or would be some turns?
From where the gun was to the blood on the door was a straight shot. It was directly next door.
Okay, and how many courtrooms? More than one courtroom, multiple courtrooms?
No, maybe one courtroom.
Okay. Then where the pants were, it would have been, I'm sorry, more than a courtroom, you said?
More than a courtroom.
Okay. And where the gun was found, would you agree that it was approximately 100 feet from where the casings were, the 39 casings you talked about?
More.
More than that?
Yes.
How much more?
A couple 100 feet.
Sure.
I'm not sure. I didn't measure it. I know it was from one street to another, several houses away.
All right, so the casings are on North Redwood, right?
Correct.
You saw a blood path going, or trail going behind the house, right?
Correct.
Was that the yellow house in the picture, or that's a different? No, that's the house where the gun was found.
That's the house where the gun was found.
All right, so the house where the blood trail was, that was still on North Redwood.
Correct.
And then, assuming the person whose blood that was, goes in the backyard of that house on Redwood. Well, did you go in that backyard?
From where the blood trail was,
Yes.
I followed it to a fence. And then I'm not very agile. I couldn't go over the fence myself,
Okay.
which is where I was told the blood trail continued. So I went the other way to the other side, which was the Jasmine Drive address.
All right, so I'm clear. So wouldn't it be true that directly behind the fence from the house on Redwood where the blood trail went, directly over that would be where that fenced area is?
I believe so, yes.
The very next house.
I believe so, yes.
So they butt up to each other,
Yes,
back to back.
yes.
So you know 54S states 54S. Do you know what this stanchion these two are?
Those were blood-like stains.
Did you collect those?
I did not.
Right. Do you have any idea whose blood that is?
I do not.
Do you know if anyone took Travis Rudolph's blood in this case?
I do not.
Or a DNA swab to see if his blood was matched anywhere?
I do not.
No one asked you to do that?
No one asked me to do that, no.
Do you have any idea? It's hard to see in this picture, but is there a street over here? Or this way? Where's that intersection you talked about?
From where I'm standing taking the photo, the intersection is behind me.
Okay, and what's the name of that road?
That would be Sable.
Sable Palm?
Yes.
And that's where many of the casings were?
Yes.
You have no idea which shot was first, second, third, or 29th or anything like that, do you?
I do not.
You do any investigation on how far the casings would travel in this
I did
particular
not.
case? I'm sorry?
I did not.
Can you do things like that?
I know it's very difficult, but I believe there are people that do that, yes.
All right. Do you have any idea what the shooter was looking at when he shot those shots?
No, I do not.
So, I'm sorry. Maybe I'll show you a better picture if I have it. But Sable would be where compared to
From
behind you, you said?
Where I'm taking the photo, Sable would be behind me.
At how far? Roughly.
20 feet.
Okay. So, so Sable would be this way?
It would be
Further back?
further back.
Okay. And did it look like the shooter was closer to Sable?
From where the casings were located, yes.
Okay. I'll make sure I get this. All right, so try to put this in the right perspective. So would this be, I know you weren't there and didn't see the car, but did you ever see a video of a car?
I did not.
Never.
No.
Okay. Would this be consistent, the oil stain being across the street, and then this is the track it made to go the opposite direction?
I believe so.
Okay. So this direction the car turned, that would be north on Redwood?
No, this is looking south.
South, I'm sorry. All right, so if this was, so did this look like the car went south?
I can't tell which direction the stain was flowing.
Well, didn't you see further stains going down the road?
Yeah, this stain, it curved from north to south, but I don't know which direction of travel it was.
All right,
From my point of view, it was curved from north to south.
all right, but didn't this trail keep going southbound?
I don't recall.
Didn't take pictures of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Know if anyone did that?
I don't know.
You know, if anyone followed, whether it went south or the other direction, if anyone followed that path to see if anything of any evidentiary value was collected?
I don't know.
You didn't do it.
I did not.
How about cameras a block or two away? You know, if anyone checked a couple of blocks away where the car may have traveled?
I do not know.
I'm going to show you 54J. on Redwood?
Yes.
All right. And this obviously looks like where the car turned?
Yes.
One of the reasons you're confused in terms of which direction it traveled, you don't know if the car came from this way and then this way, or this way, that way.
Correct.
All right. Did you go this direction here? Assuming the car was parked straight, what direction would that be?
The way you moved the stick would be from south to north.
All right, so and that would be facing the Rudolph residence from a block and a half away approximately, right?
Well, the photo is looking south, but the way you move the stick would be from south to north, which would be, yes, towards the Rudolph residence.
Okay, so if the car headlights were facing, if I'm standing in front of this photograph, if the car is facing me, that would be facing the Rudolph residence, the car.
Correct.
And my back would be towards the Rudolph residence. If I'm facing
Correct.
this way.
Correct.
Okay. Could you tell how many feet this was, this oil stain?
I did not measure it, but I would say approximately 5 feet.
You know if anyone measured it?
I do not.
Are you confident it's 5 feet, or is this a guess?
That's a guess.
Does this appear the car went forward or backwards in this position, or is no way of you telling?
There's no way I can tell.
You know anyone who could do that?
I do not.
And then 54K. Just the same type of picture. No way of you telling the directionality?
I could not.
Did anyone ask you to try to follow, let's say oil stain? Oil stain is what you called it, right?
I called it engine fluid because I'm not
Engine
sure if it was oil.
Did anyone ask you to follow if the engine oil went further closer to past Mr. Rudolph's house or the opposite direction from Mr. Rudolph's house?
They did not ask me. I know it didn't go closer to Mr. Rudolph's house because I walked that area many times that evening, and it was not from this area further north. It was not there.
How about the other direction?
It could have been. I didn't go. The road curved very quickly, and I didn't go around that curve to follow the road around.
Any reason why you didn't do that?
At the time, I had no indication that there was any items of evidentiary value that way.
How would you know if you didn't check?
I was told there was nothing that way. Deputies on scene.
What deputies?
The deputies on scene.
Give me the names.
I don't have their names.
You have any names in your report?
I don't.
Do you have any idea personally if any deputies even followed that trail?
Personally, I do not know.
The person or people who told the deputies who you're claiming told you this, do you know how far they allegedly went?
Don't know that.
Detective Vanderlaan who told you don't go that way?
No.
$54M. Well, yeah, $54M. Same question. You can't tell which shot was first, second, or any order, right?
No, I can't.
No idea what this person who was doing the shooting may have been faced with at the time of the shooting, right?
No idea.
The casings that were found in page 37, I'll just hold it up, the firearm that we just had in evidence by the
Correct.
fence.
Yes.
You know if those are hollow point bullets?
I do not know.
You're not familiar with those?
I'm familiar. I don't recall.
Okay. You know what hollow point bullets are?
I do. The tip of the bullet is hollow. There's an edge and it's hollow in the middle, and they're, I believe, for expanding on impact.
Did you have anything to do with the 40th and Broadway scene?
No,
Did you have anything to do with searching the black Cadillac?
I did not.
Show you states number 13 real quick.
Sure.
13B. Is that the house that, the side where this car is that where the firearm was found?
Yes, it is.
That's a Taurus 9mm?
Yes,
Would you consider that to have an extended clip?
it did.
And what's an extended clip mean to you?
It's a larger clip or magazine than what comes with the gun. It holds more bullets.
Do you carry firearms by any chance?
Personally, yes.
Keep them in your pocket?
No,
How come?
I'm just not comfortable with it.
Okay. All right, so this house here, this would be facing Jasmine,
Correct.
and behind that house would be another house where the blood trail went up.
Correct.
So this is the house that's back to back with the house with the blood trail.
Yes.
Okay. Show you states 13E. Can you see from where you're standing? I know you know where the gun is because you found it, and well, secondarily found it. Somebody else did. Do you know if it was a canine dog that found the gun?
I do not know that.
Okay. Could you readily see where the gun is in this photograph?
In this photograph, no.
Did you swab the 9mm for DNA?
Yes, I did.
And that's the Taurus that we saw in evidence.
Yes, it is.
Why do you swab a gun for DNA?
To see who held the gun, who had possession of the gun.
Okay. Is there some cases where people don't admit that it's their gun?
Yes.
You ever have a case where someone doesn't remember if it's their gun?
I'm sure it's possible, but not that I know of.
All right, would that be, if someone came to court under oath and said they don't remember it's their gun, would DNA tell us if it was really a gun that they held at one time?
It could, yes.
All right. Do you know if the DNA was ever tested in this case on the gun?
I do not know.
You guys have meaning the sheriff's office has their own DNA lab
We do.
in a private building?
Yes.
You send things all the time to the DNA lab?
I personally do not. It's up to the detective or the deputy or other individuals to make that request.
You just collect it, and then it's up to the lead agent to do it?
Correct.
Okay. Isn't it true the only thing Detective Vanderlaan asked you to do was to measure casing, I guess number one that you testified to the distance from that casing to the front door?
I believe so, yes.
Nothing else?
I don't recall that she did.
She never asked you to try to find the path that the car went down, the Cadillac, to search for anything, right?
No.
Nobody did. Nobody asked you.
No.
None of the supervisors.
No.
You could do that if someone asked you, right?
Yes.
Did you collect anything, any blood evidence?
I did not.
How about the path going up?
No.
You know if anyone did?
I believe CSI Brandt did, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have any idea if, or did anyone ever ask you to take Tyler Robinson's standard from his mouth to see what his DNA is?
I was not asked. I don't know if anyone else was.
Huh? Isn't it true that it was at 5:54 a.m. you collected the firearm, right?
Yes.
9mm Taurus.
Yes.
You know what time Mr. Rudolph was arrested by any chance?
I do not.
Never had contact with him?
I did not.
No one asked you to photograph him?
No.
Did you tell Detective Vanderlaan when you collected the gun that you had a gun in this case?
I did not. I believe she knew there was a gun.
Why do you believe that?
Because she knew I was going from one scene to the next, but I didn't tell her I knew there was a gun, that I was going to the next scene.
Do you know what time the gun was actually discovered by the other deputies or the dog?
I do not know.
You all have a dog that can sniff out guns, right?
Yes, we do.
You see that on cases on occasion, right?
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you, once you were notified, to come collect the gun and photograph it till the time you got there?
I do not know.
No ballpark figure?
No.
No?
No.
Were you involved in a towing of a black BMW that was in front of Teak Drive?
I was.
Teak?
I was.
Why'd y'all tow the car?
I was not given that information. I was just asked at the time, because I was done with my scenes, to follow it back, to escort it back to our impound lot and secure it.
And that was a vehicle, like an SUV type vehicle that had a broken window?
It was.
Windshield?
I believe so.
All right, do you know how that got broken?
No, I don't.
Did you do anything with that vehicle?
Other than follow it back and secure it, no.
Okay. And y'all called like a private towing company to do that?
Yes, we have a towing company that we use.
And that's why you followed it, to make sure nobody did anything to it?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever go to St. Mary's Hospital for any photographs of Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
And you never measured the casings to each other, how far away each one was from each other, did you?
No.
Have a moment, Judge?
Of course. All right, thank you. Any redirect at all?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. CSI Alley, you may go on about your day. Watch your step getting down. Stay safe. Who's the state's next witness? Assuming, ladies and gentlemen, you're okay continuing on. Yes? Nobody needs a break? Okay. Next witness. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Would you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Sure. Sean McMichael, SeanMcMichael.
All right, thank you. You may inquire, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you. Could you please tell the members of the jury what you do for a living?
Sure. I'm in I work for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. I'm our tactical unit and been there in the tactical unit for about 13 years. Been at the Sheriff's Office for 17, almost 18 now. And I'm also a canine handler with a gun detection dog.
And what is your title?
Agent.
Tell us a little bit about the work that you do with canine. Is that a dog first?
Yes. He's a black lab, firearm detections.
And what is the name of your canine?
Sailor. Sailor.
And how did you go about being able to be trained to be able to handle Sailor?
So we went through a 6-month academy training for detection, and involves anything to do with a firearm. Something we like to describe it as is like when you walk in a house and somebody's got a stew on, a beef stew. You smell the stew, and I'm sorry, it's almost not lunchtime yet and probably getting hungry, but so you smell this beef stew, smells really good. You're like, that smells good. You know, you know it's beef stew, but you're not you don't recognize the onions and the peppers or the beef and the broth and all. But like Sailor and canines, because they have their senses are just so much more profound than a human's nose. He's able to tell me that realize that there's the beef broth in there, that there's the stew, the carrot, the onion, the salt, the pepper, everything that's in it. He's able to pick out those individual smells. And so when we go through the firearms training and any type of detection, it's a specific thing. So at the beginning of it, we put in a box, a firearm, the oils, the powders, the live ammunition, spent ammunition, put all that in there, and he's able to break it down one by one. And so at the end of the training, I'm able to put a spent casing in a field, and he's able to find that.
So if we understand your analogy about the beef stew, is it that Sailor, your canine, can identify different types or parts of items that might be related to firearms?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that program training was for 6 months.
About 6 months, yes.
How long have you had Sailor as your canine partner?
I've had Sailor for 5 years now, almost 6.
So back in 2021, April of that year, how long had you been working with him?
So 3 years.
Can you take us through whether or not you were requested to perform an article search related to firearms evidence back on April, I guess, 6th going into 7th, so 7th
Yes.
of 2021?
Yes, I got a phone call that homicide detectives were requesting my gun dog.
And when you arrived, did you know whether or not there would be firearms or firearms evidence located?
No.
Approximately what time would you say that you got on scene?
I got on scene roughly about 5 a.m. in the morning on the 7th, April 7th.
And when you arrived, was there anything that led you to a particular area where the search would be starting?
When I arrived, there was a large amount of spent casings that were already in the roadway area, and there's no sense of me starting Sailor with all that right there because it's already been found, and I don't want to. I want to start past that and then start fresh. That way he doesn't work back into it, and so I started just south of that area wherever those casings were.
Did you eventually locate a blood trail?
I know the deputy had said that there was a blood trail that ran behind. I think it was 574 North Redwood. So I, with knowing that, I still worked the roadway, the shoulders, the yards of that area.
So despite there being a blood trail, you didn't just focus on the blood trail. You
No.
were working on that general area.
No.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how it is that you're able to communicate. Obviously, dogs can't talk. How do you communicate with Sailor, your canine, such that you understand when he has found something that is firearms evidence?
So going through the training, the detection training, you start to learn how to read your dog, and so we look for those change of behaviors. I mean, so he'll be working, and all of a sudden he'll redirect. He'll pick up an odor, and sometimes the wind helps. If it's a strong wind, it could be a short amount of time, or if it's a low wind day, it could he could be in that odor for a while. So you're just I'm focusing on the dog, and that's why I usually have somebody walking with me, so I can focus on the dog, and he can just keep an eye on the area. And so I look for those change in behaviors, and Usually it's a head snap. He'll be in the odor, get out of it, and realize it's back here, or whatever direction it is.
So you referenced a few things that I just want to make sure we're on the same page. You said something about an alert. Is the head snapping the only way Sailor alerts to you that he has identified firearms evidence?
No, it just depends on the area, what he's able to do. So he'll give me the change of behavior, and then he'll work back to where the source is. And if he's able to sit, he'll sit. If it's up high, he'll usually put his paws up on the fence, tree, whatever it is, and kind of freeze for a second. And then those are the indicators for me that he's definitely on source.
Okay. So you said that at night, and just in general, you always have someone else with you. Was another law enforcement officer with you as you were conducting the canine search?
Yes, there was.
And was that Deputy Gonzalez?
Yes, it was.
And you said he's basically responsible for security, and your focus is the dog. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. So tell us a little bit about the area that you searched and what, if anything, was discovered.
So we worked our way through, I believe, like I said, I think it was 574 North Redwood, which is a big corner lot, and then we worked over to the next, the backyard of the house just to the west, I guess it was, and that's 536, and we worked through the yard. And again, we're working, he's not in any odor or anything, so we're just working through the yard. Go to the next yard, work that, and then as we are coming out, there's a side gate on the south side of the house for 536 Jasmine. And so as we get through there, he starts working the driveway, and there's a little grass, or it's not really grass area, it's rock and sand and maybe a little bit of weeds. But there's a little 1 to 2 foot section right there. And so he's just working that driveway, and then as we exit the fence, and he starts working the fence, and then has a change of behavior at the corner, and then starts working his way back, and that's when he indicates that there's a gun there.
And do you recall the alert that he did on this specific incident?
He sat.
So when he sits, you said that indicates to you he's found something. Did you see anything where he had sat?
Yes, a deputy lit up the area, and there was sure enough, a black firearm and the little extended magazine that was in it.
And the black firearm was a handgun?
Handgun, yes.
When the firearm was located, did you touch it at all?
No.
Did Deputy Gonzalez touch it in your presence?
No, we notified the road patrol units that were in the area, and one of them came over and stood by the gun, and we left and continued searching.
And so what is the purpose of calling other deputies to that area? Is it that just for security?
Security, maintain the scene, and that way we can continue searching.
So you did not stop searching upon finding this firearm?
Correct. No, we continued searching.
As you're doing your searching, is your canine in front of you? And if so, how are you maintaining your positioning with him?
Yes, he's in front of me. He's on a 25-foot flex leash. It's the retractable leash on the with the big handle. And when we're doing outside searches, that's what I usually use. Some handlers will use a lead that's 15 feet. That's a static line. But I use a 25-foot flex leash so he has the freedom to move as he wants to. So we'll go out 25 feet, and then I'll just slow down, work the area. Could be 10 feet away, could be 5 feet away, and then he'll continue, and so.
Okay. Was there anything particular that you noted that was located after the firearm was located?
No.
And did you continue searching backyards, streets, sidewalks?
We worked the street on Jasmine, both the east and west side, the front yards.
And Sailor would have been able to detect additional casings?
Yes.
And parts of the firearm?
Yes, yes, he's able to detect anything to do with the firearm, parts, pieces, anything to do with it.
Projectiles?
Projectiles, yep.
Okay. And nothing else was located?
No.
On a scene like this, is it atypical or typical that you would be called out for a search for firearms type evidence?
Typical for definitely homicide cases.
And would you be called out to the area where it's believed to have happened or some other area?
To the area that they believe it happened, and if there were anybody that fled.
And you're talking about fleeing on foot or via vehicle?
On foot.
And your canine search for individuals as well?
No.
So Sailor only does article searching for firearms-related evidence?
Correct.
One moment to confer with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
Very well, thank you. Any cross? Okay. Yes, please do.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
Good.
All right, you weren't called by homicide detectives, right? You were called by the sergeant of the homicide detectives, Sergeant Shea.
Sergeant Shea contacted, I think, one of my bosses, and they called me and told me to respond.
He's not a homicide detective. He's the boss of the homicide detectives, right?
I mean, he's a sergeant in the unit, so.
Okay, so you didn't get a call from Detective Vanderlaan, right?
No.
Detective Ott?
No,
or Detective Ott?
No, they usually ask the sergeant or the lieutenant or captain to, hey, can you notify the gun dog? We need them.
You don't know why Sergeant Shea, or did Sergeant Shea share with you why he called you there?
Once I finally got there, I figured out why.
What did he tell you?
He said there was a shooting, a homicide, and got all these rounds on the road here, and somebody might have run with a gun.
Okay. Anything else? Well, that was it.
That was it?
Okay. And you did a report in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Nowhere in your report does it say you searched anywhere but where the blood trail was, and then the fence, and then you wrote that concludes my involvement, right?
Yes, so that I found the gun, and I had nothing else to do with the case.
And you never put in your report you searched down Jasmine Drive or Redwood Drive at all? No other backyards or front
No.
yards?
No?
You never wrote that down, right?
No?
Did you remember that today?
Yes, I do.
Why did you put that in the report?
Because I found the gun in that backyard, and so I mean, I in majority of my reports, I don't put every inch of property that I searched. I don't put all the backyards I searched. I put in the ones that are important to the case.
As far as what you think is important, right?
Yes.
You didn't go more than a few houses down, did you?
I don't remember how many houses 574 Redwood was.
Okay. You didn't go around the corner at all where the oil slick was or engine fluid?
Didn't hear anything about it. Don't know anything about it.
Okay. Your dog is pretty good at finding stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you know he's got great results because you're with him every day.
Correct.
All right. How long do you think it took from the time you went through the blood trail? Well, did you go to the blood trail when you first got there, or did you do something else before you got there?
No, I started just, like I said, outside of where all the casings were.
Okay.
And so that's where I started.
All right. Did it take your dog just a few minutes to find the gun?
Once
you by the blood trail?
No, I mean, we probably were working for at least a half an hour, probably.
Okay. Do you remember what time you started?
It was just after 5.
Okay. So about 5:30 you found the gun?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's AM?
AM, yes.
All right. When your dog finds the gun, and you said he sat down or jerked his head, I can't recall what you said.
As he's searching, so he's working, and then he'll have that change of behavior. Usually it's a head snap. His body changes. His tail will start wagging a little more. So I see that. I read that change of behavior in him, and then he'll start working back to source. And goes in closer with his nose, and then some. Like I said, it depends on what area he's in. If he can sit, he'll sit, or if if it's up high, he'll pause up on the wall, up on a tree or something, and I know he's alerted on something.
Do you have your firearm while you're doing this?
I do.
He doesn't.
Nope, our dogs aren't trained for people.
No, I'm saying your firearm. He doesn't detect that at all.
No, our dogs aren't trained to search people.
Okay, just an item.
Just items on the ground, any type of evidence that's not on a person.
Were you able to see that gun before the 9mm gun we just talked about? Were you able to see it before your dog found it?
No.
How about when your dog found it? You said you had to shine a flashlight on it, or the other?
Yeah, one of the deputies shined a flashlight.
Was it hard to see without a flashlight?
No. I don't remember the lighting exactly over there, but I remember having to light it up and definitely see a firearm.
It looked like a real gun to you, didn't it?
It did.
Somebody pointed a gun that to you. Would you wait for them to shoot before you shot back?
If somebody say
that gun at you while you're in an argument with them, would you wait for them to shoot you first, or would you shoot them first if you thought your life was in danger?
If somebody pointed a gun at me, I'd have to fire.
Are you trained to fire as many rounds as you can to neutralize the target?
Until the threat's eliminated.
Did any of the sergeants, Shay, or anybody who's a detective ask you to do them a favor, or please go to 40th and Broadway in West Palm and employ your dog to see if you can find any ballistic evidence there?
Never heard anything about 40th and Broadway.
You don't even know if it's related to this case.
I don't know.
All right. You could do that if somebody asked you that there may be a gun there or shell casings or something ballistic related. You could actually take your dog to West Palm, right?
Absolutely.
Anywhere in Palm Beach County?
Anywhere in Palm Beach County. I've even done other counties.
Counties that don't have these type of...
Correct.
laws, right?
Correct.
How long has this technology been out? It's been years?
I'm not sure how long it is. We'd have to ask one of our trainers.
Okay. But nevertheless, no one actually go anywhere else other than this area
No.
that we talked about?
Correct.
You ever take your dog down a highway? Like a side of a highway?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Okay. How about a side of just a regular road?
Yeah, absolutely.
All the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You also go to officer shooting cases? When
Yes.
officers shoot somebody?
Yes.
All right. And you worked out the same way?
Yes.
You're just trying to find anything of evidentiary value that the sergeant or whoever called you, that you're trying to help them out, right?
Correct.
You don't know what relevance this gun has in this case, do you?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your help.
Yes.
All right, any redirect at all? All right, very well. Thank you, Agent. You may go on about your day. Stay safe out there. All right, who's the state's next witness unless anybody on the jury needs a break? I don't see any hands over there. Okay, next witness.
Detective Farron, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you.
Okay, Detective, when you're comfortable up there, please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Detective Christopher Farron, Farron. It's my last name. First name's Christopher, Christopher.
All right, thank you very much. Whoops, got the wrong name down there. Miss Ellis, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Farron.
Morning.
How are you?
Very good.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with that agency?
17 years.
All right. And in what capacity are you currently working for Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Division Homicide Unit.
Was that Violent Crimes Division you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been in that unit?
17 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before you started working for PBSO?
Yes, I worked for Village Royal Palm Beach from 96 to 2006 when we merged with the Sheriff's Office. And then prior to that, from 86 to 96, I worked for the City of Plantation in Broward County.
Okay. I want to get to why we are all here today and direct your attention to April 8th of 2021, around April 7th and April 8th of 2021.
Okay.
Obviously, you were still working for the Sheriff's Office, is that right?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this investigation?
The lead detective contacted me and asked me to see if I could retrieve some video from a residence, and also they obtained a search warrant for a DVR and asked me to see if I could retrieve video off of a DVR.
Okay. You're a little bit soft-spoken, so if you...
Oh, sorry.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right, so you were asked by the lead detective to pull some video surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes.
And from what location?
Do you mind if I look at my report, because I don't remember the address off the top of my head?
Will it refresh your memory?
Yes, it will.
He may. Go ahead.
Thanks. 551 East Redwood Drive, I responded to on April 8th.
Okay. 551 Redwood Drive?
Yes.
And what kind of video were you asked to go and pull from that residence?
Detective Vanderlaan met me there, and there was a camera, I believe, in the gentleman's backyard that faced to a street behind him, and they asked me to retrieve about, I think, 10, 12-minute piece of video from that camera.
Okay. So, Detective you mentioned Detective Vanderlaan, and she's been mentioned quite a bit. First of all, is that a female?
Yes.
All right. And she's a detective?
Yes, she is.
Was she designated the lead detective in this case?
Yes, she was.
All right. So when you got to that residence, you said that she met you there?
Yes.
And did you guys speak with the homeowner before you were able to collect any sort of video footage, if you did at all?
Yes, we did.
All right. Did you get any footage from that residence?
Yes, I did.
All right. And once you pulled that surveillance footage, what did you do with it?
I provided a copy of it to Detective Vanderlaan. I put a copy of it onto our evidence server, and I put a copy of it into evidence.
Okay. Now that footage, do you recall what that footage was, Detective Farron?
Off the top of my head, I just recall that it was a video, like I said, I believe, I haven't looked at it since back then, of the one of the camera angles from this gentleman's house that was facing to, I believe, the street behind him where an incident occurred.
Okay. Are you familiar with the streets?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. Now, were you asked to do anything else in this case?
Yes, I was asked to look at a DVR that was retrieved through a search warrant.
Okay. And where was this DVR located?
When I got it?
Well, you were asked to collect a DVR, you said.
No. They brought the DVR to me.
They brought they brought it to you.
Yes.
Okay. And so when they brought the DVR to you, do you know, first of all, where did the DVR come from? Do you know?
Wherever the search warrant, they had the search warrant for the, I don't know if it was residence or whatever.
Okay. Did you make a note in your report where the DVR came from?
I just made a note to report that that they brought me the DVR and asked me to retrieve a certain date and time.
Okay. So you didn't actually go to the residence where the DVR was retrieved from?
No, I did not.
Okay. It was brought to you?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, once you receive that DVR, you obviously, you mentioned a search warrant. You have to wait for the warrant to be signed by a judge, like Judge Gillen, before you can go into that DVR, right?
I'm going to object. It's not appropriate.
Well, Judge, I'll rephrase.
All right, yeah, rephrase it.
Did you have to wait for the warrant to be signed before you could go into the DVR?
They already had the warrant signed prior to giving it to me.
Okay. And did you make sure that there was a warrant signed before you did anything with that DVR?
Yes, I looked at it.
Now, what kind of DVR was this? Like, do you know what kind of information you were looking for in this DVR?
No. Typically, when they ask me to go out and retrieve video or look something in a DVR, they'll just say, for an example, can you please give me from, December 21st at 1900 hours, which is 7 p.m., to December 21st, 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m. for 1 hour of video on all the cameras. So I will just download that and provide that to them.
Okay. Now, this DVR, do you know what kind of DVR it was?
It was a night owl.
Okay. And you said night owl. Is that
Yes.
right? Spelled O-W-L? Is that what you...
Yes, OWL, yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with this type of DVR?
Yes.
Okay. Had you seen one before?
I actually used to have one at my own home, so yes.
All right. So were you asked to get something, were you looking for a specific or particular date within this DVR?
Yes.
You asked to focus on a particular date.
Yes, it was.
And what date was that, if you recall?
I don't recall. If I could look at my notes to refresh my memory.
You may, again.
I was asked to pull video from April 7th of 2021.
Okay. Now, so what did you do in order to try and retrieve that information or images from that date? What did you do with this DVR?
Well, when they brought me the DVR with the power cord and the instruction book. I try to educate the guys to bring that stuff with them if they ever bring me a DVR. And inside it had a username and password. And in the booklet itself, there were several passwords that were written down in the booklet. So I had to try each one of those passwords until I found the proper password that allowed me to look into the system and the play function or the search function.
Okay. Now, once you did all that, Detective Farron, were you able to go to that day, April 7th of 2021?
The way the system does it, pulls up the month of what's there, and then it'll show you, like on this particular DVR, the days that are in the month that have video on them will be indicated by a red box on the date, and anything there's no recordings on is gray.
Okay. Now, did you, as you're looking for that April 7th date, could you tell whether or not that date had anything recorded on it?
Yes, I could tell there was nothing there.
Okay. And is it because you didn't see that little red box, just like you just told the members of the jury, that would indicate that there was some information or some data recorded on that particular date?
Correct. I also clicked on the box, and it told me there's no video.
Right. Now, so you found nothing for April 7th of 2021?
No, ma'am.
Did you, just to ensure that you were not missing something from April 7th, did you look at other dates like either before April 7th of 2021 or after April 7th? Did you look at other dates to see whether or not the device recorded anything at all?
Yes, it did. Actually, I went all the way back to January 2019 and went every single month from January 2019 to, I believe it was May of 2021.
Okay, and what did you find of note to you as it relates to this particular DVR, as the way it recorded?
It was very sporadic. There wasn't any month that I recall off the top of my head. I look here in the notes, but that there was no more than 5 days ever recorded in any month in that 28-month period.
Okay, and do you know, Detective Farron, as it relates to this particular recording device, the 9-Owl, is that something that the homeowner sets up? For instance, if I own that device, hypothetically speaking, if I own that device and I only want that device to record, let's say, I don't know, from the 15th through the 30th of each month, is that something that I could set up with this device, or how does that? Why was it recording in that manner, if you know?
To the best of my knowledge, you cannot set up the DVR to automatically turn on and record between certain days. You either have to unplug it, or if it was plugged into an outlet that, like you walk in, you throw a light switch on, it turns on a lamp for you. It's a possibility that it can be plugged into something like that, and when the light switch went off, inadvertently the DVR went off.
Okay, so do you know the reason for instance, if it's plugged in?
Yes.
If, hypothetically speaking, if I were to plug it in and I just left it plugged in, and there is no power surge, there's no flipping the switch on and off, would you expect to see it recording those red boxes every day of the month?
Yes.
And in this case, do you know why there weren't red boxes every day of each month?
I have no idea. The only thing I could assume is that it was the DVR was either unplugged or shut off.
Okay. All right. Now, did you actually take photographs of what you were looking at as you're looking at this DVR and the recording pattern? Did you take photographs of these like red boxes versus like the other boxes that would indicate it's not recording?
Yes, I took a picture of the screen which showed the entire month with the month and the year.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is going to be states 71A through P as in Paul, Your Honor.
All right.
Just may I approach the witness?
You may.
And Detective Farron, if you could just take a look at these quickly for me and just flip them over as you look at each one for me, please.
You're welcome.
Detective Farron, these pictures that I just showed you, first of all, do you recognize them?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately reflect the screen that you just told us, pictures of the screen that you took as you were looking at this DVR and searching for that April 7th date?
Yes, they do.
Judge, this time, state what offering to evidence states 71A through P as in Paul.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. 71A through P is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Judge. Now, before I start to publish, Detective Farron, this Night Owl recording device, is that a recording device that would be connected to cameras that people would have fixed outside their home?
Yes, outside or inside.
Outside or inside?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with 71A. So So this starts here with, sorry for the lineman. Is that JAN, does that stand for January?
Yes, it does.
And this is 2020?
Yes.
Now, these red boxes, is this what you were referring to earlier?
Yes.
All right. Now, these red boxes, are these the boxes that you indicated earlier, indicate to you that this is when this device is actually recording?
Yes.
February 2020? Same thing?
Yes.
March of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
April of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
May of 2020, same thing?
Yes.
And as we see these going through the months, there's no pattern as to when this thing is recording and when it was not recording. Is that right?
Correct. It was just completely sporadic.
June of 2020,
Yes.
July of 2020,
Yes.
August of 2020,
Yes.
September of 2020,
Yes.
October of 2020,
Yes.
November of 2020,
Yes.
December of 2020,
Yes.
January of 2021.
Yes.
So now we're into new year. February of 2021,
Yes.
March of 2021,
Yes.
and April of 2021.
Yes.
Okay, and April of 2021, that's the date that you were asked to focus on. You were looking for April 7th of 2021.
Yes.
And as it's reflected here in this photograph, the only date that this device appeared to be recording would have been April 3rd of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now this is yellow box that you see around April 7th right here.
Yes.
What is that?
That was that's what I was just telling you a few minutes ago, where you asked me if I checked to see if video was on the 7th. When I was there, I clicked on it, and that's where it highlighted there, because that's the date that I picked with the mouse. I said, click on here. If I clicked in any other date, and as you were going through this, from 2020, you could see on every single month, the 7th had a yellow box around it. So it just automatically, when I kept it on the 7th, it automatically, and every month that I checked, it automatically it showed the 7th highlighted.
Okay. And now, Detective Farron, do you know whether or not it is possible to delete, let's say, for instance, we see highlight here, April 3rd, as I indicated a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not it is, with this particular device, if someone wanted to, let's say, delete data, images, information from this date, that's obviously recording, does this device allow them to delete a date
No, it does not.
of activity?
No.
Okay. And how do you know that?
From experience in classes I've been through, also on, I think it was January 3rd of 2022, I contacted Night Owl on their tech support, their live tech support, and asked them that specific question with this specific DVR and model number, and they responded back to me that it is the entire hard drive has to be formatted or nothing. It's all or nothing. You cannot pinpoint an hour, a minute, a day, nothing. It's either everything is formatted to empty or.
Okay. All right. And when you say everything is formatted to empty, does that mean the entire month? Or it would wipe everything out? Like, how far back would it go to wipe everything out if you wanted to delete something from this DVR?
For all those months that we just showed would have been all just gray. There would not been one single. There would not be one single red date on there that would indicate that it was recording prior to that being, say, for instance, we pulled the DVR on April 23rd of 2021, and that's when the search warrant was in, and we took it on that date, if that was just a hypothetical date, and they deleted or they formatted the system, you would see nothing on there at all from anything prior to, so if they formatted it on the 16th, for an example, everything from April 16th, 21 backwards would be gone. The DVR would have started recording again, and I'd have fresh data with the red box from that date. Just because that red box is there doesn't mean that's the entire day. When you click on, when you open it back up, it'll tell you what time it started recording. So they could have started recording at 10 o'clock in the morning and then shut off at 7 o'clock at night, or it could have started recording 10 o'clock in the morning, as an example, and stopped recording at 11 o'clock in the morning. But that entire date is going to indicate that there's video. It's just saying that there's video there. It's not telling you until you open that specific box. It's not going to tell you how much video is there.
Okay. All right. Judge, if I can have a second, please.
You may. All right. All right. Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you.
All righty. You may. Yes, sir, please.
Good afternoon, Detective Farron.
Afternoon.
Your role at the Violent Crime Division for the last 17 years is collecting video from cases, right?
Well, not the last 17 years, no. I started doing it basically mostly full-time in 2010. I was on a regular line squad handling cases.
Because you're all that busy, it keeps you busy full-time doing this type of work, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you've done this hundreds of times, thousands probably, right?
A fair amount, yes.
All right. You would agree that, I guess, the bottom line is the police did not erase the tape in this case, right?
Correct.
And you would agree the homeowner did not erase the tape in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know that based on everything you told us.
Yes.
And you don't know why it's not captured, right?
No, I do not.
Okay. Have you had cases where you found the homeowners trying to erase things?
I've had a case, yes.
Okay. That's not the case here, right?
No. The case that I had, everything was gone. The entire system was blank.
Okay. Show you it's been entered into evidence as 35, states 35C. You probably never saw this before, did you?
No, I have not.
All right, assuming this is the house where the DVR was taken and there's a screen attached to it, and there was testimony there's 5 different separate screens showing you the outside cameras. The person didn't know if they were live or not, but it's on this TV. How would the homeowner know, if you know, that it's being recording or not recording? Is there a way of telling?
On each individual screen, the screen itself, the image of like your driveway or wherever you may be pointing the cameras, the direction the camera is going on. Some systems, when motion comes on, a little red box will come up on the bottom, or a little green guy that looks like he's running. That'll come up to show that there's motion there recording, or there'll be a red dot there All systems are different, but it would indicate that somehow.
All right, let me show you one more. 35, states 35. Oh. Does this look like the hard drive you looked at behind this screen?
Yes.
Could you tell if it's plugged in, or you really can't tell from looking at this?
Well, I can't tell if that's the system that's actually projecting that. No.
All right. And let me bring you the photograph because it's hard to see from where you're at. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Let me show you 35O. Do you see anything that would indicate, whoops, sorry, apologize, indicate anything that it's recording or not recording, or there's no way of telling?
There's no way telling here.
How come?
I don't. Can I say it again?
Yeah, of course.
I don't see any indications that you would usually see that it's recording. Not all DVRs will have something there, but they usually do, and I don't see anything there.
You can't tell if it's recording or not recording? Correct. Okay. And the video you obtained from Mr. Nash, he was down. Well, you don't know this area, so you don't know the
No, I'm not
players
familiar.
in this case.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
That gentleman was cooperative.
Yes.
All right, no problem getting the video from there.
No.
Did you view it, or you just downloaded it and gave it to the people that you mentioned?
I believe when we were there, they played the video just to make sure we had the right time frame. I downloaded it, and then I gave it to Detective Vanderlaan, and I kept a copy. I didn't give it to her there on the scene. I give it to her afterwards.
Okay. You remember how long afterwards?
It's probably either that day or the next morning.
You know what day that was, by any chance?
I have no idea.
How about last question, a series of questions. The night owl cameras, assuming they were outside of this home, you said they could be outside or inside, right?
Anywhere you decide to put your cameras, yes.
All right, so let's say I'm outside or inside, wherever the camera is. Do you know if I'm a person who comes to this home, would I be able to see if the cameras are on? Is there any like dots on them, or white dots, red dots, or anything indicating they're working?
There would be, like, most systems have the night vision on them, and outside the lenses there'll be red, they're infrared lights that project, light, unseen light that lights up an area like at night, so you can have some kind of vision. That's either 20 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet, whatever. So they will be on, ignited or whatever you want to call it. They'll be illuminated. But the camera itself, every camera on a system like this has to have its own power supply, because this is an older system. So it has to have its own, each camera's got to be plugged into an outlet. Okay? So if the camera was not, the camera itself went bad, the iris of the camera, and it's not recording, because the camera has power to it, the infrared is still going to be illuminated. So it's going to give the impression that the camera is functioning and recording.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Any redirect at all?
Yes, Judge, just briefly.
All right.
That first video, Detective Farron, remember when you collected video from the first residence?
Mr. Nash?
Mr. Nash, yes, sir. Were you able to determine whether or not that recording device had the accurate time and date stamp on it?
Yeah, I'd have to look at my notes to see exactly if that's okay.
Will that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Judge McHugh?
He may.
Mr. Nash's system, yes, it was on time.
Okay. So it's accurate date and accurate time.
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right, thank you. All right, Detective Farron, you may go on about your day, sir. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, you need a break? Yeah, okay, we'll take a restroom, that's fine. We'll take a restroom break. Be back, please, at 10:30 sharp, and we'll get going with our next witness, whomever that is.
All right, notepads face down and numbers up, please.
instructions, has the state had a chance to look at those yet?
Judge, we did, we do have an objection to the principal instruction, and in terms of the language for the self-defense instruction, obviously we would have an objection to anything other than what is being offered as the standard.
Okay.
But Judge, we can go through that when we break for.
All right, I just wanted to.
Lunch, I'm sorry.
Sure, I just wanted to get a handle on how many were going to be objected to.
Okay.
All right.
And Judge, I haven't had a chance to do it, but if this trial goes into next week, this weekend.
Well, clearly it's going to go into next week.
I have a stack of case law that I need to synthesize. It came to me during this trial as issues on transfer intent. And I need to write an instruction on that if I have the opportunity.
Well, yeah, I'll give you the opportunity, sure.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Good case law.
Okay. It's not quite 10:30. You want to see how they're doing? Mr. Clossy?
Yes.
Melissa's got it.
Say again? The autopsy one?
Yeah.
Jury entering.
Okay. Once again, folks, thank you for your punctuality. All right, everyone take your seats, please. We ready with the next witness?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Detective Matthew Ott.
Okay.
Stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Right this way, detective.
All right, Detective, when you're comfortable up there, please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Yes, Detective Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Ott, O-T-T.
Thank you very much. You may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Ott.
Good morning.
And where are you currently employed?
The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
How long have you been with that agency?
18 years.
Okay, and obviously you're a detective.
Yes.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years.
All right. Any prior law enforcement experience before Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Before the Sheriff's Office, I worked for the Lantana Police Department.
Okay. All right. Your entire career has been in law enforcement?
Yes.
All right, I want to get to, before I get to that, do you have a specific assignment, like what unit, what division of?
I work in homicide.
Homicide, okay. So let's get to why we are all here. And I want to direct your attention to April 7th of 2021. Do you recall whether or not you were working on that night?
I was.
All right. And obviously you were working in the capacity of a detective, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how did you get involved in this case?
So the Road Patrol deputies would obviously respond to the call. The supervisor from Road Patrol would contact the violent crimes sergeant, advise them of what they have, and then we would get sent out by our supervisors.
Okay. And who sent you out? If you recall, what sergeant or supervisor?
Sergeant Shea.
Sergeant Shea sent you out?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you when you're initially called to go out to a scene, when you're given that call, when you get that call by Sergeant Shea, do you know at that point who's going to be designated the lead detective at that point?
Usually you do, yes.
Okay. And did you know when you received the call after speaking with Sergeant Shea who was going to be the lead?
Yes.
Okay, who was that?
Detective Vanderlaan.
All right. So now where do you go after getting the call from Sergeant Shea?
So everybody's kind of given an assignment at the time based on whatever details we have. At the time, I was directed to Mr. Rudolph's house.
All right. What time did you get the call? Do you remember?
I was sent there at 12:48 in the morning.
Okay, and you just looked down at something.
Yes, I have some notes, my supplement.
Okay, so if you need to refer to your report, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
Okay, and is that what you have in your report there?
Yes.
Okay. So is that the time that you received the call?
That's the time that Sergeant Shea told us to respond, yes.
Okay. And how long did you go once you got that call from Sergeant Shea, did you go directly to Mr. Rudolph's house?
Yes.
Did you make any stops in between?
No.
All right. What time did you arrive at that address?
And I'll be looking again. I arrived at 1:17 in the morning.
Now, when you arrived at his address, and what is his address that if you know, is it in your report?
It is 550 Teak Drive in the town of Lake Park.
Okay, is that Palm Beach County?
Yes.
When you arrived at 550 Teak Drive, were you the first law enforcement officer there?
No.
All right. How many other officers were there when you got there?
Several road patrol deputies.
Did you park, or where did you park?
So when I arrived, I was about 3 to 4 houses to the east.
Okay. Now, you were about 3 or 4 houses to the east. So, if you recall, how many other officers were there when you arrived? How many police cars did you see when you got on scene?
So I don't recall exactly. When I initially arrived there, there was probably in front of that house, probably 2 or 3 deputies on the east side where I was, kind of facing the house. There were multiple, I couldn't give you a number, but multiple other deputies throughout the area assigned different tasks.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is in evidence already as states composite 36. This is going to be 36D. Do you recall this being the house where you
Yes, I do.
responded to Detective Ott?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, we see crime scene tape up here. When you got there, was that tape already up when you arrived on scene at that address?
I do not believe so.
All right. So, if the tape was not up, then did you see them put the crime scene tape up there?
So I'm fairly sure that it was not up when I got there, and that would have been done later on. Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as states composite 36, and this is J. All right. Now, is this just another view of that same home where you responded that night?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you can tell us, if you see it in this photograph here, where were you parked? Is it
I would be off to the left. Like I said, probably 3 to 4 houses. Based on the photo, it would probably be where the judge's bench is.
Okay. All right. And there were other law enforcement officer cars there as well.
Yes.
Now, when you get there, were there other detectives there or just deputies?
When I first arrived, I was the only detective that was there.
So you being the only detective who is the first to arrive, do you start giving orders or tasks for other deputies to do?
In this situation, it was a fluid situation. So do I start giving orders and tasks? No, but what I do is I start communicating with the other detectives, whatever supervisors that we have, supervisors that were on the scene, deputies that were seen, and we just, like I said, it was very fluid. So we're kind of working as we go to figure out the best way to handle the situation.
Okay. Do you get in touch with Detective Vanderlaan at some point? She arrives?
At that point, I don't know that I was in touch with her or not.
Okay. Now, in this case, Detective Ott, are you aware that there was another scene that was set up someplace else?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And are you in contact with the detective or deputies at that other scene?
At the time, I was not.
You was not. You were not. Okay. While you're sitting there at this house, and you kind of just waiting, is that what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. So tell us, what are you waiting for? Did you go up to the door and knock on the door?
I did not.
All right. Did any law enforcement officer go and knock on that door?
No.
And why not?
At the time, there were believed to be several family members within the house. It was unknown at that time if they were simply in the house, whether they were barricaded in the house, refusing to come out, and exactly who was in the house was unknown.
Okay. All right. Did you ever see anyone open the door and just look out to see?
I did not.
What about, because you said a few minutes ago that you don't recall when you arrived on scene, you do not recall that crime scene tape being up.
Correct.
Now, just by, based on what you said, at some point it was placed there while you were there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And as they were placing that crime, someone was placing that crime scene tape there. Do you recall whether or not anyone from that residence came outside?
As the crime scene tape was being placed?
Yes, around their home.
So if I can I explain why the crime scene tape wasn't up? And so the reason that the crime scene tape wasn't up at the time is because it was, at the time there were believed to be people inside the house. It would have been unsafe at the time for the deputies to go and put up crime scene tape. You would have put yourself, or they would have put themselves in a vulnerable position. So prior to putting up any crime scene tape and securing that scene, if you will, we wanted to make sure that all of the occupants of the residence were out. And then once the scene was deemed safe, is then when you'll go up and set up the crime scene tape.
Okay. So, just to recap very quickly, this crime scene tape would not have been put up until all of the occupants were out of the house.
Correct.
So now, you get there, and you get there you get the call at 12:48 a.m., you arrive at, what time was that again?
1:17.
1:17 a.m. Now, when you park your car, what are you doing? You're just sitting there waiting on Detective Vanderlaan to show up, or what?
It like I said, it was a very fluid situation. So it's a combination of communicating with the sergeant, the other detectives, kind of formulating a game plan, figuring out what was going on at the scene, whatever needed to be done at the time to accomplish the goal at hand.
Okay, so you're there at 1:17. Mm-hmm. Did anybody come out of that house between 1:17 a.m. and 2 o'clock a.m.?
No.
All right. And how do you know that?
I mean, I was a couple of houses down, so I didn't have constant eyes on the door, but I'm sure we would have been notified if somebody came out.
All right. Do you recall anybody coming out of that house while you were standing outside? Because at this point, is this house going to be searched? Is that the?
That is the end goal. Yes.
Okay. And what are you guys waiting on?
The main thing is making sure that there are no occupants in the house.
Okay.
And then, well, okay. So once there's nobody else in the house, we would apply for a search warrant for the house.
All right. So you are between 1:17, you arrive on scene, and around 2 o'clock, you said you didn't see anybody come out of the house, and you believe you would have been notified if someone had come out of that house. Is that
Correct.
Right? All right. What about after 2 o'clock a.m.?
Yes. Eventually the occupants did come out.
All right. And do you recall what time you saw someone come out of that house, or what time you were made aware that someone came out of the house?
So in my, again, referring to my report, I have that at 2:48 in the morning, the occupants of the residence began to come out. They were temporarily detained, and at 2:50, Mr. Rudolph came out.
Okay. Now, so that was at 2:48 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you recall who came out of the house at 2:48 a.m.? You said that Mr. Rudolph was the last occupant to come out.
So no, I do. I don't recall the order in which people came out. I know at one point his mother did. Other family members. I can't tell you who came out in what order. No.
All right. But you saw these people coming out. You saw these
Yes.
people coming out of the house.
Yes.
Did you talk to his mom?
No.
Did you talk to Daryl, his brother?
I did not.
Did he try to talk to you?
No.
Did he try to tell you what happened?
No.
So now you see them come out of the house. Is that the point, which would have been around 2:48 a.m., is that the point at which crime scene tape would have been placed?
After the occupants were taken out of the house, after deputies went in and conducted an initial sweep to make sure that there was nobody in the house, then yes, that's when the crime scene tape would have been put up.
Okay. Did you go in with the deputies to do the initial sweep?
I did not.
All right. Did you go in the house at all after the occupants came out of the house?
Once the search warrant was drafted and signed.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was that you would have entered the house once the search warrant was
I
drafted and signed?
believe it was about, it was early in the morning. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I do not have it in front of me. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning. It was much later.
So several hours later. So
Yes.
were you on that? So you were on that scene for several hours.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Once you guys had the search warrant to go in the house, you went in the house with them.
Yes.
Did you conduct a search with them?
Yes.
All right. And I want to direct your attention to some phones that were in a bedroom. Do you recall that, Detective Ott?
I recall phones in bedrooms, yes.
Okay. Phones, period. Did
Yes.
you collect phones at all in this house?
So what we would do is identify whatever items of evidentiary value that we find, and we would notify a crime scene investigator who would come and photograph them in place, and eventually, usually the crime scene investigators will collect them. It just depends on the situation. If it's something that a detective wants to handle, the primary detective wants to handle and collect themselves, they'll do it. But I did not physically collect anything, no.
Okay. So now, when you're in the house, what exactly are you doing? When you go in there because the house is being searched at this point, right?
Correct. So I'm assisting with the search.
All right. Do you recall going into a bedroom, one of the bedrooms?
Yes.
Do you recall looking on one of the chest of drawers and seeing two phones?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not either one or both of those phones were working or not working?
One was working and one was not.
Okay. And do you know whose bedroom that was that you were in?
That was Daryl Rudolph's bedroom.
Now, the phone that was not working, how do you know that it was not working?
So the phone that was working, we tapped the screen and it illuminated so you could see what was going on. The one that was not working, same thing, you tapped the screen, it didn't come on. You press a button, nothing turned on. So it was either dead power-wise or in some way not working.
Did you take the phone that appeared to be working to you?
Yes. Well, yes.
Someone
In the search, yes.
In the search, okay. And what about the phone that did not appear to be working? Did you guys confiscate that phone?
No.
That phone?
No.
You left it at the residence?
I'm sorry?
You left it at the residence? In the
Yes.
bedroom?
Yes.
Now, that phone that was not working, that you guys determined was not working, did you look for a cord, a charger, or anything to see, well, maybe the phone is just dead, and let me just plug it up and see if it'll work?
There was not anything in the immediate area of that. We didn't look. I did not look beyond that.
Okay, all right. So when you didn't see, once you touched the phone, when you didn't see anything illuminate on the screen, you guys just figured that it was not something that was of evidentiary value, and you left it there?
Correct.
Judge, may I have a second?
You may.
Detective Ott, to when the occupants of the home came out of the home. Do you know why it was at that point they decided to come out of the house?
So yes, prior to our arrival, while we were still en route to the scene, there were 2 people observed coming out of the home by the road patrol deputies who were there at the scene.
Let me stop you right there. Do you know do you know, and you weren't there at the time, is that right?
Correct.
Those 2 people were seen coming out of the house?
Right.
Do you know who those 2 people were?
I do not.
Okay, so you can go ahead and finish.
So the deputies that saw them come out watched them get into a vehicle and saw them leave the area. A short distance away, they were stopped. A traffic stop was conducted on the vehicle. They were stopped by deputies. The deputies spoke to them. I do not know what the conversation was or anything related to that, but we knew that at that point, 2 people who were inside the house had left, got into a vehicle, and drove away from the scene. So I continued to respond to the residents, and Detective Piacek responded to where that traffic stop was conducted and met with the deputies who stopped them as well as the occupants of the vehicle.
At some point later on in this investigation, did you ever learn who those 2 occupants, who those people were?
I did not.
And so it was after Detective Piacek stopped that vehicle where those people were seen coming out of the residence. It was after that stop that the other residents or occupants of the home ended up coming out of the house.
Yes. So what happened in Detective Piacek speaking with them? I don't know the conversation. I don't know what was said, but at some point, one of the occupants of that vehicle said that they were a family member of the occupants of the residence, and there was some sort of an agreement made to where that person who was in the vehicle was going to call the house, speak to the residents, and have them come out.
Okay. All right. Judge, I have nothing further.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, any cross?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Detective Ott.
Good afternoon.
When you were there, I know you're the first detective, and you said there was a couple other deputies, two or three in the area? Right by the Peak Drive?
Yes.
You weren't directly in front of Mr. Rudolph's home, were you?
No.
You didn't have your flashing lights on, like the blue light
No.
crews, did you?
No.
You know if the other deputies did that were there?
I do not believe that they did.
All right. So, if you're looking at the Rudolph residence, do you know if they were able to see you where you were?
I can't tell you because I wasn't in the residence.
All right, well, the other deputies trying to back away a little bit so they could not see you?
Well, so the way that the deputies were parked was obviously not in front of the house. You got a safety issue, so they were parked kind of at an angle down the street. Now, I do not believe that the flashing red and blue lights were on at the time, but I know that the house was very well illuminated. I can't tell you for sure if that was from street lights or from, the lights from the light bars on the deputies' vehicles or the spotlights or things like that. But I knew that the house was very well illuminated.
All right. Isn't it true that you or any of the other deputies didn't use a speaker or a megaphone or anything like that and say, y'all come out now?
Yes, there was nothing like that.
Nothing like that, right?
Correct.
You don't know if Mr. Rudolph was afraid y'all were going to shoot him, do you?
Well, I don't know, no.
Yeah, you don't know if his brother or mother thought y'all were going to shoot him, right?
I don't know.
You don't know what's going through their mind at this point.
No.
All right, and as far as you know, from everything you told us, as soon as they were told for the first time that a family member or anybody that was the first time anyone told them to come out, right?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, and they immediately cooperated and came out, right?
Again, I wasn't privy to that conversation. I wasn't there. All I was told basically was that, Detective Piacek had spoke with the occupants of the vehicle that were stopped. One of the occupants made a phone call and that they would be exiting the house.
And they came right out, right?
Yes.
Mr. Rudolph came out first?
Last.
You sure?
I believe so.
And so you disagree that he came out first?
I wouldn't say. The way I remember it is that he came out last.
All right, so you disagree with me that he came out first, right?
Okay.
Okay. And who came out next? You're not sure?
I don't remember the order or the names or any of that, no.
Okay. When all of them came out, were they placed on the ground and put handcuffs on?
They weren't placed on the ground, I believe. So I can't tell you if handcuffs were placed on everybody, no.
Is that a normal procedure when someone comes out of a house?
It depends.
Well, tell me what happened to Travis Rudolph. Was he handcuffed?
He was handcuffed.
Who handcuffed him?
I don't know.
He was arrested right then when he came out of the house, right?
Yes. Well, he was placed in handcuffs. I don't know who it was. I wasn't part of that team.
Okay. Well, that's an arrest when you put someone in handcuffs, right?
Not necessarily. You could be detained.
Okay. So, was he placed in a police car?
Yes.
He wasn't free to leave?
No.
And he had no weapons on him?
No.
He was cooperative?
He was cooperative.
Came out of the house like he was told?
Yes.
Was he placed on the ground?
No, I don't believe so.
You see any injuries on Mr. Rudolph?
No, I wasn't close enough to him to see any injuries, but no, I was not made aware of any injuries.
Well, I'm asking if you saw any injuries.
I did not see any, no.
All right, so you can't tell us whether he had them or didn't.
No.
And how about the position of Darryl Rudolph? How was he? Did he come out backwards, forwards?
I don't know.
Well, how do y'all tell people to come out of a house? I'm sure, isn't there a detective there or a deputy? Or
there were several deputies who were there. That's why I was trying to explain. I was down the street. Well, so when I initially got there, I was probably 3 or 4 houses to the east. When this happened, when they were coming out, I was, a lot closer. I'm not going to say that I was still down the street, but I was much closer. But the uniformed deputies and the marked cars and all that team and whoever else you have, canine and helicopters and all that, they're the ones who are going to handle the calling out of people, the detaining of them, and things like that. Was I part of that team? No. Did I have conversations with anybody? No. Do I notice injuries on anybody or anything even close to that nature? No.
But you watched them come out of the house?
Sure.
Okay, and you heard the helicopter up above?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And you saw canine dogs there?
Yes.
Not sniffing for guns. These are dogs that will bite people if they try to run, right?
Correct.
All right. And how many cops would you say were there? 10, 15?
So the answer is I don't know.
Can you give me an approximation?
I would say maybe at the most 10. Right. I would say less than that.
Did you stay in your car at the time when the
No.
documents came out?
No.
Did you draw down on the people coming out of the house?
Not.
Did any of the police officers have their guns pointed at them?
I'm sure they did.
And was the canine barking at them?
I'm sure. Yes.
And was anyone barking out orders from a megaphone from a deputy's car, or a speaker that you can hear on the outside?
So there were orders that were being given to the occupants that came out of the house, whether it was from a megaphone or speaker or anything, I don't know. But there were verbal orders that were being given, yes.
All right. Can you tell us if Mr. Rudolph, Darryl Rudolph, was placed in handcuffs or any restraints?
I don't recall.
How about Mrs. Rudolph, the mom?
I do not recall.
You talked about the phones in Darryl Rudolph's bedroom. Did you personally tell any of the crime scene people only collect one?
Yes.
Okay, because you felt only one was working.
Correct.
All right. And that's important for you if you were the lead detective, you would try to dump that phone or download it as soon as possible, right?
The working one or the non-working one?
Working one, of course.
Yes.
The non-working one, probably. You may be able to dump that also, right?
Yes, you may.
All right. But especially working ones, if Darryl Rudolph was texting or writing to anyone or calling people during this time frame of this case, you'd want to know that as a lead detective, right?
Correct.
In your business, phones are getting more and more important, right, on every homicide case?
Very much so.
Probably more than DNA sometimes, right?
Well, no, I would disagree with that.
Sometimes just as important.
Well, I mean, investigation or investigation. Sometimes phone, sometimes DNA, sometimes video. You could have a variety of most importance.
Okay. Depending on the facts of the case.
Correct.
You had nothing to do with what phones were downloaded or dumped, did you?
No.
If you're working a case and you're the lead detective, if someone lies to you and then you find out later on what they told you was not true, do you ever go back and confront those people?
Sure. I mean,
why?
Every investigation is different, so I can't, say that I've always done it or anything of that nature. But lies sometimes get confronted. Yes, sometimes you use them to your advantage.
Do you normally, in your cases, do you normally gather phones right away from witnesses or people that were, not witnesses, people that were players or involved in the case?
So it depends. It has become, I would say, on my cases, more and more of a trend of trying to collect phones as soon as possible.
If someone was a main player or person in this case, or any case that you do, would you normally try to get their phone right away so they don't erase things or try to destroy things?
Everything's going to depend upon the investigation at hand. I would say it has become more of a case of more of a common practice of trying to get those phones quickly, yes.
Because you don't want someone to erase or destroy their phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever have a person who was a main participant in a homicide case that you said, all right, you can keep your phone, but just don't erase anything? Do you ever do that?
No, I don't recall. I don't know why I would do that.
Doesn't make sense, right?
Not to me.
Okay. Any rules as a homicide detective that you can't go back to a different crime scene later on after this crime scene investigator's left if you get additional information saying, hey, maybe something relevant is at this crime scene? Any rules that says you can't go back there?
There are no rules that say you can't go back to a crime scene. I mean, you'll have to follow rules to go back to the crime scene.
Of course. How about if the crime scene tape is taken down and maybe a day or two later you find something that, oh my God, we really got to go back there. Can you do that?
Yes. And again, there's rules that you have to follow in order to go back there. You don't just go knock on a door and say, hi, we're back.
Of course. You either get permission or you get a warrant, right?
Correct.
Search warrant.
Correct.
Okay. You're obviously carry a gun on a daily basis, right?
Yes.
When you're working.
Yes.
Probably when you're not working, too.
Well, that's personal.
Living in this county, right? Yes. Okay. Can you tell, looking at a semi-automatic gun from 5 or 10, 15, 20 feet away, if the gun is loaded?
No.
Can you tell if a bullet's in the chamber?
No.
If you had a firearm pointed at you and you thought your life was in danger, would you shoot until you eliminate the threat?
That's what we're trained to do.
You shoot one time, 2 times, or as many times as necessary?
Until the threat is eliminated.
You shoot to kill, not to wound, right?
To eliminate the threat.
There's no rule of law that a witness has to talk to you in a case, do they?
No.
So, if you find out I'm a witness and I observe something serious happen in my neighborhood, and I say, look, I'm not talking to you, you can't force me, right?
Correct.
Can't get arrested for that.
Correct.
You have a power to get a subpoena and force me to come and talk to you, right?
Potentially, yes.
Do that right away, right? If you want.
Well, I mean, whenever I feel the need to do so, yes. I don't know that it would be right away. Again, every investigation is different.
Sure. But if you knew I was a witness who observed something and I said, I'm not talking to you guys for whatever reason, you can subpoena me and I'd have no choice and have to tell you what I knew, right?
Right.
Okay. Have you done that before, right?
I actually, yes, I have.
Have a moment, Judge.
Of course.
Did you search anywhere else in this home?
So I assisted with this. Basically, what happens is the search warrant was, I wrote it. It's my search warrant. It's being executed by me. There are deputies or detectives who were assisting with the search of the residence. And I assist with it. So basically, every room of the house I would have gone into.
All right, and you're the one that cleared the Sig Sauer?
No, I'm not.
You're not the one. No. All right, did you ever see the Sig Sauer? Yes. State's Exhibit number 3? This gun's not illegal as far as you know, right? Did you see the drum that was under a bed in Daryl's room? That's not illegal, is it? No? All right.
As far as I know.
You're far from the mic, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thanks. I mean, unless you're a convicted felon, maybe, right?
Right.
Okay. How about State's Exhibit number 7? Anything about this gun that would make it illegal as far as you can tell?
No.
State's Exhibit number 4. firearm found in Mr. Rudolph's bedroom, says FN Herstal 5.7 times 2.8 semi-automatic pistol, and then it says Belgium. Anything about this firearm that makes it illegal?
No.
Thank you, sir.
All right, any redirect at all?
Yes, sir, just a couple of questions.
Okay.
Second lot, you were asking about, collecting phones and being able to go into those phones, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need to search, even though you collect phones, as a detective, have you collected hundreds of phones in cases?
Yes.
What do you need in order to go, once you collect those phones, can you just go into them?
Well, it depends, but usually no.
Okay. What do you need?
A search warrant.
So even though you collect phones, you still need to get a search warrant to go into the phone, right?
Correct.
You were asked a question about, and a search warrant means probable cause
Correct.
to go into the phone.
Right.
You were asked a question about if someone pointed a gun at you, would you shoot back? You recall that question?
Yes.
Well, are you going to, just to tag on to that question, someone pointed a gun at you, do you perceive that as a threat of imminent death or great bodily harm?
Well, so that's a very broad question that I was asked if somebody points a gun at you. I mean, everything in this world depends on circumstances. So it's a very broad question. If someone was standing in front of me, yes, I could perceive it as a threat of death or imminent, injury. But everything would depend upon the circumstances of whatever was going on.
Okay, thank you. And would you agree that before you started firing your gun, you got to see somebody pointing a gun at you in order to justify an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm?
Yes.
There's nothing further.
All right, thank you. Detective Ott, you may go on about your day. Stay safe. It's 11:04. Do you have another witness that's going to take a relatively brief period of time?
Yes, Judge, I can call Detective Cunningham. He is
Perfect.
at the phone.
Okay, wonderful. Let's have Detective Cunningham come in then.
Stand right here, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Detective, now that you're comfortable up there, would you please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
My name is Jeff Cunningham, JEFF-CUNNINGHAM.
All right, thank you. Detective, you may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, ma'am. 19 years at the end of this month.
And where are you currently assigned?
I am currently in the Digital Forensics Unit.
Okay, and what does that unit, what do you guys do in that unit?
To collect, preserve, and report on digital evidence.
And when you're referring to digital evidence, what does that mean? What does that consist of?
It can be phones, it could be computers, it could be a drone, anything with some sort of digital nexus involved.
How long have you been there?
Approximately 8 years at this point.
Going into that unit, where were you assigned?
Before that unit, I was a field training officer in the city of Belglade.
Any law enforcement experience prior to Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
So I want to get to, well, before I get to that, the unit that you're currently in, did you have to receive any sort of special training or education in order to get into that unit?
Not necessarily to get into, but in order to maintain my position, yes.
All right. And so tell us, what do you have to do to maintain your position?
Would you like the full laundry list or just a quick?
It's going to be quick.
Basically, I went to a Cellbrite class, which is a cell phone class, in order to learn how to download and analyze data from cellular devices. I have been to an NCASE class, which is a type of computer forensics class. It's a type of software that we use to analyze computers. I have also been to IASIS, which is a organization that puts on a computer forensics class and then has a very rigorous and not easy computer forensics certification that goes along with it. It's kind of an industry standard type forensics. And since then, I have done a network intrusion class put on by the Secret Service up in Hoover, Alabama, and I've also gone to a vehicle forensics class as well in Maryland.
Okay, thank you. And so you basically have to stay up to date as technology evolves with our cell phones and our as you mentioned, just any sort of device that we use, an iPad, an iPhone, any sort of cell phone, any sort of media device. You have to stay trained as technology advances in those areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And so you do these trainings quite often?
Try to. Typically, it comes down to dollars and cents sometimes.
Okay. All right. So I want to direct your attention to this case. Now, can you tell us, number one, how do you become involved in a case?
A request is typically made, and then I work on that request based on what they're asking to be done.
Okay. And when you say a request is made, is that typically by a detective?
Yes.
Another detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, asking you to retrieve data from some sort of device?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you asked to do that in this case?
I was.
All right. Were you provided phones in this case?
I was.
How many phones were you given?
5 total.
5 in total. Okay. And were you given Travis Rudolph's phone?
I was.
All right. And as it relates to Mr. Rudolph's phone, were you able to conduct an extraction of that phone?
I was.
All right. And was it successful?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you the 5 phones that you were given, and I use the word extraction, does that mean that you are taking items? You have a phone, and so hypothetically speaking, if I were to give you my phone and I asked you to extract my phone, you would put it in some, you would attach it to something and try to extract all of the data that's on my phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that what you were asked to do in this case with all of the phones that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told us about Mr. Rudolph's phone, that his phone was successful. Okay. Now, were there any phones that you had in this case that you were unable to extract data from that phone?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what phone, how many of those phones out of the 5?
Just one.
Just one? Okay. Do you recall whose phone that would have been?
The decedent in this case.
Okay. Now, for the other phones, where you were able to successfully extract data from those phones, is it because you had the password?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Now, the decedent's phone in this case, which is Sebastien Jean-Jacques, you said that you were not able to extract his phone.
Correct.
And can you tell us why not?
Without the passcode and the type of device and the operating system version that it was running, I was just not capable of downloading with those without that information.
Okay. When you don't have a passcode, and you're unable to conduct an extraction successfully, what do you do with the phone that you're asked to pull an extraction from?
I try to give as much identifying information for that device and pass it back along to the case agent.
All right. Now, when you realize that you weren't, well, just talking about the decedent's phone, when you realize that you did not have a passcode for that phone, okay, and you weren't going to get one because no one knows it, what do you do with that phone? How do you try to complete an extraction?
We can attempt to use some of our tools to gain access to the phone, but in this case, that was not able to be done.
Okay. Now, have you had instances where same type of situation, same circumstances, where you were given a phone or phones, and you don't get the passcode or the password, and you can't get into it? Do you go through the same process?
The attempt is made, yes.
Okay. And are there times when you're able to basically, for lack of a better term, crack the phone?
Yes.
Get into the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would be, you basically would be bypassing the passcode, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So, is there a way can you tell us, is there anything out there that tells you or can tell us how long does that take? If you don't have a passcode or password, how long could we be waiting to get into that phone?
There's a number of factors involved when making that determination. Complexity of the code, what type of code, alphanumeric or just a PIN code. There's some phones that have pattern locks where you just swipe your thumb across. Those are typically relatively fast if they're supported for that. But if a phone is able to have this tool used on it, it can be the next day, depending on how complicated the passcode is or how common it is, or it could take 10 to 20 years, depending on complexity.
Okay. So, hypothetically speaking, and I don't want to insult the members of the jury, but I just want to use my phone as an example. Okay. Hypothetically speaking, if I gave you my phone and I don't give you my passcode, how long, can you tell the members of the jury, how long could it take you to get in that phone with the tools that you have to try to...
Again, it would all depend on the type of device, type of operating system, version of the operating system, complexity of the passcode, commonality of the passcode. A lot of folks use dates, so typically that's where these things start. If none of those things are found in the initial situation, then it could be years.
Okay. And when you say years, have you had a case where it has taken years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't able to get in the phone?
I was able to.
Okay. But it took years?
Approximately a year and a half.
Okay. What's the longest that you, in your area of expertise, that it has taken you to get into a phone where you don't have a passcode?
I mean, I have multiple devices running currently that have no end in sight at this point. So it could be when I walk into the office today, or it could be a year from now. So
could it be longer than a year?
Oh, absolutely.
And are you aware? You've gone to different trainings and whatnot. What you just told us about. In the literature that's out there as it relates to Celebrate and getting to these phones, do you know, and not from your own experience, but what's the length of time that it could take to get into a phone where you don't know the passcode?
Again, it could be typically when you see the, it will give you a possible amount of time it could take if it takes the maximum amount of time. And again, I've seen up to 20 years.
Okay. Judge, if I can just have a moment.
You may.
The phone that you told us that you were not able to get into, which is the decedent's phone, Sebastian's phone,
Yes, ma'am.
based on what you indicated a little while ago, which was the make, model, and everything else attached, all that stuff that it takes you to get into, that it would take to get into a phone where you don't have the passcode. Are you able to tell the jury how long would you estimate it could take you to get into that phone?
At this point, it's not even supported, so I couldn't even give you an answer. So it was a relatively new device, and that particular device is still having issues with that, with even uploading anything that could gain a bypass of it.
All right. But you can try.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
All right, any cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or actually good morning.
Morning, Counselor.
All right, so on the decedent's phone, you know his name is Sebastien Jean-Jacques, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where that phone was found, or you wouldn't know that?
No idea.
Was that phone in an airplane mode when you got it?
I could refer to my notes and let you know if that is indeed the situation or was viewable at that time for that. Yes, the phone was already in airplane mode.
That unusual to get a phone in airplane mode?
No.
A phone in airplane mode, you wouldn't be able to. Would you be able to get calls from it or make calls from it?
Not necessarily.
You'd have to be hooked up to Wi-Fi.
Typically, yes.
If you're on airplane mode, you wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't hit the dishes and tell us where that person is or that phone is at any given time, right?
That I don't know.
No idea.
No idea.
How would someone make a call if it's on airplane mode? Do you know? Or receive one?
It can make emergency phone calls.
Like a 911 call?
Possibly.
Anything else?
Not that I know of, sir.
And you don't know why this phone was put on airplane mode, do you?
It could have been turned on by anybody. I do not know who did.
I didn't ask you who did it. I said you don't know why it was put on airplane mode.
That's how I answered. I don't know why.
You didn't do it.
No, sir.
And you would have the passcode in order to do that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
How would you do it?
Typically with Apple iPhones, unless you change a setting, you can actually go and put it into airplane mode at any time, whether locked or not.
Do you have any evidence that anyone from the police did that?
I have no idea.
They normally change phones when you get them from the detective?
Typically, we
Regular mode to airplane mode. Did they normally do that, the police?
typically we ask them to do so we can preserve evidence.
You know if that was done in this case?
I do not know.
You never asked.
No, sir.
All right, so you said that was the only phone you were not able to open up?
Correct.
You may.
Showing you states number 70. It says cell phone, northwest bedroom, Rudolph residence. Have you ever seen that phone before? You can open it. You need scissors? Gloves?
It has not been opened by me.
How do you know that?
Typically it would be sealed with my initials on it.
Your initials anywhere?
No, sir.
You know if that's a phone belonging to someone named Darryl Rudolph?
I don't know.
Okay. Were you ever given that phone to extract it?
No.
Do you know why?
No, sir.
All right, so you were given the decedent's phone, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were also given, were you given this phone? It says, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Exhibit number 26, been entered into evidence by the state. Cell phone from a front P passenger door pocket. You know if you ever saw this one?
Yes, I did see this one.
You know if that's the one belongs to Tyler Robinson?
I don't know the name of the person who owns it.
Wouldn't that be in your report?
Not necessarily.
How about, why don't you take a look at your report on page 15 of 34? See if that refreshes your memory that it's Tyler Robinson's.
Could you advise which device it says under my report it is, please?
It says owner's name, Tyler Robinson.
Again,
Model iPhone 12 Pro Max. Is your report there?
item reference number 001 through 005, please.
I don't know what you're referring to. Can I bring the report to him?
You may.
Do you have your report there?
I do.
Let me come around.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yes, that information was in the download from, I'm sorry, so people can hear me. That appears that that information was captured in the download using the software that we use to download the device.
So that's the phone that belongs to Tyler Robinson, the best you can tell, right?
Yes.
Unless somebody used an alias, obviously.
Obviously, yes, sir.
All right, is that the phone that I just showed you in states number 26 that belonged to Tyler Robinson?
This is states 20.
20, thank you.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Okay, do you remember that having a screen that was damaged?
I don't remember, sir.
All right, whatever it is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that phone, the reason why that phone you downloaded recently, right?
Yes.
February 21st of 2023, right?
Correct.
Because Detective Vanderlaan never gave you the PIN code until right before then, right?
Yes.
Were you aware if she had the PIN code back in April when this case happened in 2021?
No, sir.
Approach the witness, Judge.
You may.
Show you State's Exhibit 5-6. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And that was belonging to Travis Rudolph and the one you referred to earlier that you downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if that phone turns on?
I don't know if it does now.
Well, at the time you examined it, do you know if it turned on?
In order to download it, it would have to have been turned on.
Would you have to be able to see the screen?
Not necessarily.
Can you tell us if the screen would light up and the phone would actually work for a civilian to use it, as opposed to you using a download tool?
I don't know if it was or not.
No, you don't check that?
Not always.
How about in this case? Did you check it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Nothing in your notes to refresh your memory?
No, sir.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
Show you State's number 25. Is that the phone you were unable to crack that you agreed belonged to the decedent?
Yes, sir.
You said you were given 5 phones in total. I want to make sure I get this right. You were given Sebastien Jean-Jacques, right?
Yes, sir.
You were given someone named Keyshawn Jones, correct?
I would need to see the device or the IMEI number to give you the whose is what.
You don't remember the name in your report?
I don't. Names are not really my purview when it comes to investigation. It's the devices.
It's not in evidence, so I can't show it to you.
Sustained.
So tell me how you identified each phone. Tell me the 5 phones you received, and to the best of your knowledge, who they belong to.
I don't know who they belong to.
Well, you said you knew Tyler Robinson. It's right in your report.
Sir, that was part of a download from a piece of software. It provides that data automatically.
So can you tell the jury, whatever lingo you want to use, any identifying names of anybody on any of the phones you examined?
Not names, no, sir.
So how do you, where, Tyler Jones comes up, you admitted that, so nobody else's comes up?
Not necessarily, no, sir.
Okay, so how do you identify to this jury the 5 phones you looked at?
The IMEI numbers are typically the way in which it is identified.
I'm asking typically, is there a way you can do it for civilians that don't know or memorize the IME numbers? Would somebody's name possibly associated with that phone?
I'm not a civilian. I identify things using the IMEI numbers.
Tell me the 5 IME numbers of the phones you received, sir.
The first phone is IMEI number 353-7763-9878-3660.
And you cannot tell us at all whose phone that is?
Not offhand, no, sir.
Well, I'm not asking offhand. You knew there was a trial today, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you review your report?
I did.
Nothing in your report tells us an indication of whose phone that is, correct?
Again, names are not my concern. The devices.
I'm telling you my concern. Whose phone is it? Do you know?
I do not know.
Nothing in your report can help us figure that out. Right?
At this time, no.
What time are you coming back later, or did you know this was the trial today?
Sustained.
Did you know today was the trial, that we needed to know these things, or you didn't know that?
Oh, that was a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
So why aren't you prepared?
I am prepared.
All right. Tell me the second phone, so the IME number.
Three 103-7427-42722.
What kind of phone is that?
It is an Apple iPhone.
Anything else? 10, 12, 13, or you don't know? Talking about the Apple phone.
It is a red Apple iPhone in a smoked color red case from the trunk of a Cadillac.
Okay. Let's go back to the first one then, please. You have a description there. Can you give me a description of the first IME number?
Description of the IMEI number? I already provided the IMEI number.
Description of the IME number. The IME number.
You said description of the IMEI number.
No arguing back and forth. He meant the description of the phone associated with that IME number.
The description of the phone, which is not provided by myself, is provided when the request is made. It says a gray iPhone 12 belonging to Dominic Jones.
Okay. Tell me the third IME number. Did you download that phone? The second one?
Yes.
And could you tell if anything's been erased on the phone?
I did not do analysis in this case, so I could not answer that question.
Right. And so you have no way of knowing what if anything, was erased?
No, sir.
Why not?
I wasn't asked to do analysis.
Who would ask you to do that?
The case agent in this case.
Then you possibly can tell us that?
Possibly.
To this day, you weren't asked, right?
No, sir.
You could have went back on that phone yesterday or 2 weeks ago or a month ago if somebody from law enforcement asked you to do that, right?
At any time.
You don't know why no one asked you that, right?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. The third one, please. What's the IME number?
356-448-108-73-2596.
And where would I find that IME number on the actual phone? How would I find it?
Typically, in these type of devices, if you open up the SIM card tray, you will see a very small number, and it is imprinted in that area.
Do you check anything with SIM cards?
I can.
Did the first phone that we talked about, the first IME number, did you check that one, the SIM card?
Typically, SIM cards only have about 3 phone numbers attached to them.
Asking, did you check it was my question, sir.
No, sir.
Why not?
I was not requested to.
How about the second phone that you discussed the IME number and the description? Longing, or the name associated with it was Dominic Jones. Did you check the SIM card for that one?
No, sir.
How come?
Was not requested to.
Could you tell when a phone went in service or when it was purchased by looking at it or doing an analysis?
Not necessarily, sir.
Could you possibly do that?
Possibly.
Anyone ask you to do that on the phone that had Dominic Jones's name associated with it?
No, sir.
And the third phone, can you tell us what told us the IME number, can you tell us any description you have of that phone?
There was no description added prior to my involvement.
So you have no other identifying.
I mean, I have the device information.
Tell us that, please.
It is an Apple iPhone with the IMEI number that was associated that I just told you of. It's got an iOS operating system, and it is black.
Or anything about a case?
No, that there was heavy front screen damage, however.
Okay. And was that Mr. Rudolph's phone, or you can't tell us that?
It does not have that listed directly.
How about indirectly, sir?
Yes.
All right. How about the fourth phone?
Are you ready, sir?
Waiting for you.
356-403-87-163-4313.
You have any description there of that type of phone or what it is?
It is an Apple iPhone, blue.
It doesn't say if it's a 10, 12, or 13?
No, sir.
Did you figure that information out?
Yes.
You don't have that on there.
No, sir, I don't.
Do you have anything else identifying directly or indirectly whose that phone is?
No, sir.
Did you download that phone?
I was unable to.
And you don't know whose that is?
Knowing now that it was the decedent's.
Okay. And you had a fifth phone?
Yes, sir.
Please tell us the IME number for that one.
350-77-77-36-312-603.
Same question. Can you give us a description on there?
It is an iPhone 12 Pro Max.
Anything else on there in your notes? Color?
Gold. Apple iPhone.
Any names associated with it directly or indirectly?
It looks to, based on the download, belong to Tyler Robinson.
Okay. You could also get information from phones without downloading them by subpoenaing the phone carrier, can't you?
You can.
All right. You can get call logs from them probably, right?
Yes, sir.
Text logs to see who they text.
Possibly.
Incoming and outgoing calls.
Again, possibly.
You can also get triangulation. If the phone was not in airplane mode, you can get triangulation to tell where that phone may have been at any given time, right?
Possibly.
And if you don't subpoena them, you would never know, right?
That's correct.
You were never given a phone by anyone identified directly or indirectly named Christopher Lowe, were you?
Not that I'm aware, sir.
Okay. You don't have a college degree at all, do you?
No, sir.
You have no degree in this type of analysis, do you?
No, sir.
You learned on the job, basically.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. Your reports, Detective Cunningham, are they referenced by IME numbers rather than names when you're giving devices to extract information from?
Yes.
And that phone, so when you told this jury about when you're giving off IME numbers, and you were not able to tell Mr. Shiner the name, who that number is, that common? Is that the way you prepare your reports?
Yes, very common.
So you identify the phone by the IME number.
Correct.
And as it relates to the defendant's phone, Mr. Rudolph's phone, although that screen was cracked, were you able to still successfully complete an extraction on that phone?
Absolutely.
So the phone worked.
Correct.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, Detective Cunningham, you may go on about your day. Stay safe.
Do we need
It's now-
evidence here, sir?
Yeah.
Just want to make sure it's not.
Just leave it there. Yeah, thank you. We'll collect it from the witness stand. All right, it's 11:36. Deputy Lubinsky is not here yet. All right, you have another witness whose testimony will take a short, relatively speaking, amount of time.
No, Judge, but we do have a witness we can start.
Okay? All right, we'll start.
With Your Honor's permission, Mayor.
Yeah.
Let's get on a bathroom break. You guys are good?
Judge, I have one jury member wants to stand.
Okay, that's fine.
Stand right here, face the clerk, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right this way.
All right, Detective, when you're comfortable up there, please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Detective Emily Vanderlaan, Vanderlaan.
A-N, got it. All right, and it's Emily, E-M-I-L-Y?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury, tell them what you do for a living and for whom?
Absolutely. Again, my name is Detective Emily Vanderlaan. I work for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office in the Violent Crimes Division Homicide Unit.
And Detective, how long have you been a law enforcement officer?
This is my 10th year.
And can you tell us a little bit about how one becomes a law enforcement officer? What do you have to do?
There is an application and a training process at the educator of choice. I personally went to Palm Beach State College and participated in their law enforcement program there. Upon receiving my certification, I began the application process, and I was employed by the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a regular road patrol deputy prior to ascending to become a detective?
I was a road patrol deputy for approximately 6 years, I believe, 7 years, somewhere around there.
And how long have you been in the Violent Crimes Unit as a homicide detective?
Now 3 years.
Tell us a little bit about that. How does one move from being a road patrol deputy to being a detective?
Sure. So throughout your career, as I'm sure is with any other career, one develops specific interests based off of the things that we experience and the investigations we become involved in. I became interested in investigations. I was further interested in violent crimes investigations. I always enjoyed the intricacies of the investigations and the just the multifaceted, all the things that were involved in these investigations. So I started turning my training more toward long-term investigations such as homicide investigations. I was fortunate enough to work for approximately 2.5 years on the State Attorney's Office's Sober Homes Task Force, during which time I was able to...
It is a narrative, but I'm going to allow her to complete just to explain how she got to where she is on the Sheriff's Office team. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I was able to do long-term investigations and work closely with people with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience. And I was actually able to work my first manslaughter investigation while on that task force. So that was really my firsthand experience with working such a long-term investigation. At that point, I did return to the road, to road patrol after the task force, and I focused on going to the Violent Crimes Division and specifically homicide. I applied and interviewed, and I was chosen.
When you become a detective in a violent crimes unit, can you tell us whether or not there is a training program when you actually enter that area of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
Sure. So there's what's called a UTO, or a unit training officer, and all detectives are required to go through a training process where we are exposed to the different types of calls, different types of investigations that we'll be involved in. And during that time, we get our true training to learn how to do the job, and then clearly once we are out of training, that's when the real experience starts.
And do you have to go for a point of time where you are assisting other more seasoned detectives prior to getting your own assignments?
Typically. We do follow more seasoned detectives, but depending on the investigator, there isn't a specific time that they wait before you're assigned your first homicide. It varies from person to person.
By the time you, are you the lead detective in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
By the time you got this particular case assigned to you and you were assigned as a lead by your sergeant, can you tell us how many other homicide investigations you had completed as a lead investigator?
This particular case was my 4th homicide as lead.
Prior to that, had you also been assist on other persons or other cases involving homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
Oh, I mean, between road patrol and homicide, I'd probably say close to 100. Many.
All right. How is a lead detective in a particular case different from any other detective that might assist?
The lead detective, for lack of a better term, takes the lead. Typically, we all work as a team regardless. The entire squad, especially for a homicide, will respond. We all work together. We all have varying levels of expertise, of background and knowledge and time within homicide. So we do work very closely together. But as lead, I am pretty much in charge of the investigation. I am the person who decides ultimately whether or not there's probable cause to arrest the person. And then moving forward after the initial night of the homicide, it is my job to do any and all follow-up.
All right. Can you tell us whether or not you were called out to the sort of the initial area where law enforcement came in contact with this case back at 40th and Broadway?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the first scene you went to?
Yes.
Can you tell us approximately when you arrived?
I arrived at approximately 1:13 in the morning.
And when were the calls for service, or the 911 calls as we colloquially call them, when did those come out?
Well, there were kind of three different things going on. At 12:11 a.m. or 00:11 hours, there were two separate shot spotter activations. Shot spotter is a...
Let me pause you there for a second.
Okay.
Okay. So you're going to tell us now about shot spotter, but basically is that audio recording of gunshots in a particular area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Judge, that's already in evidence. If I could play states, I don't recall actually the numbers. It states 51 for the record.
Okay.
So I sort of interrupted you as you were trying to explain briefly to the jury about shot spotter. We clarify that it is audio only. Talk to us a little bit more about what's happening.
So I believe the Sheriff's Office Communications Division received 12:11 was the time that the shot spotter was activated. The Sheriff's Office was notified at 12 a.m. or 00:12 hours. So that's the first notification of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
All right. So if you need to refer to your notes, you may. However, it's preferable if you can testify based on your recollection without it being recorded by having read your notes, okay?
Yes.
And Detective, if you could please just let us know when you need to refer to your notes, I think that would assist.
That's fine.
All right. With the shot spotter notifications, is there also a recording of the actual audio from the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us whether or not there was audio collected for this particular shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And while we're getting that populated and ready to play, do you recall the area where the shot spotter notification came out to?
I believe it was in the area of Redwood Drive, which is in Lake Park.
And did that ultimately become the primary crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could play the first audio clip. And again, for the record, this states 51. Clip 2, please. All right. And if you could next, actually, before you move on from clip 2, Detective, did you notice anything specifically about that clip?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it about the clip that was of importance?
In the beginning of the clip, it's common for these sound clips to pick up other sounds going on. For example, I'm not saying that's specific to this case, but for example, if somebody's screaming at the time, you may hear it in these audio clips. In this instance and in this clip that Ms. Edwards is referring to, I could hear what sounded to me like a vehicle revving its engine or driving quickly.
And if you could just play clip 2 again, and I don't know if there's any way to enhance or make it louder. All right, let's try. So that was just a boom at the beginning, and then you hear the shots.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you could keep playing. Clip 3, please. Clip 4, please. 5, please. And finally, clip 6. Detective, can you tell us in total how many rounds were registered by the ShotSpotter system?
I believe 38 were registered by the ShotSpotter system.
All right, thank you. Okay. So after the ShotSpotter system, were there any additional notifications now returning to the 911 calls?
Yes.
And when was the first 911 call, if you recall?
I would have
Actually, can we just focus on the 911 call related to Keyshawn Jones? Do you recall what time that was?
0018 hours, I believe, is the time that West Palm Beach Police Department received a 911 call from Mr. Lowe's phone.
Okay. So you knew from the information collected from that that the 911 phone or the phone that was utilized was Mr. Lowe's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to speak to the individuals involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify who the caller was?
I believe it was Mr. Lowe.
All right. Now, as the investigation proceeds, I think you referenced that you went to 40th and Broadway. What did you see when you arrived at that location?
When I arrived at the location, I observed a dark-colored sedan that was stopped, kind of parked haphazardly on the property located on the southwest corner of Broadway and 40th. There were many law enforcement officers there at that time because at the time we had both West Palm Beach Police Department as well as the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office responding. And there were 2 individuals whom I later learned were occupants of the vehicle as well as a deceased vehicle in the front passenger seat.
Okay. So let me see if I can slow that down and take that apart.
Sure.
There's a decedent in the front seat of the same vehicle, that dark Cadillac, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you said there were 2 additional occupants that are now outside of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note in the roadway or near the vehicle any oily substances?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us about that?
Beneath the vehicle was a dark-colored liquid substance.
Did you meet with the individuals that had been inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you identify for us whom those individuals were?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with Keyshawn Jones as well as Christopher Lowe.
Were the individuals separated prior to you speaking to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what kind of interview is taking place, if any, at this point in the investigation.
They were separate sworn statements at the time. I'm getting initial information, but I am asking very specific questions, so I am getting a clear picture from their testimony as to what occurred that evening.
I want to ask you a little bit about, prior to arriving on scene, are you essentially a blank slate?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you respond to a call thinking that you already know who the suspect is going to be and who the victims, if there is such a thing, going to be?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And how is it that you go about determining sort of those things?
Well, I mean, as they say, I can only work off of the evidence that I have, the physical evidence that's on scene, the testimony that's provided to me by the involved individuals.
Okay. When you arrived on scene prior to arriving physically, had any firearms been located in this investigation?
No, not prior to arrival.
All right. Tell us briefly about the context of these testimonial statements from Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones. Did you determine that the area where you were was not the primary crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to determine that there were other individuals besides these two that were involved in the incident?
Sustained.
Were you able to identify whether or not any other individuals were involved in this incident?
Objection also calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you, at that point, stay on scene? And if so, what else did you do besides speaking to the two gentlemen?
I spoke to the two gentlemen. I obtained a consent to search affidavit for the Cadillac for a formal search and processing at a later time.
Who did you obtain that from?
Keyshawn Jones. I did do I'm not going to call it a search because I didn't go through anything, but I did observe quite closely the scene, the decedent, the vehicle as it was, the state that it was in at that time. I also made...
Stop you there before you go further.
Yes, ma'am.
Upon looking at the decedent, did it appear to you that he had been holding any items in his hand?
Objection, lack of expertise.
Oh, well, overruled. I'll let you get into it on cross. Go ahead, you can answer the
Did he
question.
appear to be holding anything in his hand?
No, ma'am.
What can you tell us about the decedent?
I'm sorry, you got to use better grammar than that. Your first question was, did he appear to have been holding? And then you asked, did he appear to be holding?
Okay.
So the tense was misleading. Got it? All right, so go ahead again, please. You're welcome.
Now, could you please tell us whether or not Mr. Sebastien Jean-Jacques, did you identify that was the decedent?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he holding anything in his hand?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear to have, at some point before, held something in his hand?
No, ma'am.
What could you tell us about the vehicle itself that Mr. Jean-Jacques was sitting in? Did you note any defects, anything of need that would cause you to want to investigate further?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that?
There were numerous defects. I didn't count them there, but there were many defects throughout the vehicle. The vehicle appeared to have damage on it. I know the front passenger's tire was flat. At least that tire was flat. There was, like I said before, there was some. I'm not a car person, so I don't know exactly what it was, but there was a fluid leaking beneath the vehicle.
And can you tell us whether or not you've had other investigations that involve potential gunshot impacts to a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would have to evaluate to determine whether or not this potentially was gunshot impact?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell us whether or not it appeared to be gunshot defects?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of your investigations, have you also had to determine whether or not those gunshot impacts are as a result of firearm being inside the vehicle and firing out of the vehicle versus outside firing in? Have you had to do that?
Objection, lack of expertise.
Overruled.
I move the word on the witness under lack of expertise.
All right, I'll let you do that after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, the lunches are here, so we're going to take a half an hour break. So be back, please, at 12:33. 12:33. I'll give you a minute to get out. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. You will not run into you will not run into any of us out there because you're going to be eating your lunches in the jury room. However, remember to obey the other 3 cardinal rules. Open mind, no research, and no discussion about the case.
Heads face down, numbers up.
Okay, so when we get back, we'll start that voir dire. Okay?
She's winking because she knows you're a 20, and she's like, dude, hey, Mike, you just did Carlos will be right back. Let me try up a cup of coffee. All right. I was starting to get a caffeine headache. Unlike the clerk over there who doesn't drink caffeine, which is weird. She doesn't?
11:30, right, or 12:30?
I doubt we get started right on time. We can go further. Yeah, you know what, we can put this in the hallway. I'm doing coffee, so. Because logistically, not everybody's gonna be back. Can you open the door for me? No, the door is open. Looks like it might. The door is open. Okay. Unless somebody I'll be right back. Locked it up.
You started out as a cop?
Hmm?
You started out as a cop?
Yes.
I'm trying to find a way to skip that to be like, I have my master's degree in criminology, like, can I do like?
Yeah, can we skip that part? Yeah. Just be friends with, like, the sheriff or somebody. Sure, it's happened.
If you're good on the street, they move you right on. I spent 2 years on the road.
Yeah.
And it's 27 years as a detective. I went from, I was going for homicide. Got taken for homicide, but they called me and said, no, we don't think on ties. So I worked on ties for 10 years, went back to property, homicide, robbery, homicide. I bounced around.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you were not accosted when you were outside, if any of you was outside. Go ahead and take your seats. On the issue of voir dire, there's never been any suggestion that any shots were fired from inside the car to the out. So why is that question relevant?
Well, the question is relevant because depending on what the detective sees, Judge, they will start wondering whether or not firearms might have been inside the vehicle and start searching for firearms.
All right.
I mean, I agree with you that I do not believe it's disputed that all the shots that were fired into this vehicle were fired by Mr. Rudolph, but that issue has come up about firearms time and time again.
Well, yeah, but that's not the point of contention right now. The point of contention right now is, were any shots fired from the vehicle, apparently through the windows or through the doors or through the glass or through the metal, whatever, to the outside?
So, Judge, just to clarify, I think that counsel was objecting prior to my question even being complete, and I can put on the record where I was going with that. It was a two-part question, which first was, do you typically, and this was a question I actually asked before the objection or during the objection,
Right.
do you typically have to try to determine whether or not shots appear to be coming from the outside in versus inside out? And then my very next question was there any indication that there were firearms inside that were shooting out? That was going to be it. I wasn't going to go any further into that.
So do you still need voir dire on that? I'm just thinking, listen, I don't want to, obviously you got to represent your client to the best of your ability. I get that. But I also don't want to waste time. I mean, that's really not a very important question. I'm sorry?
I'll cover that on cross.
Perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, we ready to bring the jury back in? Yes? Okay, let's bring them in. Jurors entering. Okay, everyone take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you so much for rushing through your lunch. I appreciate it. All right, you may continue.
So before the break, my last question was about whether or not you generally in your investigations for homicides have to try to analyze the instrument or whatever the crime scene is to determine whether or not bullets or projectiles or whatever are coming from the exterior of the vehicle or the interior of the vehicle. Is that something that you have to do?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that you're looking for?
We're trained to look for certain change in the shape of the material depending on what the material is. Typically, the force of a projectile, particularly a bullet, when it hits an object, it creates a quite specific shape. That shape very often, based on whether it's beveling inward or beveling outward, the defect itself, we're able to determine whether it's inbound or outbound.
Was there anything inside this vehicle that you noted, either while you were on scene or at the later time when the vehicle is actually physically searched? Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note anything that indicated outward, meaning from inside the vehicle to exterior of the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you note while you were on scene, actually, before we get to that, how long were you at the scene at 40th and Broadway prior to moving to any other location? And approximations are fine.
I believe it was an hour and a half, somewhere around there.
Why is it that Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and West Palm Beach Police Department were responding? Is that typical?
I mean, in general, it's not typical. However, our jurisdictions are right next to each other. It is common when there is an incident where there may be multiple locations. It is common for both to be called. In this instance, like I was saying before, we did receive, the Sheriff's Office received a shot spotter activation. West Palm Beach Police Department received a 911 call, and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office was also receiving various 911 calls in reference to hearing gunshots and or more so somebody was knocking on doors asking for help.
Let's start with the location where you were on 40th and Broadway. Is that West Palm Beach Police Department jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what about the location where this incident happened in Lake Park?
That's the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction.
When you learned that the vehicle that you went to see, the first initial one at 40th and Broadway, actually came from the location in Lake Park where this incident took place, does that mean you're now responsible for the entirety, or does West Palm deal with the 40th and Broadway and you only deal with the Lake Park?
No, I'm in charge of the entirety. As soon as we realized that one location stemmed from the other location, the Sheriff's Office would assume that entire investigation.
All right. How is it that one is assigned as lead investigator? Is that seniority? Is that experience? What causes that?
We have a rotation, and I mean there are things that can change the rotation, but in general we have a homicide rotation. And each of the 5 members of our squad is assigned typically in order every time a homicide occurs.
Okay. So, for instance, Detective Ott, was he a member of your squad at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so he could have just as easily been the lead of this particular case if it was his time up on rotation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what you did next at the 40th and Broadway scene after evaluating the vehicle, the decedent, and speaking to the young man, Mr. Lowe and Mr. Jones?
I made the notification to the medical examiner's office and made the first report of this case.
Why is the medical examiner's office notified?
In Palm Beach County, pretty much if somebody dies anywhere other than in a hospital or in a doctor's care, unless it is blatantly obvious that it's a natural death, the medical examiner is notified.
All right. What happens next as far as your investigation?
I believe shortly after making that notification, I became aware that a residential search warrant was going to be necessary at the residence. There were numerous other deputies and detectives as well at the residence and at the scene of the shooting itself. And when it became determined that a search warrant for Mr. Rudolph's residence was necessary, I left 40th and Broadway and went up to the shooting scene itself.
Where exactly was the shooting scene?
The shooting scene was on North Redwood, south of 550 Teague Drive, which is Mr. Rudolph's residence.
And if I could utilize states 1?
You may. Remember the microphone.
Yes. Permission to publish states 1B, Judge?
You may.
Whoops. Let's try that again. Okay. Detective, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the map that is pictured there?
I do.
All right. First, let's start with the shooting scene. First of all, is this map something that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the stars, what are they indicating for us?
The star furthest to the left is the location in which Mr. Robinson was located. The star...
Hold on a second. Let me just make sure we understand which star you're referring to.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then that would be this star over here.
Yes, ma'am.
And what roadway was that? Looks like Jasmine, but I just want to make sure that we're in the right place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Mr. Robinson is located near the Jasmine location.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What about this star indicating, quote, shooting scene from the red lettering?
So that is the shooting scene or the location initially that casings were located, and the subsequent investigation found that the shooting scene or the shooting did occur at that location.
And then just to orient, what road is this? Is this what you mean by Redwood, North Redwood, or East Redwood, sorry?
Yes, I thought that was North Redwood and then the perpendicular...
Sable?
The next one below it. I thought that was East Redwood, but I could be mistaken. But it's Redwood.
Okay. So it looks like Redwood curves.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then there is an intersection before Teak.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, so then the shooting scene was south of the Sable Palm Drive?
Sustained.
Where was it exactly?
Where the shooting scene was south of Sable Palm Drive.
Okay. And what is the other star indicating?
That star is indicating Mr. Rudolph's residence, which is 550 Teak Drive.
All right. Thank you. So you mentioned that the next thing in your investigation is to go to the shooting scene. Are you then referring to Redwood?
Well, I guess both, technically. I did, I believe I parked my car closer to Teak Drive, but upon arrival in that general vicinity, I did witness the evidence that we had found thus far at the shooting scene, as well as what we were able to see from the outside of Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Okay. And what is the priority at this stage in the investigation?
At this point, we are, I mean, there's many moving parts at this point. Detectives are doing different things. We had probable cause to enter the residence and secure a residential search warrant. So that was my main focus, but it was a bit of a hectic scene. There were many things going on at that time.
And did you request or ask that another detective actually write the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Detective Ott.
Okay. What else did you do here?
When I arrived on scene, I made contact with Miss Linda Rudolph and Daryl Rudolph, who is Miss Travis Rudolph's brother.
And how did you go about making contact with them?
I introduced myself.
I'm sorry, back up even before that. Is this a person-to-person conversation? Is this over the phone?
No, it's an in-person conversation. They were outside of the residence at that time.
And approximately when is this?
It was pretty soon after I arrived. I believe I went down and looked at the shooting scene briefly, and then I came up, and a big priority of mine was to make contact with the family as well.
Okay. So as Detective Ott is focusing now on writing the search warrant, your focus turns to the occupants of the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said you introduced yourself. Whom were you speaking to?
Linda and Daryl Rudolph.
As you were speaking to both Linda and Daryl, could you tell whether or not any of those individuals were injured in any way that you saw?
No.
No, you can't tell, or no, they were not injured?
I did not see any injuries.
Okay. And what was your purpose of trying to speak to them at that point?
Well, as I said before, I do go to scenes with a blank slate. I don't assume anything. And I want to gather as much information as I possibly can. So optimally, I would have liked to speak with them and gain information as to what occurred from all perspectives.
Did it become clear to you at some point during the investigation that that would not be possible with these two individuals?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do anything in order to give them an opportunity at a later date to provide you with information?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you do?
I provided them my card, which included my direct contact, my cell phone number, my work cell phone number.
Did you advise them of anything when you gave them the card?
Just that I was available to be spoken to at any time. If at any time after that evening they decided that they wished to speak with me, I was more than willing to speak with them as well.
All right. After speaking to you, did Mr. Rudolph, meaning Daryl, and Mrs. Rudolph, meaning Linda, the mother, did they return into the residence?
No, ma'am.
What happened? After handing them the card and giving them the, notification that you just did.
Yes, ma'am. They left the area. I don't recall exactly where they went, but they were no longer physically within the vicinity.
Okay. Did you see Travis Rudolph at that point in the investigation? Was he outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As far as you could tell, did Mr. Rudolph, Travis, have physical injuries to his person?
I did notice some minor bruising, which was consistent with the accounts provided by both Keyshawn and Christopher.
Okay. So then it sounds like you were advised that some kind of fight or scuffle happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you looking for signs that that had occurred at this residence at 550 Teague Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any signs of that?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see?
From the roadway, without entering the property, I could see that there appeared to be some items in the front yard. And I believe they were like those solar lights that people put in their driveways along their walkways. I think some of those were uplifted and on the ground, kind of strewn about.
So appear to be out of their regular place.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us what you did next?
At that point, the focus was the search warrant. Detective Ott and I did work together on that simply because he was not present when I did the interviews with Keyshawn and Christopher and made the observations that I did. He didn't go to the scene on 40th and Broadway. So I had to relay the information to him, which formulated my probable cause to search the residence.
Okay. At what point in the day was the search actually taking place of Mr. Rudolph's residence?
It was early in the morning. It was somewhere around, sometime after 6 a.m., I believe, or somewhere around 6 a.m.
Same day, April 7th of 2021?
Yes.
When you got to the scene, was anybody directed to assist by canvassing the area for any potential evidence outside of what could be observed by you at the 550 Teak Drive residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what exactly is canvassing? What does that mean?
Canvassing means paying particular attention to one's surroundings, depending on what you're canvassing for. If you're canvassing for video, you may walk up and down the street seeing which residences appear to have surveillance video. If you're canvassing, I know deputies were canvassing for damage as well, possible defects. They're looking for vehicles, residences. At that point, other people, possible victims, things along those lines.
At any point during the investigation, did you learn that a neighbor might have information about what had taken place at 550 Teak?
Yes.
And did you speak to that individual?
I did not.
Did you direct another detective to interview that individual?
I did.
Did you learn the name of the neighbor?
Yes.
And what was that person's name?
That was Mr. Estes.
And was Mr. Estes interviewed that night?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I guess by now it's almost daytime, or is it still dark outside?
It was still dark at that point, but it was the very early morning hours of April 7th.
Okay. Based on any information gleaned either from Mr. Estes or from Mr. Jones or Mr. Lowe, did you determine anything that needed to be further investigated as far as any weapons, any other items that you might be looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the next part of the investigation to try to look or search for anything like that?
Well, part of that was the residential search warrant, but also we did have deputies looking between the area that Mr. Robinson was located and the shooting scene. They were looking for any evidence. We also had Agent McMichaels and his gun canine come out, because at that point we hadn't located the firearm involved in this situation.
Can you tell us which firearm was the first firearm to be located in your investigation?
Sure. The first firearm to be located was a 9mm handgun that at that point we didn't even know if it was involved in this incident or belonged to anybody from the situation. What we did know at that point from the casings on scene is that the firearm that was located could not have shot the casings that were on scene. So we did know that there was an outstanding firearm at that time.
Did you see any firearms evidence besides the actual firearm, the 9mm Taurus, at or near this crime scene or shooting scene?
Aside from the casings, or?
Aside from the 9mm Taurus, did you see any other types of casings or any other types of firearms evidence besides the, 39 casings that were recovered by the CSI?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall the caliber of the casings that were recovered at the shooting scene?
There were 38 .223 rounds, and there was one .556 round.
How familiar are you with firearms? Are you trained in the use I guess, how they operate?
Yes, ma'am.
And would the same firearm be able to fire the .223 and the .556?
Depending on the firearm, yes.
So you said at that point you realized the 9mm firearm clearly did not expend the casings that you were seeing at the shooting scene.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do next with that information?
Because it was within the possible flight path of Mr. Robinson, and there was also some evidence of possible trail of what we refer to as BLS, or a blood-like substance. We did collect the firearm, and I later submitted it for forensic testing because in the event that it was involved, I wanted to make sure that we had it secured and it was discarded property. So,
Right. I'm going to skip a little bit into your investigation and talk about whether or not you ever discussed with Mr. Robinson the fact that the firearm was located. Did you ever do that?
yes, ma'am.
And when did you do that?
I wasn't able to speak with Mr. Robinson until the next day, which was April 8th. So at that time, when I interviewed him, I did ask him about it.
And why were you not able to speak to Mr. Robinson, if you recall?
Well, the night of the murder, he was at the hospital, and I know that Detective Ema did a preliminary interview with him. However, he was being treated for his wounds, and I know he was medicated, so I wanted to wait until he was out of the hospital and able to provide a more coherent, fuller interview.
Okay. And you said that was done on the 8th of April at his home?
At his home, yes.
Okay. And did you also take photographs of Mr. Robinson as he appeared with his injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
When you asked Mr. Robinson about the firearm, what was his demeanor?
He was very calm. He was very forthcoming, very respectful. He was, from my observation, not particularly concerned. He was comfortable with the information that he provided me in reference to it.
Did he deny ownership of the firearm or assume ownership of the firearm?
No, he assumed ownership of the firearm.
So he said, that's mine.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the next firearm that was located, if you know, during the course of this investigation?
It was the firearms located during the search warrant execution.
Okay, and that was at the Rudolph residence at 550 Teague Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us about those two firearms. What were they?
One was a SIG rifle-style pistol, and the other was a handgun-style firearm. I can't recall the exact model off the top of my head. I can refer to my notes if you'd like me to.
Okay, that's fine. Can you tell us whether or not the handgun would have been able to expel the casings that you saw at the crime scene or at the shooting scene?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So this is now the second handgun involved in this case? The one located at Ms.
Located in
Rudolph's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And you referred to the Sig Sauer rifle pistol?
Yes.
That was also collected and placed into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also direct or have directed the collection of any casings or ammunition that was located inside the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find, or were the CSI and detectives that were there to search find any .223 rounds or .556 rounds inside the Rudolph residence?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point during the canvassing, was there also, besides the canvassing for possible witnesses, of which you've already told us about, Mr. Estes, was there any canvassing for videos, surveillance footage?
Yes.
And was there any success in finding any that might have captured this incident at the shooting scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, one of my partners was tasked with looking for video surveillance, and he did end up locating. There were a couple places that he made contact with, and they either didn't have working video or it was a fake camera, things along those lines. But there were 2 locations that did capture video of evidence, of evidentiary value, rather.
All right. First showing to defense counsel will be identified as State 66, Judge.
All right. You may.
All right. And Detective, I'm handing to you what is being identified as State 66. If you could take a look and let me know whether or not you recognize that item.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
This was a map created by me upon locating multiple angles of video surveillance at 551 East Redwood Drive.
And is the person that owned that residence with the last name Nash?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what the different channels or cameras captured?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, state would offer into evidence State 66.
Objection? Thank you. It's admitted, 66 is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
Just first to orient us a little bit, still using the map that's on display, and that for the record was States 1B. Could you please identify for us generally where this location is such that we should be focusing?
Sure. It is south of the middle star. So you see Redwood, North Redwood curves into East Redwood.
Okay.
And Mr. Nash's residence is on the, where that curve is, it's on the north corner.
So is that this residence that I'm pointing at here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Now publishing States 66.
All right.
All right. So tell us a little bit about what we're looking at.
So Mr. Nash had 3 different cameras affixed to the outside of his residence that covered different areas of his residence. So on his system, which we obtained later, not the night of the murder, but on his system.
Oh, can you just say incident, please, or shooting? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So this, I guess, map and analysis was done after the 7th of April.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the footage was collected when?
It was collected the 8th of April.
So the very next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was that by a Detective Farron?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present with him or not?
I was.
Okay. Tell us about the different channel views then, or camera views.
So channel 8 on the bottom shows generally the area within the circle, which is kind of southwest.
Okay. And that would be the most southern circle that we're seeing on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then what's the next camera or channel?
Channel 12 is the middle circle, and then channel 11 is the furthest north.
And does it capture some of the shooting incident?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may also approach the witness judge with states 49, the surveillance footage of channels 8 and 11. Channel 12 has already been admitted.
All right.
And I believe this is also without objection.
Okay, thank you, without objection.
All right, Detective, I'm handing you states 49. If you could take a look at it, let me know whether or not you see your initials indicating that you have viewed this particular item before.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately reflect the relevant portions of channel 8 and 11 from the day or night of this incident, which is, I guess, the early morning hours of the 7th, April 7th, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. At this time, state offers that, I believe, again, without objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Thank you. And permission to publish and get Mr. Clause's assistance to do so. And if we could start with camera 8, that first one there. Pause it for me for a second. Detective, were you able to identify this vehicle as being related at all to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And what vehicle is this?
That's the Cadillac.
All right, if you could play. All right, and does that essentially conclude that area where the vehicle is visible, that Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is this the arrival, as far as you could tell, was the time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could move now to the next channel 8. Okay, and if you could pause for me. Were you able to tell whether or not the vehicle that we just watched on the video was related to this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the same Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, was the timestamp correct for as far as you were able to identify from Mr. Nash's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could play that again. So 12:11 a.m. in the morning, is that consistent with what you learned during this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If we could go to the next clip, channel 11. And again, given the time, is this related to the arrival of that Cadillac in the neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there any indication in the surveillance footage that this vehicle went up and down the street prior to parking?
No, ma'am.
And before we switch to the next video in this series, can you tell us whereabouts the jury should be focusing on for the shooting scene?
It's going to be right below the timestamp that you see right now. So,
Okay, so closer to me on the side of the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we're playing another of channel 11, the next one in the series. Now, were you able to identify or confirm that individuals placed items in the trunk of the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And when the Cadillac was searched, were items found inside there?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I'm just thinking about lighting and whether or not we would be able to see things a little bit better. Do you mind if we test
Can you
that?
ever dim them down?
Yes, please. Thank you. Much better. Okay. Now, where the Cadillac is now, is that the final location before the incident happened, that it stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving now to the next Channel 11 video. And just because I don't want to waste time, Judge, if at all possible, I'd like to fast forward to when thereabouts the individuals start returning to the vehicle. Around there is fine. We can start there. Thank you. All right, and then if we could go to the very next clip, please. Still Channel 11 for the record. If you could pause it there. Detective, were you able to identify who the two gentlemen walking back now I guess north on Redwood were?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the individuals?
The first one was Travis Rudolph, and the second was Daryl Rudolph.
Is that the gentleman, one without a shirt with an item in the hand? Who was that person?
Travis Rudolph.
And who was the gentleman with the white T-shirt in the behind him?
Daryl Rudolph.
Okay. And if you could put it back just so the jury could see. Just a smidge. You can leave it to play. It's fine. I think you've already. So the first individual there, that's Mr. Travis Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the person behind him you indicated was the brother Daryl?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Detective, did you also prepare a zoomed video that might assist the jury in seeing a little clearer some of the events that took place underneath this sort of the time and date stamp?
I did.
If we could play that zoomed video now. Thank you so much. And Judge, if we could have the lights returned. That concludes States 49. Actually, no. Okay, Detective. Can you tell us whether or not there was any evidence that any other firearm expelled any projectiles or casings based on what you saw at your shooting scene?
No, ma'am.
No, as in you cannot tell, or no, there was no evidence that any other firearm expelled any projectiles or casings?
There was no evidence that any other projectiles or casings from any other firearms were found on scene.
Can you now let's, I guess, go back a little bit in time to the 7th again, before you have seen this video. When were you made aware of the contents of this video or these videos?
The afternoon of the 7th.
At what point was Mr. Rudolph arrested?
Well, he was detained initially a little after, I believe, 2:30, but the decision to arrest was not made until, I believe, a little after 3.
Good question.
I will clarify.
All right, thank you.
Can you let us know whether or not that is AM or PM and on what date?
Yes, ma'am. AM and on April 7th of 2021.
By that point, had the interviews of Mr. Estes, Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Jones already been conducted?
Yes.
All right. Was there any indication at this point in your investigation that any other firearms were involved?
No.
Can you tell us what happened next as far as the investigation went? After Mr. Rudolph's arrest, what's going on after? Actually, first let me ask, does your investigation end at that point?
Most certainly not.
Okay, so tell us what happened next.
There's an old saying that the investigation really begins after.
Sustained. Next question.
If you could just answer the question without the whatever's colloquially said.
A lot of follow-up occurs after somebody is arrested.
All right, so what happens next in this case?
I did speak with Mr. Robinson once he was released from the hospital and returned home, and I had confirmed that any medication that he may have would not alter his ability to provide a proper statement, or at least his comfort to provide a proper statement. So I went to his house and I conducted an interview with him there.
And we sort of already started talking about this because of you finding the handgun before. Did he also give you in far greater detail than he might have given to Detective Ema the events of what happened that night?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us whether or not you requested or had collected any of the phones related to any of the individuals that we've already spoken about.
Yes.
Tell us whose phone was collected and from where.
Okay. Mr. Jones, Keyshawn's, and Dominique's phones were provided by consent.
Let me just back you up a little bit. Where was Mr. Jones's phone, Keyshawn?
The physical phone was in the vehicle still on the night of the incident. Along
the interior of the vehicle, as in the passenger compartment or the trunk?
I believe his phone was in the trunk.
And was that the red iPhone?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you obtained consent from him in order to do an extraction of that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other phones located inside the vehicle?
Yes.
What else?
There was a cellular phone later found to belong to Sebastien, and then a cellular phone found to belong to Mr. Robinson inside the vehicle.
Can you tell us where the phone belonging to Mr. Jean-Jacques, Sebastien, was located?
That was in the trunk inside a satchel, I guess, inside a bag that also contained identifying information for Mr. Jean-Jacques.
What about Mr. Robinson's phone? Where was that located?
His phone was located in the front passenger's door, the pocket.
Obviously, you were not able to obtain consent from Mr. Jean-Jacques in order to get into that phone.
Yes, ma'am.
were you able to still request an extraction of that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that possible?
Because once someone is deceased, we're able to enter their phone or attempt to enter their phone and get the contents from it.
Okay. They no longer obviously have an expectation of any privacy in it.
Correct.
All right. What about Mr. Robinson's phone? Did you obtain his consent to enter that phone?
I did.
And did either actually, let me stick with Mr. Robinson first. Did that phone have a password to that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Robinson provide the password to his device?
Yes, ma'am.
Along with the written consent?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mr. Jones? Did Mr. Jones' phone also have a password?
It did.
And he provided that as well with his consent?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned, in addition to those 3 phones, there was a device belonging to Miss Jones, Dominique. Tell us how you obtained that phone.
That was provided with consent as well.
And do you remember approximately when you obtained that device?
It was the 15th was when she signed, the 15th of April 2021 is when she signed the consent affidavit, and the actual phone itself was provided the next day, so the 16th of April 2021.
Do you recall that it was not delivered personally to you by Miss Jones, that it was by someone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Jones also provide her passcode if there was a necessity for that?
Yes, ma'am.
So now there are 4 phones. What's the 5th phone that was collected?
The 5th phone was collected during the service of the residential search warrant at 550 Teak Drive, and it was a phone that was later found to belong to Mr. Travis Rudolph.
Okay. Did you give over all these devices, the 5 that we just talked about, to any area of your department for forensic analysis or extraction?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you start doing that?
I believe it was with Keyshawn, I believe. Okay. With Keyshawn and Dominique's phones. I could be wrong.
I'm not really sure what you're working out, but what I want to know from you is the date approximately of when you requested that the items be extracted. Obviously, you didn't have Ms. Dominique's phone right away based on what you testified as her date of turning that over. So if you could tell us if you started it before the 15th or after with all the phones, or you did them piecemeal.
They were piecemeal. They weren't all submitted on the same day, which is why I'm having trouble answering that question.
Okay. Were the phones that were inside the vehicle, were those turned over first for attempts to extract?
Well, the ones that I needed to obtain consent for were not, and at this present moment, I can't recall whether I requested for the decedent's phone to be downloaded prior to the others.
Okay. So at some point, you requested the extraction and the downloads. You're just not certain what day exactly.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Did you get any results back from the forensic department about any successes in downloading any of the 5 phones that were submitted?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask you, wasn't there a 6th phone that was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
And whose phone was that?
It was later found to be Daryl Rudolph's work cell phone.
And was that phone extracted?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
We didn't have probable cause to get into the phone. I can't just arbitrarily extract people's cell phones. I have to have either consent or probable cause to do so, and I did not have probable cause to download his phone.
Okay. Did you determine at any point that that work phone also had not communicated with any of the individuals that were in the vehicle that we watched?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Were you able to determine the owner of the black T-shirt that was collected from the front of the residence at 550 Teak Drive?
I don't recall the answer to that.
Did you learn that Mr. Robinson had taken off his shirt at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you conduct any searches for firearms along the path that the Cadillac took in order to end up at 40th and Broadway?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
There was no information that any evidence existed that there were firearms other than Mr. Rudolph's firearm used prior to the suggestion being made 5 months later at my deposition.
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, obeying the 3 of the 4 applicable cardinal rules. All right, you want to ask that question again, please?
Yes. Could you tell me why it is that you did not search for firearms between the location? Actually, I retract that and say as close to as I can the actual question that was said. Can you tell us why you did not search for any items along the path that the Cadillac took to get to 40th and Broadway?
Because there was no information provided at any point that any other firearms were utilized in this incident other than Travis Rudolph's firearm.
I also object in the approach on this one. Sorry.
Okay.
Now I want to go back to Mr. Darrell Rudolph's work phone. How were you able to determine that that work phone did not communicate with either Mr. Jones, Mr. Lowe, Ms. Jones, or Mr. Robinson or Mr. Sebastien Jean-Jacques?
We are able to check what's called the IMEI, or it's an individual number assigned to each phone, and we have law enforcement means of investigation, which would identify possible phone number attached to that IMEI, and sometimes it provides a person assigned to the phone as well.
Are you aware of any communications between Darryl Rudolph and, say, any of the individuals named? The Joneses, Mr. Robinson, Sebastien Jean-Jacques, based on any extractions that were conducted?
Yes, but not through that phone.
Okay. And was it determined that there was some other phone that was utilized for that communication then?
Yes.
So not this work phone?
Correct.
Can you tell us about the process of getting the extractions and what happens once the forensic department advises you that you now have downloads that are available for review? What are you doing with them?
Okay, so at the time, the computer crimes unit, and in this situation or this investigation, Detective Cunningham handled all the phone downloads for this case. I make a request. Oftentimes, I will also speak with the computer crimes detective just to kind of let them know what I'm looking for. But at any rate, they download the entirety of that phone. Once it is available, at the time they would notify us, or I was notified via email, and I would go to computer crimes and I would pick up the thumb drive that the phone was downloaded onto. From there, I would take custody of those downloads and I would analyze each one.
All right. What goes into the analysis? What can you see? What can't you see? Tell us a little bit about what is available.
So we use a program called Celebrate to view the contents of each phone. It will provide anything from call logs to location information to text messages, activity on the phone, internet searches, photos taken, videos taken, pretty much all communication and data stored on the phone.
Were you able to obtain text messages from any of the phones that were successfully downloaded?
Yes.
And tell us a little bit about that, first starting with Mr. Jones's phone.
Specific text
Specific to this incident and this investigation.
The text messages, though?
Yes.
Okay. In his text messages, there was a lot of communication between the individuals, the people who were in the Cadillac. On the night of the incident, I want to say somewhere around 9:45 p.m. on the 6th of April, in a group message between Keyshawn, Dominique, and Mr. Robinson, Dominique made a statement or sent a text message that said something to the effect of "Travis just dropped me," or something along those lines. Some text messages went back and forth of trying to figure out what she was talking about, and she, in Keyshawn's phone, I could see that Dominique sent a text message that said, "Please go shoot his shit up," and I'm quoting. And then there were text messages as far as the location of Mr. Rudolph's residence.
Before you continue, did you also see the text message from Mr. Jones about Mr. Rudolph being a dead man walking?
Yes. there was a text message from Mr. Jones in that group that said, I believe it said, Travis is a dead man walking.
All right. What, if any, effect did that have on your investigation?
Well, it was certainly something that needed to be discussed and needed to be explored. And in fact, prior to seeing those text messages, Miss Dominique Jones and I can't recall in reference to the other text message, but the text message in reference to requesting that he was shot or it was shot up was discussed by Miss Jones with me.
I'm sorry, just making sure I understand. So prior to the extraction being done, you already knew that message existed?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because of Miss Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she advise you that she had deleted that message from her phone prior to giving it over?
She did.
If it was deleted, how were you able to obtain the message?
There are times that deleted content can be seen on extractions. This was not one of those cases. However, I was able to see the text messages on Keyshawn's phone as well as at a later time Mr. Robinson's phone.
Did you note during the downloads of the text messages communications between Dominique Jones and any of the Rudolphs, to include Travis Rudolph?
Yes.
Did you note whether or not Mr. Jones, Keyshawn, had attempted to communicate with Travis Rudolph on the 6th of April of 2021?
He did, yes.
How were you able to obtain that information?
There were call logs of Mr. Jones attempting to call Travis Rudolph. At least one of those calls was rejected by Mr. Rudolph, which means he intentionally did not pick up.
I'm going to object. It's a lack of expertise and assuming facts, not an evidence.
All right.
And that actually leads me to my next exhibit.
All right. Overruled. Next exhibit.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
It's going to be with States 55. And it is States 55 A, B, and C. They're in the same exhibit, but clipped separately.
Okay.
Okay, Detective, starting now with States 55, could you please take a look at that item and let me know whether or not you recognize it?
Yes.
And can you tell us whether or not this is a document as a result of the downloads that you were able to extract from any particular person's phone?
Yes.
And whose phone?
These are the call records from Travis Rudolph's phone.
Okay. And do they appear to fairly and accurately reveal what you obtained as a result of the download?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State would move 55A into evidence.
Thank you. Admitted without objection.
Moving now to 55B. Could you tell us whether or not you recognize that item?
Yes.
And could you tell us what you recognize it to be?
They are text messages between Travis Rudolph and Dominique.
I'm sorry. Can I borrow the item you're holding?
Right. I'm sorry. They're not you're right. They're not text messages. They're searches. They're Safari searches.
Okay. So I know what you're thinking potentially is that they relate to messages, but could you tell me what this particular item is?
This particular item is internet searches from Mr. Rudolph's phone.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, does it accurately reflect the relevant date, of course, and the download from that period?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, state would move into evidence states 55B.
Any objection? Of course.
While counsel is looking at that one, if I can hand the witness states 55C.
B or C?
We are on C now. Mr.
C, that's what I thought. Okay.
Shiner has B.
That's what I thought. All right, yeah.
Sorry if I misspoke. Okay. So handing you now, you already have in your possession 55C. Can you tell me whether or not you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
These are images that were stored on Mr. Rudolph's phone.
And is this also related to the relevant incident on the 6th, 7th of April?
Yes.
Okay. And to the best of your recollection, is this an accurate description, or does it accurately capture the images of or from Mr. Rudolph's phone related to this incident?
Yes.
At this time, state would offer 55C and renew its request for 55B.
Okay, let's do them one at a time. B, any objection?
No, can I say this is zero?
Yes,
Of
you
course.
may. B is admitted without objection.
And while we're doing that, Judge, if I could publish states 55A.
Yes, you may.
Can I get your assistance with the... All right. As you were looking at the record, did you see that it was sort of April 8th on the first page, whereas the back page more relates to this incident?
Yes.
All right, so let me start from the back then of the packet. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, C is admitted without objection as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, but you're back to A now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Moving back to A for publishing, that's states 55A, starting with the last page to keep in chronology. And Judge, could we dim the lights? Let's see if that helps a little. It does not. Okay. All right. Thank you, Judge, for trying. Thank you. All right, Detective. Since we won't be able to utilize the exhibit in that way, if I could approach the witness instead and have that aid in the testimony, Judge. Okay, Detective, I'm handing you back states 55A. If you could locate the location where Mr. Keyshawn Jones was attempting to contact Mr. Rudolph. First, before you even tell us did Mr. Rudolph, Travis, have Mr. Jones's number saved as a contact?
Yes.
And what did he save him as, if that information is known from the download?
It is. It is saved as Keyshawn Lil Lil Bro.
Okay. And did you locate the calls on April 6th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Tell us about the first one. What time was that call made?
The first call was made at 9:47 p.m.
Okay. And is there any indication in the records as to whether or not that was a successful call, or whether or not the call was missed, or whether or not it was rejected?
It says missed.
Okay. Were there any other calls from Mr. Jones? And if so, what's the next one?
From incoming from Mr. Jones to Travis Rudolph, yes, there was another one. The first one was at 9:47 and 16 seconds. The second was at 9:47 and 49 seconds, and that was missed.
Were there any other calls? So now we're up to 2 calls. Is there a third call?
Yes.
Could you indicate the time of that and whether or not it's an incoming call from Mr. Jones?
Yes, it's an incoming call from Mr. Jones at 9:48 and 29 seconds, and the status of that one was rejected.
So now we're up to the third call. Was there a fourth call?
There was.
Can you tell us the date and time of that call?
That was on the same date, April 6, 2021, at 9:49 and 12 seconds.
And what was the status of that call?
The status was missed.
All right. So now we're up to call number, where are we, 4, 5?
5.
5. Can you tell us if there was a 6th call?
Well, this is the fifth call.
Uh-huh.
Was at 9:49 and 36 seconds, and that was missed. And yes, there is a 6th call.
And what's the time of the 6th call?
The 6th call is at 9:50 and 47 seconds, and that call was also missed.
All right. Thank you so much. Now, permission to publish states 55B, Judge.
May.
I may end up having to do the same thing, Judge, but let's try first. All right. This one's a little bit better. So, Detective, you indicated that these were Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's web searches?
Yes.
And actually, you still can't see the date, if I may approach a witness.
May.
Okay. Could you tell us whether or not there were web searches for April 6th of 2021?
Yes.
What were they for?
There was one for Cobb Movie Times and one for City of Lies.
And can you tell us anything about the status of those web searches?
The records indicate that both of those searches were deleted.
Okay, thank you. Permission now to publish States 55C.
You may.
And again, because this is not aiding, if I may approach the witness.
May.
All right. As a refresher, 55C, you identified as the photographs that were relevant to this incident from Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's phone. Can you tell us whether or not you see time and date information related to the images?
Yes.
And was that provided as part of the download?
Yes.
Can you tell us whether or not you see any attempts by Mr. Rudolph to take photographs of his injuries?
Yes.
Tell us what time that started.
It would appear, or the records show 1:34 and 21 seconds in the morning.
So AM?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what part of Mr. Rudolph has he taken a picture of himself?
The first one is the side of his face.
Okay. What's the next image that you're able to see and the time?
The time is same date and 1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning.
And what is that image?
It's an image of Travis Rudolph's face.
Okay. Next image?
1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, and that is also of Mr. Rudolph's face.
Next image?
1:34 and 22 seconds in the morning, and the side of his face.
Next image?
The next image is 134:21. And I can't decipher what that's an image of.
Okay. So it appears to be part of the body. You're just not sure what part it is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the next image?
The next one is 1:34:22 in the morning, and it appears to be like the lower back.
Of Mr. Rudolph?
It appears to be Mr. Rudolph, yes.
Okay. Any other images?
It looks like at 1:34:22 in the morning, there's a picture of his arm, Mr. Rudolph's arm, with a possible scratch on it.
Okay. And are these images from that cracked screen phone that we collected in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Did you determine based on that Mr. Rudolph's phone was operational?
Well, if it's complicated, then yes, you may. It doesn't sound like it's complicated. All right. Remember to obey the 3 cardinal rules while you're standing up, unless you need a longer break. Folks, anyone need a longer break? No, good.
Detective, based on the extractions from Mr. Travis Rudolph's phone and the information provided on the photos, were you able to tell whether or not those were selfies, meaning he's taking it of himself, or whether or not someone else took the photo of him?
They appeared to be taken by him.
But you do not know?
I don't know.
Okay. And...
I'm still going to object that it's misleading and bad faith question.
And what?
Bad faith question.
Overruled. You can get into it on cross.
All right. Based on the information that you obtained from Mr. Rudolph's phone, did it appear that Mr. Rudolph's phone was operational after the incident with Ms. Jones?
Lack of expertise, lack of knowledge.
Overruled. You can get into that on cross as well. Answer the question, please.
Yes.
And is that based on the photos, the messages, the call logs?
It's based on all of them. The photos were taken after the incident occurred.
On the night of this incident, in addition to law enforcement on the ground doing canvassing and searching, was there also a request for the aviation team to also be present to assist with searching?
Yes.
And was a video from that aviation footage captured and saved for this case?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with States 15.
You may. Sure. At this time, we'll take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break. Be back, please, at 2:20. We'll address this while you all start your break. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're on your break.
I know Pat.
I know we're still waiting for one juror to come back from a smoke break. But I need to advise both sides that I've got a stand your ground, potential stand your ground hearing, potential hearing on a stand your ground motion, to be precise, at 3 o'clock. But nobody seems to think that that's going to go forward, but I won't know until 3 o'clock. So I'll have to take at least a minimal break at that point.
Okay, Judge, thank you.
You're welcome. Not yet? Okay. How many more witnesses do you have after? One? Just one?
Just one. Given our agreement, just one.
Okay. Yes, we are ready.
entering.
Watch your steps. Watch your steps. Thank you. Watch your steps. Watch your steps. All right, welcome back, everybody. Go ahead and take your seats, folks. All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
The judge of state was offering to evidence states 59.
All right. Any objection? All right, very well, thank you. It's submitted without objection.
And Judge, it's a lengthy video. State is requesting to just publish a portion to aid in the detectives and testimony.
Absolutely, just a very brief portion. And if needed, I will dim the lights. It's night vision. I guess I won't have to.
Can you tell us what view this is of the area and how is this relevant?
So North Redwood Drive, you can see the name of the street in green, is the street on which the shooting or the incident occurred. Sable Palm Drive is the street parallel to Teak Drive, where Mr. Rudolph lives.
Okay. And the aviation video, is it literally in real time after law enforcement has arrived there, or is this some other date?
It's in real time.
So this is April 7th of 2021 in the early morning hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this night vision? Is that why it appears that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so to understand, this is sort of how all the things would appear, all the cars and all the things that were there at the time that this video is taken.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we could play. Sorry. Pause it for me there. Do you recall that being how the parking situation appeared on the night of this incident or early morning hours? That being two vehicles parked at the front of the Rudolph residence?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is just an overview that very same morning.
Yes.
All right. That's enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
One more. Detective, I want to talk to you about the cameras, if you saw any affixed to the Rudolph residence. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not any of them appeared to be functioning?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
There were cameras affixed to the residence itself. Once we entered the residence, when we had the search warrant for 550 Teak Drive, we could tell at that time that we could see images. We didn't know at that time if it was recording or if it was just a live feed. But there were several views, several cameras affixed to the residence. We further noticed a Ring doorbell camera next to the front door. At a later time, I drafted a search warrant for the Ring doorbell camera and received a response.
Okay. Did you also draft a search warrant for the Night Owl DVR system from the residence, or have someone else draft it?
Correct. Detective Ott did, yes.
So The cameras at the front of the Rudolph residence, I think you referenced the Ring, and the other cameras that are visible in the exterior of the property. All the other cameras besides the doorbell camera, were they related to the Night Owl, or were they also Ring cameras?
The only Ring camera was the doorbell camera.
And so all the other cameras that we can see on the exterior of the residence, that related to the Night Owl then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to tell whether or not any of the cameras that were affixed to the front of the residence, so not the Ring camera, any of those Night Owl cameras, whether or not they were moved at any points during the initial incident and then later?
I was not able to determine that, no.
Okay, and did you attempt to collect Ring footage from the Ring video of all of what transpired that could be captured by that video system?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit, if you know, about the Ring system. How does it function so that a recording occurs?
So from past investigations, my knowledge of using that format, the Ring video can be programmed differently, but in general, it's a motion activated or activated upon ringing the doorbell. And it typically records small segments of time. It doesn't record at all times. It records when it's activated, and then it stops after a certain amount of time.
So if we understand you correctly, does that mean it's not like a continuous video that we will ever see from this Ring footage that you got from this residence?
Correct.
So several clips, if you will.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I could publish States 32, Judge.
All right.
Again, just a portion of it, not the entirety.
Okay.
And this is already in evidence as the Ring videos. Okay. Can you bring me to the first indication of Miss Jones, Dominique? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think you need to turn on the audio first. And just to be clear, the Ring video does capture both video and audio. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Just pause for us because we're focusing mainly on the camera. You see that camera up at the top of the screen above what is someone's head right now?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're on the same page. This camera.
Yes.
Were you able to determine if this was earlier in the day prior to the incident commencing between Mr. Rudolph, Travis, and the individuals that were in the Cadillac?
So the video clips themselves did not have specific timestamps. However, they were generally, or they appeared to be in order of the events that occurred.
Did they appear sequential?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so was this first in time, so to speak, from the day April 6, 2021, sorry?
Yes.
And so if we could move now to another clip from when the young man showed up at the door. And again, just pausing to see that camera at the top. All right, so do you see that camera again?
Yes.
And if we could go now to clips that are after, way after this incident. I think there's an actual folder that says after. Let's go to house. Could you tell us who that individual is that just exited the residence?
I couldn't tell immediately, no.
But this was substantially after the incident that transpired between the gentleman in the Cadillac and Mr. Rudolph and his brother, correct?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And again, just focusing on the camera, still in the same position that we've been seeing it in?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could go to another clip, maybe a daytime view now. Maybe the first daytime view, whichever one you see. Pause there. So now that camera, do you see it?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear to be in a different location?
It does.
Based on all of what you were able to obtain from the ring videos, were you able to exclude Mr. Jones, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Lowe, and Mr. Jean-Jacques as being the individuals who moved that camera?
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes this particular exhibit.
All right.
While we were talking about cell phones that were collected, I noted that you did not mention collecting Mr. Lowe's phone. Why is that?
Looking back, we could have. That is something that I could have pursued or explored. By the time that his phone was brought up and the idea of downloading it was brought up, we had a pretty fair view, a pretty good view of what occurred and the communication that occurred between the involved individuals in this incident.
So did you determine at that point that it was no longer necessary?
That's what what the feeling was. Again, like I said, we could have, but we didn't.
We heard from the CSI that there were several blood-like substances or trails either in the vehicle, the Cadillac, or at the shooting scene. Why were those not sent for DNA testing? First, let's start with why would you send something for DNA testing?
If there was any question as to where the substance came from or to whom it belonged to, we would at that point send it out for testing.
So then is the point of DNA testing for identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any concerns as to whom the blood belonged to?
No.
Who did the blood belong to based on the information in the investigation?
Lack of expertise, lack of knowledge, speculation.
All right, so that's three different objections, but rephrase the question, will you please?
Were you able to determine based on the investigation who the blood belonged to? Let me start by saying, first, were you able to identify whether or not the blood came from Mr. Rudolph based on any of the injuries you saw on him?
Objection, speculation, lack of expertise, lack of knowledge.
It could be speculation. I don't think it requires any expertise necessarily, and then the knowledge she had. But
Judge, I think I need to be more
I
pointed.
think you do. Yes. Thank you.
Let's talk about the blood in the vehicle, the Cadillac.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to identify the possible sources of the blood in the Cadillac?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are the possible sources?
Sebastien Jean-Jacques.
Anybody else?
There were other people in the vehicle, but it did not appear to come from any of them.
There was also believed to be blood-like substance on the exterior of the vehicle. Were you able to determine any sources related to that blood?
It was also in the vicinity of Mr. Jean-Jacques, so it was believed to be from him as well.
Also, what about the trail? The one that the K-9 officer referenced and anybody else, the CSIs. Were you able to determine possible sources of that particular blood trail?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the possible sources?
Mr. Robinson.
Was Mr. Robinson located at the end of that blood trail?
Yes, I mean,
Sorry, I know it sounds like a weird question.
yeah,
Was he?
yes.
Now I want to talk to you about distances. Primarily the distance between the shooting scene and where the young men in the Cadillac ended up on 40th and Broadway. For this judge, I'm going to be approaching the witness with two exhibits. I did show both to defense counsel, but I will do so again, State 67 and 68. May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
No objection by the defense.
Thank you.
All right, approaching with State 67. If you could please identify what that is.
It is a map showing the victim or the vehicle endpoint for the Cadillac.
And is this a map that you added a star or any language to?
Yes.
Okay. And then does that, to the best of your recollection of this incident, accurately reflect whereabouts that Cadillac came to rest?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Moving now to, actually, before I move on, I believe that was without objection. State is formally moving to enter it now, Judge.
Submitted without objection.
Moving now to State 68. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that is?
This is a map with driving directions from 551 East Redwood Drive to 40th Street and Broadway.
And is 555 East Redwood Drive approximately the general area where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And 40th and Broadway where the Cadillac ended up?
Yes, ma'am.
And to the best of your recollection, does that accurately reflect the distance and the streets that would have been passed and all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, State would offer that into evidence, State 68.
And I heard there was no objection, therefore no objection. It's submitted without objection.
Thank you, and permission to publish, Judge.
You may.
First, starting with 67. So, Detective, talk to us about this general area where the Cadillac pulled over. Was that a business that was open to the public? Was it abandoned? Talk to us a little bit about it.
It was closed at the time. It was like an automotive shop or some sort of something to do with vehicles. But it was closed at the time.
Okay. And then moving now to State 68. Okay, starting with 551 East Redwood Drive, you indicated that was the area of the shooting scene?
Yes.
Then moving, if I could, to 40th Street and Broadway. All right, could you tell us whether or not this distance is correct? Let me zoom out so we can see the entire thing. It's indicating 4.4 miles and 10 minutes. If the person took Broadway. Can you tell us if that's correct?
Yes.
Oops. Based on the investigation, was that the path that the Cadillac traveled down Broadway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So about 10 minutes to get to their location?
Yes.
When was the 911 call from Mr. Lowe's phone received?
12:18 a.m.
And you indicating the shooting was activated at 12:11?
Yes.
So about 7 minutes after?
Yes.
Does that indicate they were speeding?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. One moment to confer with co-counsel, Judge.
You may.
All right, so in addition to the videos that we just watched, the ring videos, the surveillance footage from the residence from Mr. Nash, the aviation video, did you also collect from West Palm Beach the city camera videos for them to be readied for this investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And those have already been entered into evidence. Let's make sure we're not missing anything. Did you also collect body camera footage from the West Palm Beach Police Department for this investigation?
Yes.
Detective, when was the first time that you even heard a suggestion that there might be other firearms involved in this incident besides?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead and finish the question.
Besides Mr. Travis Rudolph's firearm and the firearm that Mr. Robinson said he had in his pocket?
All right. I think I've already heard this objection. But feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering and obeying the 3 of the 4 applicable cardinal rules.
Detective, can you answer the question, please?
That was during my deposition 5 months later.
And at that deposition, was that a question that was posed to you?
Yes, it was, I would say, more so insinuated.
From the cards that you left with Linda Rudolph and Darryl Rudolph, did you ever get any calls from them or any other, I guess Miss Terani Coleman was the sister, regarding this incident?
I did not.
One moment, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time. I yield the witness.
All right, we'll have cross-examination. However, first I have to hear from Mr. Graham and Mr. Taub. Come on up, gentlemen. This has nothing to do with this case, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm thinking that it's going to be quick. So, on case number 21 CF 4093A, on the motion to...
Do you want to put the noise on?
No, has nothing to do with this case.
I still ask the court to do that, please.
Why? Has nothing to do with this case.
I think I understand why the counsel's requesting that. Can we approach it?
Sure. All right, so the motion to dismiss, what do you all need to tell me? Oh. So how long? Okay. Okay, then I guess I'll take it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I do have to conduct this hearing. I'm told it's going to take about 20 minutes or so. It's now 10 minutes almost. 10 minutes to 3, so I would like to keep going with this trial. So let's take about a 20-minute break. While you're back there, please remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. I say 4 because it's possible you might want to step outside and get some fresh air. I don't know. If that's the case, I'm okay with that so long as you're accompanied by a deputy or 2. So it's all up to you, frankly. Leave your pads, however. 20 minutes. Huh? 20 minutes. Oh, which would be 10 after.
Your pads face down.
All right, so Mr. Graham and Mr. Taub, come on in and set up here real quickly. No, as long as we've got one deputy in here, I just keep an eye on those firearms. Okay, thank you. What? Well, I don't blame them. They've been in there since 8 o'clock. I mean, I get it. Fine. Good. All righty. All right. Both of you know the proper procedure for this motion and this hearing on the motion. So the burden, of course, is on the state. All right. Yep. Okay, Mr. Is he here? He's outside? No, I'm not upset with you guys. I would have taken a break a few minutes later had I known that we were going to have to sit here for 10 minutes. Two gentlemen just came in. Is that okay? You're not going to be here that long. I won't allow it. I know you. Does Mr. James know just to come inside? I mean, I don't want him sitting out there while we're waiting for him. Okay. I'm okay with that as the jury is, but, well, I think they're outside now. Okay. Well, realistically, I'm not sure we'll even get done with cross. I don't know. I'm okay with it. We'll see how the jury feels. Make sure they know they're going to be coming back at 8. Okay? Thanks. Huh? Yeah, I was supposed to be selecting a jury, but I'm not. Okay, thank you. I'll verify it on the record, of course, but it's just a good idea to know if there's an objection. Are we done? Perfect. Okay, thank you. All right, so who's your first witness? All right, come on up, Mr. Coelhos. Okay. All right, good. All right, Mr. Where is he? All right, how long is he going to be testifying, do you think? So he can stand there. Then raise your left hand, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
One through 86? Okay, good. I'm tired of going through photos. Okay. All right. I'm just kidding, of course. All right.
Good afternoon, Nicholas. Can you please introduce yourself to the court by giving your full name? My name is Nicholas Charles Coelho, C-O-E-L-H-O. All right. Do you live locally? Yes. What do you do for work? I install hurricane impact windows and doors. And I'd like to direct your attention to Sunday. That's going to be May 16th of 2021. Do you remember that day? Yeah. Okay. What were you doing that day? That day, it was just a regular day, you know, like... Did you go anywhere? Not that I know of, unfortunately. I mean... Did you go to Phil Foster Park? Yes, I did go to... Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Phil Foster Park, that's in Palm Beach County, right? Yes, sir. Okay. What time did you get to Phil Foster Park? Around like 10 o'clock, we were there, and then we stayed until late afternoon. So 10 o'clock means 10 o'clock in the morning? Yes, sir. Okay. Who were you with? I was with my brother, my dad, my brother's daughter, his baby mama, and her kids. And what's your brother's name? Steven Coelho. Okay. And what were you, your brother, your brother's girlfriend, your dad, what was everybody doing? We're just hanging out as a family, spending time together. Alright, and can you describe that area of Phil Foster Park where you were hanging out? What is it? It's like a little beach area where people snorkel and jump off the little bridge over there, and we're just hanging out. There's like sand and water. Yep, sand and water. It's like a little beach area right there off to the side. Alright, and what were you wearing? I was wearing a bathing suit and a hat. So like a t-shirt on or anything? No t-shirt. Okay, were you drinking any alcohol? Beer. What kind of beer? Bud Light. How many I'd probably have like 3, 4 most.
And where specifically, if people are not familiar with Bill Foster Park, where specifically in that park were you hanging out? What's it next to?
It's so you go over the Blue Heron Bridge and you keep going a little further before you cross the little bridge right off to the right.
Okay. So it's adjacent to the bridge?
Yeah.
You can see the bridge?
Yeah, you can see the bridge. Yep.
Did there come a time when you spoke with another person at the park about a grill or putting a grill?
Yeah.
Can you describe for the court what happened?
So what happened was she needed help setting up the grill, so me and my brother.
Who do you mean by she?
I guess it was his ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
So she said she was.
Was this she that you're referring to? Was she a person that was familiar with you?
No.
To you before
No,
that day?
not at all.
Was she a person that you met at the park?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she? How did you come to be in contact with her?
She actually just came up to me and my brother to help her set up the barbecue grill that she was having trouble set up. So we set it up for her, and then she kind of started talking to my brother. And then,
Did you get a name for this woman?
not that I know off the top of my head, no.
Was it Alexandria? That sounds
Something like that, yeah.
Can you describe her for the court?
She's tall, white, brunette.
How old?
I'd say she's like early 40s.
Okay. And was anybody else with this female?
Yes, she
who
had-
asked you to swear?
yes.
Okay, let me finish the question. Was anybody with the female who asked you for help in setting up the grill?
Yes, her 2 girlfriends.
Okay, and they were also similar age?
Yeah.
Did you talk to those two?
A little bit. They tried to start small talk, and I just kind of ignored it.
Did you in fact help her put this grill together?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what time was that grill construction? What time roughly was that?
Said 5:30.
5:30?
Yeah.
So it's still plenty of light out
Yeah.
there. Did there come a time when you interacted with a person who you later came to know as Reggie James?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe Reggie James for me?
He's kind of like heavy set.
So because we're doing this trial and I've interrupted the trial to do this hearing, the live stream is still feeding. Is either side, I can't imagine any legal objection to it, but is either side opposed to my continuing? All right, very well.
So, did there come a time, Mr. Corlo, when you interacted with a person who you came to know as Reggie James?
I didn't interact with him, but I know that he was there.
Okay, did you see him there?
Yes, I seen him there.
Can you describe him for the court?
He's kind of heavy set, my height, kind of dark skin.
Okay, is he black, Hispanic?
He's Hispanic.
Hispanic?
Yes.
All right, and do you show that he's a white? He's not a photo, I can't have a photo now. Yeah, he'll be here. I didn't ask him about that. All right, I'll table that question.
Okay, it's tabled.
This defendant, Reggie James, the Hispanic male, was he with anybody?
No, he was by himself.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. James, the defendant, with any weapons?
I remember seeing him sharpening like sticks and stuff with a knife that he had, and then he had gave it to somebody to open a coconut and ask for it back.
Can you describe the knife for the court? What are you talking about, like a Swiss Army knife?
Yeah, it's like a pocket knife with the 1-inch sharp blade with the ragged teeth at the end.
So you say the blade was about 1 inch and it had
With ragged teeth at the end of it, yeah.
Okay, so it's kind of more along the lines of a pocket knife
Yeah,
type thing?
yeah.
Okay. Did it have any other like multi-tool functions? Or
Not that I know of, no.
I'm sorry, when you say 1 inch, you mean 1 inch long or 1 inch wide?
No, like the blade, like the front tip of the blade, it was like 1 inch sharp, and then it had the ragged teeth at the end. So the full blade in total was probably like, I'd say 2.5, maybe 3 inches long.
Thank you. Okay, so a little bit longer than
Yeah.
standard pocket knife.
Yeah.
And you didn't notice whether that knife had any other uses or utilities?
No.
Okay. What color was it?
I know the blade was black, and the handle was probably black as well. I'm not too sure. I didn't get a good look at it.
And where was this knife with the 2.5-inch blade? Where was it affixed on the defendant's body?
He had it on him. After he got done using it, he probably put it back in his pocket until the incident that happened.
If you don't remember, you can just say you don't remember.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you saw him with the knife? Do you remember seeing where he stored it specifically?
Yeah, he put it back in his pocket.
Okay, pocket for
Yeah,
his pants?
yeah.
Either the right leg or the left leg? Yeah, we were.
Of course we do. I know. You can make them less coffee, that's what you could do. Oh, golly. Okay, thank you. I don't blame you a bit. All right, everybody take your seats, thanks. I heard unofficially that you all are okay working until 6 tonight. Is that right? Nobody has a problem if we go up to 6. All right, that's what we'll do then. We won't go past 6 o'clock, and I think we're ready for cross, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you.
Okay.
You arrested Travis Rudolph at 4 a.m., right?
I'm sorry,
You arrested Travis Rudolph at 4 a.m. on April 7th, 2021, right?
somewhere around there. Yes, sir.
Charged him with first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how long you spoke with Keyshawn Jones at the 40th and Broadway area that morning.
It was about a 10-minute interview.
Okay, and you never talked to him again to this day on any kind of sworn interviews, right?
Sworn no.
Okay. You interview him on an unsworn interview?
I wouldn't call it an interview. I spoke with him, but there was no further information that I felt needed at that time to be sworn, so I didn't conduct an official interview.
So to this day, you've never went back to him and asked him why he's the one who sent the first message to his sister and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. You've never asked him that, right?
No,
You didn't care, did you?
that's not the case,
Why didn't you ask him?
because the evidence was there.
Okay. The evidence was there that he went to go kill Travis Rudolph. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You weren't there, were you?
When
this went down, you were not there, were you?
No, sir.
And you don't have any video camera showing you exactly what happened. Maybe a view from behind, correct?
That's false. I do have video.
You have video that shows you what happened at the car?
There's video of the car, yes, sir.
Okay. Who do you see in the car on that video? Nobody, right? You see figures going in there. You can't tell who's going in that car, can you?
Specifically, no, sir.
So if somebody has a gun in that car or outside the car, you said there was no blood on the outside, inside the car, right? In the back seat, there was no blood, right?
Not that I saw, sir.
And not that crime scene did either, right? As far as you know, crime scene didn't find any blood in the back seat of the car, right?
Oh, I'm not going to speak on behalf of crime scene, sir.
Well, you're the one who's in charge of this investigation, aren't you?
Absolutely,
You're
sir.
the one who gathers all of the information, and the buck stops with you. Right?
Is that sure? I mean,
You're the
I'm
one-
not sure what the question is.
Well, you're the one responsible for this case from the sheriff's office. It was your case, and you have other people who help you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at 4 a.m. in the morning, before 4 a.m. in the morning on April 7th, you talked to Keyshawn Jones for 7 minutes, right? 10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes, yes, sir.
Okay. And the other person you spoke to was Mr. Christopher Lowe, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was how long? 6 minutes?
I don't recall my length of conversation with Mr. Lowe.
I'll figure that out in the box in a minute, but do you remember being about 5, 6 minutes? You dispute that?
I remember it not being a lengthy interview.
You dispute it was 5 or 6 minutes.
I don't know how long it was, sir.
You have a copy of it?
Of the length of time that it was? No, sir.
Of the interview.
Of course I do.
Okay, you have it with you?
No, sir.
You couldn't even tell the time of the interview because you had the wrong times on there. Your starting time was after the ending time, right?
Overruled.
Isn't that true, ma'am? Your starting time was after the interview ended. You had it backwards. You didn't even get the time right.
I'm not understanding your question, sir.
What time did you start the interview?
I would have to refer to my notes to be able to tell you that.
All right, well, you don't have the actual interview?
Are you
Copy
referring
of
to the recording?
Oh, a transcript of it.
I don't have a transcript of it, no, sir.
Never received that?
No, sir.
All right, I'll get it out in a few minutes.
Okay.
You agree it was no more than 5, 6, 7 minutes, right?
Not necessarily. I don't know how long it was.
How do you not know how long it was?
That's not information I've committed to memory, sir.
Wow. How long are you estimating it was, since you don't know?
It was generally short, like I said. It was somewhere around the amount of time that Mr. Jones's was.
Okay, so 10 minutes at the most.
I'm not going to agree to a time, sir. I don't recall.
I'll find the transcript a little later.
Yes, sir.
All right, so isn't it true when you spoke to Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe, neither one of them they actually both told you no one in their car had a gun, right?
Not to their knowledge, no, sir.
Well, not to anyone's knowledge except theirs. That's what would have to be their knowledge, right?
At the time that I interviewed them, yes, sir.
And you interviewed them separately.
Yes, sir.
And they both specifically, I'll start with Keyshawn Jones, told you no one in his car had a gun, right?
Yes, sir.
And Chris Lowe told you the exact same thing. No one in his car had a gun, or the Cadillac.
Yes, sir.
And you know that's not true. Right?
At any point or at the time that I spoke with him, I'm not.
Well, at the moment you spoke to him, you wouldn't have known that because that's what they told you, and you accepted that, right?
At the time, yes.
Yeah. And you found out an hour later, 5 o'clock, that Agent McMichael, with his canine gun detecting dog, found a gun, right?
A gun, yes, sir.
All right. And at that point, you said you didn't really know whose gun it was, right?
Correct.
The next morning or the next day, can you look in a computer base or a database and put a serial number in to find out who purchased the gun?
No.
No way to do that?
No, sir.
All right, but you went to talk to Mr. Robinson, you said, and you made sure he wasn't on narcotics so he can give you a clear statement, right?
Well, I don't know what medications he was taking, but my point was I ensured that he was comfortable speaking with me and was not in a mental state where he could not provide an accurate interview.
You didn't say that before. You said you checked it out and made sure he was not on narcotics or any kind of substance that would prevent him from talking clearly to you. You don't remember telling that to the jury earlier?
You're twisting what was said, sir.
Okay. Was he able to talk to you?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Robinson admitted once you showed him pictures of the gun that it was his, right?
No.
You didn't show him pictures?
I did not.
Was anyone with you who showed him pictures?
There was no one with me.
Huh? So how did you see the gun? Did you bring the actual gun?
I did not.
What did you do? Just tell him a gun was found and he said it was his?
I believe I initially said that we found a gun on scene, and if it was his, he needed to be honest about it.
And you never showed him any pictures?
Not at that time, no, sir. I didn't have the photos yet.
Okay. So April 8th, or what time? In the afternoon you spoke to him, or you don't remember?
I believe it was somewhere around 5 p.m.-ish.
All right, so the very
Or
next
after
day,
that.
you're confirmed that somebody in Keyshawn Jones's vehicle, along with Christopher Lowe and the decedent, Mr. Jean-Jacques, had a gun, right? You knew one person did on the 8th, right?
On the 8th, when I spoke to him, I found out that at some point somebody had a gun on their person, yes, sir.
Well, you don't think the gun was there, where he found it right there and dropped it right there. He brought it with him in the Cadillac with the other three fellas, right? You don't know?
That was the way it was described, yes, sir.
All right, so he brought the gun. So you knew, at least on the 8th, that Christopher Lowe and Keyshawn Jones lied to you about no one bringing a gun, right?
No.
Did you ever hear, did Mr. Robinson ever tell you that the decedent, Mr. Sebastien Jean-Jacques, was very adamant for him to bring a gun in front of the Christopher Lowe and Keyshawn Jones when they were all together? Did you ever hear that from Mr. Robinson?
I did not.
Huh? Did anyone ever tell you that, to follow up on that? That that's what Mr. Robinson said?
I believe you suggested that during my deposition.
And you didn't do nothing about it, right?
At that time, no.
To this day, you didn't do anything about it, did
That's
you?
correct.
You never went to Keyshawn Jones and said, why'd you lie to me? You guys knew. Your own friend said you all were there when at least you knew myself, Mr. Robinson, brought the gun. Why didn't you do that? Why didn't you confront him?
Because that's not something to just assume.
Well, if his friend says it, Mr. Robinson, that's not an assumption, is it?
I'm sorry?
If Mr. Robinson said everyone in that car knew he was bringing a gun, that's an assumption?
I didn't have information from Mr. Robinson that he said to everyone that he had a gun.
He never told you that, right?
No, you told me that.
All right, well, did you take a look at his tape statement or ask the prosecutors for his deposition to see that he said that under oath a couple of weeks or a month or two after this incident happened?
No, I never got that transcript.
How come?
I just didn't.
But you love doing follow-up. He said it's the most important thing. Once the case doesn't start until after the arrest is made, right?
The follow-up starts once the arrest is made, yes, sir.
You shouldn't make an arrest until you get all the facts, right?
That's not how that works, sir.
Not how it works?
No.
So you arrest somebody and then you find out things and it could be too late. You've already ruined their life by accusing them of these heinous crimes, possibly, right?
No.
Okay. Not in your book. You don't believe that?
Not at all.
Okay. So at 4 o'clock, let's talk about what you knew. You knew there was a shooting. You knew there was 39 shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
On Redwood Drive.
Yes, sir.
You were told by two guys in the Cadillac who came out of the Cadillac where the decedent was that they went over there to talk to Mr. Rudolph, right?
Yes, sir.
And then violence ensued.
Yes, sir.
Right? That's kind of what you knew and went off of at that point. They didn't do anything wrong. They were innocent victims is what they basically told you, right?
I don't know. That's not specifically what they told me.
I didn't use the word innocent victim, but the gist of the conversation, they're telling you they didn't do anything wrong, right?
I mean, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, sir. They didn't state that.
Did they tell you they parked a block and a half away from Mr. Rudolph's home? That night when you first met him for the first time you interviewed, and the only time you interviewed Keyshawn Jones, did he tell you that?
I can't recall if they provided that specific detail. I know I had that detail, though.
You had it later on when you saw the video, right?
And when I spoke with Mr. Robinson as well. I can't recall if Keyshawn and Lowe discussed that specific detail.
They never told you that, did they?
I just said I can't recall, sir.
Well, you knew this was a homicide case. You're coming to trial. This gentleman's fighting for his life. Another person died.
Overruled. Go ahead. Finish the question.
Another person died. My client's fighting for his life. Why wouldn't you be prepared and know what they told you or didn't tell you?
I said that specific detail. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Well, so you disagree and you believe it's possible they told you that they parked a block and a half when you spoke to them at the gas station at 40th and Broadway? Is that your testimony, that they may have told you that?
My testimony is that I can't recall if that specific detail was provided to me at that time.
Well, if it was, wouldn't you find that odd as a detective, even though you only had 3 or 4 cases? Wouldn't you find that odd? That they're parking a block and a half away when there's parking all over that neighborhood? Don't you find that strange?
Not particularly.
Not important, right?
I never said that.
Not particularly. What does that mean? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Not particularly. What does that mean? Why it's not particularly?
Well, there was an explanation given as to why they parked in that manner, and the explanation given was consistent with what took place.
What was the explanation? What's consistent with that explanation?
The explanation was that they parked down there, as well as placed their phones in there, because although they didn't necessarily go there with the intent to harm Mr. Rudolph, they were aware that there was a potential for a fight to occur. So they wanted to make sure that their belongings and that the vehicle was safe from that.
You don't find it suspicious as a police officer that somebody parks a block and a half away at 12 o'clock at night, getting involved in a grown man's relationship with a grown woman? You don't find that odd? They park a block and a half away? That doesn't ring a bell to you that these guys are up to no good? They're about to do something?
No, sir.
Okay. Anyone ever tell you that when they drove by Mr. Rudolph's home, the four guys in the car, they went directly in front of their house and started looking at cameras or saw the cameras?
No, sir.
Anyone ever tell you in that car that they passed the house first? They went right by the front door to do whatever they were going to do.
No, sir.
You think people park a block and a half away at 12 o'clock at night when there's parking all over the front of that house and the side of the house on 550 Teak Drive because they're about to do something like talking? Does that make sense to you?
I'm not sure what your question is, sir.
Well, you said not particularly. It didn't bother you. You thought it was not a big deal that they parked a block and a half away. It meant nothing to you, right?
I didn't say that.
Why didn't you question any? Why didn't you go back to Keyshawn Jones and ever question him about that and say, why'd you park a block and a half away? Why didn't you have another interview with him after the first one?
Because the content of the interview and the information that I was able to receive from him was very concise, it was very specific, and it provided me with the information that I needed to conduct my investigation.
Okay, well, that sounds like gobbledygook. Can you explain that in English, what exactly you're talking about?
I just...
Any better than that? Can you give me examples of what you're referring to? Clear and concise, and this is the information I needed. What does that mean?
I think I was very specific in my answer, sir.
Oh, it's the best you can do with that one?
It is argumentative. Next question, please.
All right. So you do a 10-minute interview and possibly another 10-minute interview, and then you leave the scene at 40th and Broadway?
No.
How long you stay there?
I believe I said earlier I arrived, I believe I was there for about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Show you some exhibits from stage 53 that's been entered into evidence. B as in boy. This look like the gas station that night?
I'm having a very hard time seeing what that is other than crime scene tape and West Palm Beach police vehicle.
Possible to lower the lights, Judge, so she can see better. Nope, that's worse. May the witness step down, Judge?
Of course. Go ahead and step down. Watch your step getting down, Detective.
I'll hand you the microphone. I'll get out of the way.
It's twisted around the stand as well, the cable. There you go.
You can take it off. Oh, yeah? No, it's still not.
It's okay. I was able to see it.
look like the gas station that you were at that night where the Cadillac was?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the Cadillac was pulled all the way up to the fence area?
It was over in that direction, yes, sir.
All right, and did you ever talk to a West Palm Beach police officer, the first one who arrived, and at all? Did you ever talk to him?
I know I spoke with officers on scene. I can't recall if I specifically spoke with the first officer on scene.
Okay, did you ever hear from the first officer or from one of his supervisors that he passed this area going north and had to make a U-turn and actually passed it again, then backed up, and the reflection of his lights actually hit the car, and that's when he backed up. His blue lights hit the car, and he saw two silhouettes back here by the fence area, in front of the fence area. Never heard that?
I don't recall that.
That could be important, right?
It could be.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
It could be.
Okay, it could be someone possibly hiding something behind the fence, right?
There's no evidence of that, sir.
Well, how could you find evidence if you don't even bother looking? Does it magically just show up?
No.
So how can you say there's no evidence of that? Because you didn't look, there's no evidence of that. But you don't really know if anything was back there because you never bothered checking, right?
If there's no evidence, no information that evidence exists, I don't look for it. I don't waste taxpayers' money to look for things that I have no information exists.
You found out there was a gun, at least on April 8th, that belonged to Tyler Robinson. Now you know the guys in the car lied to you at the scene, right?
No.
Oh, they didn't lie to you about no one having a gun.
That does not mean that people lied to me.
Oh, okay.
Is what I'm saying.
So it means they were truthful. Right? In your book.
It's really...
It's funny? You laughing?
Not funny at all.
Sustained.
Well, the point is, when you find out there's a gun, at least belonging to Tyler Robinson, one of the assailants or posse that went over my client's house, why didn't you go back and check behind the fence then?
Because that is not information which would lead me to believe that anybody else in the vehicle was armed.
You're serious about this? You really don't believe anyone else could have been armed? After two guys tell you nobody was armed, the third guy tells Tyler Robinson, you know that he told the first officers and the officer in the hospital, he never said he had a gun, right? He lied about that too.
No, sir.
You don't know that?
That they lied? No.
That Tyler Robinson did not tell the first responding officers, and he did not tell the officer in the hospital who interviewed him, I think it was Detective Ettany or something like that. You knew that Tyler Robinson never told anybody from law enforcement he had a gun until you confronted him on the 8th. Right?
I knew that Tyler Robinson had just been shot 3 times. He was in an extremely traumatic situation, and it is not abnormal at all during an extremely traumatic situation for someone to not remember things that you and I think would be important or remember things that you and I may think wouldn't be important. It is not.
Answer my question,
I did.
No, you didn't. My question is, isn't it true Tyler Robinson did not tell the first responding officers while he was sitting up, and according to the paramedics, he was doing okay as his vitals and his speech? You don't even know that, do you? You never heard that, did you?
Heard what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand that one.
That the paramedics who came, and there was testimony from a paramedic here, that the paramedic said that he was okay in his speech and his thoughts, and there was testimony that he was sitting up in pain, but he was sitting up on an upward trajectory sitting up from the floor. You don't know that, do you?
I don't know that he said that. I'm having trouble understanding what you're asking me,
You know
sir.
Tyler Robinson's condition when the police first found him before the paramedics came, do you?
Now I know that they administered first aid, but...
Did you ever look at the paramedics report or talk to any of the paramedics to find out this guy was talking okay and speaking okay and he had clear speech?
No.
So why are you making an assumption? He just got shot, he was not all with it, and it's not unusual for people who are not all with it to forget things. Why are you making that assumption if you don't even know Tyler Robinson was like that?
I'm not making an assumption.
Why'd you make that speech a few minutes ago, or that statement rather?
Because I'm explaining the normal reaction that I have witnessed time and time and time again in homicide investigations and just investigations in general.
All right, so let me go back to my question. Isn't it true Tyler Robinson did not tell the first deputies at the scene that he tossed a gun or he had a gun? Isn't that true?
Absolutely.
And isn't it true at the hospital when he was... Who spoke to him at the hospital, do you know?
That was Detective Ema.
Ema. What's his full name?
Polsner Ema.
Okay. And he's a homicide detective?
No, sir. He's a gang detective.
Okay. A lot of experience?
I believe so.
More than you, right?
I'm sure he does.
Okay. And he was tasked with speaking to Tyler Robinson, right?
Yes, sir.
Tyler Robinson did mention to him, Detective Ema, Posner Ema, that he tossed a gun or hid a gun anywhere, right?
You're absolutely right.
The first time he ever did that was when you confronted him.
When I spoke with him, yes, sir.
It wasn't a confrontation, it was just a speech. Just talking to him, right?
It was an interview.
You didn't grill him at all, did you?
Grill him?
Yeah, grill him, like I'm trying to do with you. Forcefully trying to get to the truth. You didn't do that, did you?
I didn't try to force anything. No, sir.
You just say, tell me what happened. Is this your gun? What happened after that? That was your attitude, right?
I don't know what attitude you're alleging, sir.
One that didn't care. You didn't really care about this case, did you?
That is absolutely not true, sir.
Okay, so when you find out he has a gun, there's no reason in the world you would search behind this fence or the fence that's next to the gas station on the other side, on the north side, right?
Correct.
Okay. Not important.
I never said that.
Why did you do it?
Because I can only look for evidence that I have information may exist.
And you ignored the fact that the decedent was sitting there with his hand, and I could take a gun and put it in my hand and show you it's exactly the same position as someone taking a gun out of their hand. Do you believe me on that, or do you want me to show you?
I ignored nothing, sir.
Well, you disagree there was a possibility this man had a gun in his hand, the decedent, the way his fingers were shaped? You don't know that? You disagree with that?
Disagree that he had a gun in his hand?
Possibly had a gun.
Many things are possible, sir, but it's not necessarily consistent with that.
And you have medical training as a medical examiner?
I absolutely never said that.
You have forensic training in terms of death grips and have read articles about military people who hold guns and are unfortunately killed in the line of duty?
I don't have that expertise, no, sir.
Okay, so it never even dawned on you that the man sitting in the passenger seat who's died could have possibly had a gun in his hand prior to death?
I would say no, because other factors would lead me to believe that that was not the case.
Because the other two guys, first of all, told you no one had a gun, right?
No, sir.
Okay. How hard would it be to ask crime scene to go check the roofs or the fence area of 40th and Broadway? You could have done that if you wanted to, right?
Absolutely.
Could have had a drone look up there on the roofs?
Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
A ladder?
Yes, sir.
No, we would know. We would know the truth if they dumped something or not in that area. Right?
If I had done all of those things, yes, sir.
Not something you even thought about doing, right?
It's not something I focused on because I had no information that that was a thing.
How do you uncover the truth if someone's lying to you and trying to sell you a bill of goods, trying to let you think they're innocent victims? In any case, how do you challenge them and go around and investigate to find out if these people are being honest with you? Or you just take everyone at face value who claims they're a victim?
Because when I have evidence which suggests otherwise, I do.
Okay. But you can't get evidence if you don't challenge somebody, correct?
I don't challenge every single person unless I have reason to believe or to challenge them.
You didn't challenge anyone in this case, did you? Any of the witnesses? None.
Challenge in what I don't know what you're referring to, sir.
Referring to trying to get to the truth, saying, why did you lie to me when I was on scene? Why did you tell me no one had a gun? Why didn't you do that?
Because the statements they made were not necessarily lies.
Neither Chris Lowe or Keyshawn Jones told you at the gas station area that Keyshawn said in a group chat that my client Travis Rudolph is a dead man walking, right?
Well, Mr. Lowe wasn't involved in that text conversation, so I wouldn't expect him to know that.
Still didn't answer my question. You don't know if anyone showed it to him, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
You didn't even ask.
No, I didn't.
To this day, you never called Chris Lowe and said, Mr. Lowe, do you know about this group message? Did anyone show it to you or talk to you about it? Did any of the fellows talk about it? You didn't do that.
No, sir.
You didn't answer my question about Keyshawn Jones or Chris Lowe. Neither one of them mentioned to you at the scene on 40th and Broadway that Keyshawn sent a message to his sister shortly before this shooting happened that Travis is a dead man walking. You didn't get that from either one of those gentlemen, right?
Not on the night of this incident, no, sir.
You never got it from Keyshawn. You found it on his phone, but he never told you that, right?
I
After in
can't.
an interview, sworn interview, never told you that.
Are you telling me, or
I'm telling you and asking you. You agree?
are you asking me, or are you telling me, sir?
I'm asking you, isn't that true? He never told you that on a sworn interview to this day.
I can't recall if that specific thing was mentioned or not.
Well, go look in your notes and see if you can tell us when he told you that. Yeah, you have a
Want me to
homicide
check?
book and you have all your reports. You save them all, right? See if that refreshes your memory. Look in your notes and tell me, isn't it, if there's a possibility when he told you that he texted Travis Rudolph, I'm not Travis, his sister, and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. I'm asking about what you found on his phone. I'm asking you an interview that was sworn to.
That was sworn to, no, sir.
Never told you that. Right?
Not in a sworn interview, no, sir.
It's not in any of your reports that it was an unsworn interview that he told you that, is it?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so he never told you that, period. Right?
Okay, possibly, no.
Possibly or no? It's important.
I don't recall whether that was something that was said to me beforehand.
Tell me anywhere in your report that Keyshawn Jones told you and admitted to you that he told his sister and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking on a text message, a group text.
There is no report of that, sir.
He never told you, right?
I've answered that question twice, sir.
You're not answering clearly. I don't follow the answer. Now you're saying he did not tell you that, right?
No, I'm saying there is no report of him making that statement, and I agree there is no sworn statement where he didn't say that, but I can't recall if that was something that was brought up during an unsworn conversation with him.
Well, you're good at note-taking and writing reports. I mean, that's part of your job. You would have put that in the report, right? You disagree with that?
I would think so, yes, sir.
So would you agree you never once confronted Keyshawn Jones when you found out about those messages when his phone that was in the back of the car that he couldn't get back because whatever was going on, it was in the trunk. You all kept it, right? You didn't give it back, that phone.
No, sir.
Why didn't you give it back to him?
Because it was inside the vehicle that a incident victim was in.
You don't know who really the victim in this case is, right?
That's false.
You have no personal knowledge what really happened that night other than what a couple of guys told you for a few minutes and all the other investigation. We'll talk about what you did. We may have an opinion, but you don't really know what happened, do you? You personally?
Based on my investigation, I have determined who the victims are in this incident.
Okay. By not searching the fence area, by not searching the roofs, that solidifies your opinion who the victim is, right?
The totality of my investigation is what tells me who my victims are.
All right, we'll keep talking about your totality. How many West Palm police officers do you think were there? You collected all the body cams. Remember you told that to the prosecutor? Was there at least 25, 30 West Palm Beach police officers at that scene on 40th and Broadway at different times?
I collected 13 body-worn camera videos, and I asked for all the body-worn camera videos related to this incident.
Do you believe there was more officers, or you don't know?
I don't believe so. I know I asked for all of them, and I received 13.
Did anyone do a log of who was in that crime scene or not in that crime scene? On Broadway, so you would know how many people were inside of it?
There would have been, yes.
Where's that?
I'm not sure. There should have been.
You're the keeper of the records, right?
You're right.
You don't have that.
I don't believe I do.
You can't tell us how many supervisors showed up, how many police officers showed up from the city of West Palm before you got there, right?
Before I got there, no, sir.
And how about when you got there? How many were left in that area, in the street, in the parking lot, in the vicinity, right around that area?
It was consistent with the information that I received from West Palm Beach Police Department.
13?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't ask any of those officers to help you look for anything around that area, did you?
Absolutely not.
Well, what would it hurt if you had all those officers there? Why would it bother you, or why would it not be prudent to at least ask them to go check around the immediate area? And I'm not talking just where the car was. I'm talking behind fences, roofs, in front of the parking lot. Why wouldn't you do that?
Because if I have no information that evidence exists, I don't look for evidence that I have no information exists. That would utilize resources. I can't even imagine the amount of money of taxpayers' dollars that would cost to do that. And if I have no information that evidence exists, I'm not going to go on a wild goose chase looking for things that I have no information exists at any point.
All right. Well, you knew there was a shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And the information you received from these victims that you call them, the alleged victims, is that they were doing absolutely nothing wrong. They had no guns, and they were shot by a crazy man, basically, who shot them for no reason. That was what they basically told you, in a gist of it, right?
I'm not going to say yes to a gist that is a wild approximation of things that were said, sir.
You have to be a crazy man to shoot all those times in that car, the way that car was lit up. If no one's pointing a gun at you or nobody's threatening you, that's crazy. It's insane. I mean, not legally insane, but that's nuts to do that, right?
I wouldn't make a judgment such as that.
You don't think that's vicious and cruel?
I'm not going to make a judgment such as that, sir.
You don't study psychology and being a detective and profiling people?
I'm not a psychologist. No, sir.
As for a psychologist, but don't you study profiling and the types of people that do violent crimes? Don't you take courses on this?
There are courses, yes, sir.
You don't take them?
I take courses, but they're not specifically criminal psychology. This sounds like FBI type courses. I've never taken any of those.
You don't have a college degree?
No, I don't.
All right, and I'm not making fun because there's plenty of people who are geniuses and make tons of money without college degrees. I'm just asking if you have one in this area at all.
In what area?
In criminology or police work.
I don't have a college degree, so no.
When you went to Palm Beach State, that wasn't really college. They were running courses to become a police officer, right?
It was the police academy, sir.
Right. I mean,
it's a certificate.
You don't get a bachelor's degree or associate's degree with that, right?
Not with the academy, no, sir.
All right. And how many hours is that, or how many months does that last?
Oh goodness, I'm not sure of the hours, but it was, I want to say about 8 months long.
Full time?
No, I had to work.
How about part time? How many hours you were doing it a week approximately?
Well, it was a longer process. I think the full time is about 6 months long. Mine was 8 months long because I did the part-time academy because I had to work as well. So I would go to work during the day, and then at night I would go to the academy.
All right. So in your mind, it would be a waste of resources to ask anyone from West Palm to conduct a search because you had no evidence that it one needed to be done, so we're not wasting taxpayers' money, right?
In my mind, and through my investigation, I had no information that any evidence existed that there were other firearms on this, utilized at all in this case, aside from that of Mr. Travis Rudolph's.
Okay, so the firearm, the 9mm gun that was a Taurus, you don't believe that's a real gun?
I never said that, sir.
Well, how do you know that gun wasn't pointed? You can't tell us with any certainty, based on everything you did in this case, that Tyler Robinson pointed his gun at Mr. Rudolph and his brother or did not point his gun. You don't know that, do you?
No.
You have no way of knowing that.
No.
Did he tell you, Tyler Robinson, he brought his gun because he wanted to be a man?
I don't believe that was stated.
Right? He didn't didn't have a concealed weapons permit, did he, Tyler Robinson, back on April 7th and April 6th of 2021?
He had applied for it and had his G license, but I don't believe he had his concealed carry permit yet.
All right. So he was carrying a gun illegally if it was in his pocket, right?
Technically, yes, I suppose so.
Wow, you're a police officer. You arrest people for that all the time, don't you? Well, maybe not as a homicide detective, but when you were a road patrol, you did that.
I've arrested people for that before.
That's a felony, right?
Yes, sir.
You get up to 5 years in prison.
Yes, sir.
You never charged Mr. Robinson with carrying a concealed firearm, right?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Did you give him immunity or a free pass because he was helping you?
No, sir.
You made up your mind. As soon as you put the cuffs on this man, you made up your mind, and now you're trying to support your case and forget about everything else. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely not, sir.
And tell this jury one good reason why you wouldn't charge Tyler Robinson with carrying a concealed firearm if that's what he admitted and you had proof that he did it.
So when I'm conducting a homicide investigation, my focus is on a homicide investigation and to find out and to substantiate whether an unlawful homicide occurred or did not occur. My focus is not on arresting everybody and anybody that I possibly can for anything that I possibly find. That's simply not how we operate when we conduct these investigations. My focus isn't just to get everybody in trouble that I possibly can. I am a homicide detective, and my focus is on conducting a homicide investigation.
You have a duty to the people of the state of Florida, don't you, ma'am?
Absolutely, sir.
If you see a crime, if you're in a store and you see somebody shoplifting, you have a duty to stop them if you can, right?
Not necessarily, sir.
All right. So if you see somebody stealing stuff from a shop owner, you just say, all right, go ahead. I'm not getting involved.
I suppose it would depend on the situation.
All right. If this wasn't a big enough case to conceal a firearm, you could certainly call one of the other 1,000 or 2,000 deputies in Palm Beach County to go make that arrest if you wanted to, right?
If I wanted to delegate another deputy to conduct that investigation, I suppose I could have.
You didn't do that.
Absolutely not.
I'm going to jump around a little bit with Dominique Jones.
Okay.
When did you hear about her name? It was the first time you heard about her name on April 7th, 2021?
Yes.
Went to the hospital at St. Mary's?
Yes.
And you never took her phone on April 7th, did you?
No.
And you didn't bother to take her phone or get her phone until April 16th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true you told Dominique Jones, do not erase nothing from that phone? Isn't that true?
We discussed the importance of not eliminating any data that is in the phone.
So do you agree that you told her don't erase nothing from that phone?
Not in such words, but that was a topic that was discussed.
All right, that's important to you as a detective to make sure that someone doesn't tamper with evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made that perfectly clear to her. Whatever words I want to use or your words that you actually use, you made that really clear to Dominique Jones not to tamper with data, I think was your words, right?
Yes.
All right, and that wasn't a joke. You were serious about it.
Of course.
And tampering with evidence in a capital felony is a first-degree felony, right?
Yes.
You can get up to 30 years in prison for doing that potentially, right?
Yes.
And Dominique Jones did tamper with evidence in this case. Isn't that true?
She approached me with the information.
The answer is yes or no, and then you can explain. Isn't it true that she tampered with evidence in this case, ma'am?
I would say no.
Okay. So erasing text messages from your brother that Travis is a dead man walking right before this incident occurred, and her directing her two brothers, one blood and one friend brother, to go to this house and shoot his shit up and trying to hide that from law enforcement when she gave you the phone. That's not tampering?
I'm sorry, did you say somebody was a blood?
Yeah, well, she said there was two brothers. One's a blood brother, and one's
I'm sorry.
friend brother. I don't know what words you used.
I misunderstood. I thought you were referring to a gang.
Oh, I didn't say.
I misunderstood you. I apologize. In and of itself, yes, if deleting a text message, of course, would be considered tampering with evidence. However, because she approached me first and she told me, listen, I freaked out. I had sent a text message. I knew it would be misconstrued, and I freaked out and I deleted it. I didn't ask her that. She divulged that information to me first and foremost.
What day did she do that?
I'm sorry?
What day did she do that?
When I spoke with her when she came in, and that's why.
The question is, what day?
Oh, that was April 15th. That was when I spoke with her.
All right, so for 8 days, you didn't have this information, right?
No.
And the only reason Dominique told you that she did it because you already found it out from her brother's phone, right?
No, that's false.
What day did you get the brother's phone?
Ooh, I was sometime in May. I believe it was May 22nd. May I check?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm talking Keyshawn Jones,
Yes,
blood
sir.
brother.
Yes, I understand. So May 22nd was the first time that I reviewed Keyshawn Jones' phone. On the 15th, that was the date that he provided me with the signed consent. So I couldn't download the phone prior to receiving that signed consent on the 15th.
You could have got a warrant for the phone. Could have downloaded it sooner if you'd bothered to get a warrant, right?
No.
No?
I can't get a warrant if I don't have probable cause.
So Keyshawn Jones signs the consent on the 15th, and miraculously the same day that Dominique knows her brother gave you consent, she knows the text message is going to be on her brother's phone and Tyler's phone. She knows that. She sent it, right? She had to know that.
I'm not going to assume what she knew and didn't know, sir.
Okay. Well, the gig is up. At that point, she knows there's two phones that were left in the car because they couldn't get rid of them fast enough, and you were going to find those messages. You disagree with that?
Again, I'm not going to speak to what Miss Jones was thinking or not thinking.
You're a detective. You don't think that way? That's not how you think?
As a detective, I most certainly don't make up in my head what other people are thinking in their heads. All
right. So
that would be bad police work.
Bad if you don't do it and you let people get away with things and not charge them, right?
To assume what somebody's thinking without having any evidence of that would be bad.
Did you ask her, isn't it true, ma'am? On the 15th, your brother gave permission. His phone, he couldn't get back because it was in the trunk. Tyler Robinson's phone was in the door pocket. And you knew, ma'am, that I'm going to find those messages. That's why you came in here. Did you ask her anything like that?
I did not.
Okay. Bottom line is you didn't charge her with tampering with evidence where she could possibly face 30 years in prison, right?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
What's the difference between not doing it and absolutely?
It's the same level of not, sir.
Okay. I can't charge somebody, right?
I don't believe you can. I assume you're not a law enforcement officer, sir.
You have the power to do it.
Yes, sir.
You have the power not to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of power to get people to say things or not say things and charge them or not charge them. That shield carries a lot of power with it, right?
I would absolutely never do that. I never have, and I never would.
So how does Dominique Jones wind up talking to you? She come to the police department, you go to her?
She came to the Violent Crimes Division offsite.
That's when she signs the consent?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why there is no text messages on her phone? Did she admit to you she erased them, or do you have proof she erased them? How do you know that?
I know that text message wasn't on her phone, but it was in the other two phones.
Okay, and there's many other texts missing from Dominique's phone as well, aren't there? You don't know?
I wouldn't know that, no, sir.
How about her call logs? Did she erase her call logs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever question her why she was looking up self-defense on her phone, or stand your ground?
No.
Looking up Mark Shiner and his net worth? You ever ask her about things like that?
I didn't see anything like that.
So you spend about an hour and a half on 40th and Broadway. What'd you do after doing the 2 interviews?
Like I said this morning, after the 2 interviews, I observed the scene. I knew I was eventually going to have to go to the other scene, so I knew I wouldn't be there the entire time, so I wanted to observe as much as I could. I looked in the vehicle as much as I could. I looked outside. I got the signed consent from Mr. Jones. I made the ME notification, and I believe shortly after that was when I learned that the medical examiner, or I'm sorry, that detectives on the shooting scene were drafting a search warrant. So I went up there to make sure that I was a part of that.
That's pretty much summarizes your detail at 40th and Broadway, right?
My involvement, yes, sir.
Let me show you this picture of it's been entered into evidence as 53Q. State's evidence 53Q. This is what you're saying is not consistent with possibly holding a firearm?
In the totality of the circumstances, no, sir, not here.
I'm asking about totality. What totality did you know when you looked in that car for the first time? You knew nothing at that point. You didn't know totality of the circumstances, did you?
Am I able to explain?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Tell me why that's not consistent at the moment you looked in the car, ma'am. That's what I'm
Absolutely.
asking you. I'm not asking you a week later or a year later. I'm asking at the scene, why is that not consistent?
So I've done many investigations that involve people being deceased and having a firearm in their hand. I do know that based on the timing and from what I did see, I knew that Mr. Jean-Jacques was not in full rigor at that time. In my previous investigations where someone is not in full rigor when they die and a firearm is removed from their hand does not stay in a position as if they've been holding a firearm. The muscles relax, their hand goes to a neutral state. I would have absolutely no way that it would not make sense based on the timing that he would be in a state of rigor that would be consistent with him still having that positioning in his hand. In fact, based on my training and experience, that is often more consistent with posturing that is often taken by somebody who has either a brain or a spinal cord injury from past investigations that I've had.
Well, you gave us a very nice sentence on rigor and your training and experience. What courses have you taken to qualify you as a forensic pathologist?
Oh, I'm most certainly not an expert in any way. It's just I've had multiple and numerous, and especially at this point, numerous investigations, and these are things that I see quite often in my investigations, and also things that I discuss with my fellow employees. We discuss things all the time. We're constantly learning from each other. There are many detectives who have a lot more experience than I do, and we discuss all of these things regularly.
Did you discuss this with the medical examiner's investigator, Mr. Linguasco?
The posturing of his hand?
Yes, ma'am.
No, sir.
Discuss it with the medical examiner in Palm Beach County or any medical examiner in the United States?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so can you tell me what level of rigor mortis this man's hand was at the time you saw him? You have that expertise to tell me that?
No.
You know if his hands were in extreme rigor mortis, mild rigor mortis, medium rigor mortis? Do you know that?
What I said was
I'm asking if you know those three subjects: mild, medium, or extreme. Can you give us an opinion on that based on all your training and experience?
I mean, I can't identify as, again, like I said, I'm not a pathologist, I'm not a doctor, but...
What is it? Mild, medium, or extreme?
At that time, he was not in full rigor mortis.
So what is it? Mild? Medium?
He was not in full rigor mortis, sir.
All right. Did you move his fingers at all to see what rigor mortis he really was in?
No.
Did you try placing a gun in your hand and see if your hand would look exactly like that if you took it out? Did you ever do that?
No, sir.
You disagree your hand would look like that if you took your firearm? Well, don't take it out now. You don't have it with you, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever try that, just for curiosity, to see if you put a gun in your hand and take it out, if your fingers would be in the exact same position?
No.
So you checked with absolutely no one. You just made the assumption that it meant nothing in this case, right? His hand, the right hand, or the decedent.
No, I didn't make an assumption. I just explained all of the things that in totality led me to believe that that was not the case in this
All right,
situation.
tell me all the supervisors you spoke to about that issue. Name one that you spoke to about that issue.
I didn't say I spoke to a supervisor about that issue.
You said we talked to other people, we talked to other supervisors, other detectives. Who else did you roundtable it with about whether his hand was in a position of holding a gun?
At no point did I say that I spoke to people specifically about this situation. I said we often speak about, well, everything in our investigations. I didn't specify this.
Would you be
though.
surprised to learn that the medical examiner from Palm Beach County said he may have been holding something in his hand at the time? Could be a gun, it could be a ball, it could be a phone. Would that surprise you?
No, because I know he's not going to say that it's impossible that that was the case, because that would be a silly thing to say.
Okay, that's nothing that you consider as possible, something as a trained detective. If someone just passed away, a horrible death, and someone's in trial for murder, that you would even consider going to somebody who's an expert to check out what that possibly could mean, right?
Anything is possible, but there was no evidence that that was the case in this situation.
Well, there could never be evidence if you don't try to find it. It's the same thing as not looking behind the fence. You never tried to go to somebody who's an expert and show them those photographs of the decedent's hand, right?
You're right.
You can go speak to the medical examiner anytime you want, right?
I could.
You didn't do it in this case, right?
Certainly not.
Because you know better than the medical examiners?
Absolutely not.
53R. Same thing. That meant nothing to you, right? That positioning in the hand?
I would never say that anything means nothing to me, sir.
Well, you didn't do anything about it, right?
There was nothing to be done based on the totality of what I knew on scene at the time.
Well, the totality of him being on trial for first-degree murder, don't you think it would be nice to find out if that really was a possibility that this man had a gun in his hand at the time my client was shooting him?
There's absolutely no way to prove that that's the case, so it would be honestly wasting his time.
No way to prove it was not the case. Isn't that true, ma'am?
There's no way to prove either way, so again, it would be wasting your client's time.
How about your time? Would be wasting your time to do a full investigation so the family of Mr. Jean-Jacques would also have answers about what may have happened?
Conducting an investigation is never a waste of my time, sir.
Okay. But you didn't do nothing about that hand, and that's clear, right?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever go back to the scene at the gas station on Broadway and 40th?
Pardon me. No, sir.
After you left, you never went back.
No, sir.
Nothing preventing you from doing that, right?
No, sir.
Nothing preventing you from calling crime scene, even after the tape's taken down, and say, hey, go back and check for stuff. Right? You could do that.
I mean, I can do many things, but again, if I don't have information that evidence exists, I'm not going to utilize resources to look for things that I don't have evidence exists.
You never went back. You would agree with me, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
You never asked anyone from crime scene to go back. Right?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. You never checked the path of travel of the car, the Cadillac, to find out if they may have dumped anything of evidentiary value, right?
Certainly not, sir.
And the reason you didn't do that is because you didn't know if they dumped anything, so why bother looking, right?
The reason I didn't do that is because I didn't have any information that that evidence existed, so I'm not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
How do you get evidence that something exists if you don't look for it? You think it magically appears?
No, sir. There are many ways to get information that evidence exists.
All right, so you have any kind of cameras whatsoever that shows us the exact path of this car, and I'm not just talking the city cameras we saw in this courtroom. Do you have any other cameras from businesses, witnesses, anything whatsoever that would show that would be a waste of time to find out if anyone dumped anything on the way to the gas station?
Nothing in an investigation is a waste of time. However, if I don't have any information that evidence exists, I am not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
And if something's hidden, you'll never find it, right? You won't find it if you don't bother looking. There's no way you can find it if you don't even try, right?
I'm going to continue saying the same sentence. It applies to everything you're saying, sir.
Okay, you don't think Travis Rudolph's life was worth checking out the path of the car?
I think Travis Rudolph's life is worth me conducting an investigation based off of evidence, which is what our investigations are based off of.
And you get the evidence that somebody gives you that just is right there. You don't bother digging for it, right?
No, we get evidence in many ways.
You can't give us one logical reason why you or anybody in your department or West Palm Beach did not search the path of travel of the car, other than you didn't know evidence existed, so you weren't going to look for evidence.
No, that's not what I said.
All right, then explain to it. Give us one logical reason why you didn't send anyone, or yourself, or the hundreds of people that work for you and the other department in West Palm. Why didn't you have anyone look the path of travel?
Because if I don't have any information that evidence exists, I am not going to look for evidence that I have no information exists.
Okay, so if a gun was dumped in the water while they're driving over a bridge, you would never know that, because people lie to you every day when they're trying to get away with crimes, right?
I'm lied to often, yes, sir.
Yeah. So how would you know evidence exists if you don't send the dive team out if there's a possibility that there's a gun in the bottom of the Anticoastal?
Well, I wouldn't be able to do that anyway.
Oh, your department doesn't have that?
No, in order for the dive team to go into the water, they have to have information that there is something for them to dive into the water for. They don't just arbitrarily dive into water if I say, hey, there's a possibility that maybe there's something in there. That's not how that works.
Did you search anywhere down North Redwood even? Or have any of the police officers passed the first 3 or 4 houses with a Cadillac drove away? Did you have anyone even search that rest of that block before they got to Federal?
I know Agent McMichael came out and was searching that area.
Did he search the whole block all the way to Federal?
I wasn't with him. I trust him in his abilities to do his job. So
His report, he didn't do that, did he? You don't know?
I don't recall if he went down Redwood. I know he went there to search.
And yes, no, and then you can explain. Did you ask Agent McMichael with his dog named Sailor, who can smell ballistic evidence and gun evidence, did you ask him to go to 40th and Broadway at all?
No, sir.
Absolutely no, right?
Yes, sir.
Use your word. And you absolutely didn't ask him to go search the path of travel, even for 2 blocks away from which this car traveled, right?
I don't believe, I'm not even sure if I spoke to him that night. As I've said before, we all work in a team and different people take on different roles. I'm not sure that I even saw him that night.
Well, you can ask your sergeant to help you out. You knew he was there, and you knew he found the gun with his dog, right?
I knew he responded. I did know that he found a gun. But as far as directing him where to go, exactly where he went, that was not something that I specifically coordinated.
You could have called him or asked your sergeant or your lieutenant or your captain, do me a favor, ask Agent McMichael to take Sailor and walk a couple of blocks to see where the oil path went down Redwood to Dixie Highway or Federal, whatever you call it, and check if there was even a gun thrown out or a weapon thrown out in that immediate area. You didn't do that, did you?
Well, I know that the dog was
yes,
there.
No, and then you can explain. Did you do that, ma'am?
Did I ask specifically for that? No, sir.
Okay, you want to explain why you didn't ask for it?
Agent McMichael is a professional who is highly trained in what he does. He knew why he was there. I trust my coworkers, who I still trust, to properly inform Agent McMichael. So it wouldn't necessarily be necessary for me to supervise it when I knew that he knows how to do his job, and I know that my trusted coworkers were handling that particular part of this investigation.
He testified earlier today that nobody asked him to do a search down the rest of Redwood and Federal all the way to where the car was parked in Broadway and 40th. If he was asked, he could have done that, but nobody asked him. Do you dispute that?
Certainly nobody asked him to check all the way down to 40th. No, sir.
Okay. Do you dispute that testimony?
If that's testimony he gave, then no.
Okay. And do you dispute that Agent Michael didn't even know what was going on, or there was even a scene on 40th and Broadway? He had no knowledge of that.
I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't.
You know why you, as the lead detective, didn't inform him of that?
Because I didn't have any information that there was evidence there for him to search for.
You found the gun on the 8th, and you confirmed it was Tyler Robinson, one of the men who went over to my client's house at midnight uninvited on April 7th. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes. You said I found out on the 8th of April?
That it was Tyler Robinson's gun based on his own admission, and the paperwork that he gave you showing that he bought the gun from his friend, his brother, Keyshawn Jones.
Correct, but that doesn't mean that anybody else was armed, and that doesn't give me evidence that others were.
Doesn't that give you a hint that maybe these guys have more to the story? They're not being forward straight with you because they don't want to get arrested for trying to kill Mr. Rudolph and the other Mr. Rudolph, Darryl Rudolph? And doesn't that give you a hint or a clue that they could be covering up what they did?
No.
So you find out it's Tyler Robinson's gun. He gives you the paperwork and the box that he has in his house. He got his DNA on the gun. That was taken too, right?
I don't believe we got the DNA off of his gun.
Crime scene investigator Ali testified that she swabbed it.
You're right.
Remember that?
She does swab everything. Or she would swab a gun. It is within their protocol to swab a gun. Yes, sir.
But you never asked to get it checked, right?
No, sir.
You know, November 30th, I don't remember the exact date. November, I can find it in a second, but it's November of 2021. Under oath at a hearing in front of this courtroom, Tyler Robinson couldn't remember if that was his gun or if he even had a gun that day. You know that?
No.
You know that he couldn't remember even going over to Mr. Rudolph's house? You know anything about that?
No, sir.
He had no idea about anything that happened that day, and that's his testimony was over and over. He couldn't remember anything. You don't know about that, do you?
No, sir.
Isn't it important to check DNA if someone has a real memory that disappears or a fake memory that disappears, so we would have evidence in a courtroom that that was his gun? If it really matches up? If Tyler Robinson's DNA is on that gun and you never checked it, how would we know that if he then says, I don't remember anything?
Because the paperwork that went along with the firearm that has matching information between the firearm and the paperwork shows that that was his gun.
Could have gave a gun to his buddy that night to hold. He could have gave it to Jean-Jacques or Mr. Jean-Jacques or Mr. Keyshawn Jones, right? You don't know.
Theoretically, he could have.
Right?
Yes.
You ever been involved in homicide cases where people come in court under oath 6, 7, 8 months after the incident happens and they don't remember a single thing that happened after they gave multiple statements to you and 2 other law enforcement officers? You ever see that before?
I'm sure it happens.
Tell me where you've seen that before. Tell me. Name one case.
I can't off the top of my head, sir.
It's very unusual, isn't it? No? You don't know?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. So wouldn't it be prudent to get somebody's DNA if they come to the courtroom and they say, I don't know if that was my gun. I don't remember being there. I don't remember doing anything. I don't remember a single thing about what happened. And that's their testimony under oath. Wouldn't it be important for a jury in a trial like this to then be able to see if his DNA is on the gun?
But if I have no knowledge of that, I can't do that.
You had knowledge of that he wasn't being straight with the first 2 detectives or the first road patrol officer, right?
No.
You don't have knowledge of that?
No.
Okay, so not telling the police that he dumped his gun by a fence is not that's being honest?
Based on the circumstances, it's not that he's being necessarily dishonest. It doesn't mean that.
You his protector?
Am I his protector?
Yeah, are you trying to protect him for some reason?
No, sir.
Well, what if he goes to the hospital and you got experienced detectives talking to him? You think they're going to talk to him when he's under anesthesia?
No, I would hope not.
You know Detective Ema. He's not that kind of person who would do that, right?
No.
Knows what he's doing.
Yes.
How long was that statement, do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, sir.
I'll get that in a minute, but you know if that was about 25 minutes or you have no clue?
I'm not going to testify. I don't know. Testify to that information. I don't know.
Did you review that statement?
I did, but I didn't make a point to check the timestamp of it. I'm not sure.
All right, but it wasn't a 10-minute statement like you did, right? At the gas station with Mr. Lowe and Mr.
You're referring to Ema.
Yeah, it
The
wasn't
Ema
the same.
statement?
It was longer than your statements that you took of Chris Lowe and Keyshawn Jones, right?
Again, I don't know. I didn't look at the timestamp.
Well, whether it was a minute statement or a 10-hour statement, at no time did Tyler Robinson tell Detective Ema that he dumped his gun. Isn't that true, ma'am?
That's correct.
All right. Not until you found the gun, not you personally, but the dog found the gun from Agent McMichael, and you knew about it, and now the gig was up. He had to say it was his gun, right?
He didn't have to say anything.
But he chose to talk to you. He remembered then, right?
He did talk to me, yes.
And he said it was his gun. He didn't say, I don't remember anything.
He did not say that, no.
And that was 2 days after the homicide. Or a day
That was
after.
the 8th, yes, sir. So it was the day after,
He
yes.
was in the hospital for 1 day, right?
Would appear so, yes, sir.
And when you spoke to Tyler Robinson, did he tell you he was frustrated?
Frustrated. I'm not sure what
He
you're
doesn't want
referring
to talk to you. You're asking him too many questions. Did he tell you that?
When I spoke to him, no, sir.
I never mentioned that, right?
No, he was very cooperative.
Ever say that he was immature and he just made the wrong decisions about things? Did he ever say anything like that?
No, sir.
Did you ever challenge him and ask him why he brought a gun to my client's house at 12 o'clock at night in a domestic situation between two grown people?
I asked him why he brought it, and I believe his response was that he carries his gun. I mean, it wasn't, he never said that he brought it to use it against your client or anything like that.
He says he carries it all the time. Is that what he told you?
I don't know if he said he carries it all the time. I don't believe that's what he said.
Did he tell you he had a holster for it?
I'm not sure. I don't think he told me that specifically.
Did you ask him how he carried it, whether it was in his pants, his front, rear pockets, rear pants, waistband, on the leg holster? Did you ask him?
Well, I knew that night he carried it in his pocket from what he said.
Okay. So you, did he tell you he forgot the gun was in his pocket? Did he ever say anything like that to you when you spoke to him?
Something, he said he didn't use it because he wasn't even thinking of it at the time until he knew that he was going to be in the presence of law enforcement, and then he realized he was afraid that he was going to be accused of being the shooter. So that was his reasoning for leaving it where he did.
So if Tyler Robinson pointed a gun at the Rudolph brothers, you expect him to answer that on the 8th? Yeah, I did do that. Do you think he's going to just come forward and tell you he tried to kill the Rudolph brothers? You expect him to say that, ma'am?
I don't expect anybody to say anything. I don't expect anything.
Most people cover up, don't they?
No.
They don't.
I'm not going to say that most people cover up. That's not my experience.
Someone points a gun trying to kill someone, they usually come and tell you that, and they say, yeah, I did it.
Well, it depends on the situation, but most of the time, yes.
Yeah,
in my experience, yes, sir.
They confess that they're the aggressor and they're the ones who are going to shoot first?
Typically not.
That's something they would not want you to know, because you could charge them with attempted murder possibly, right?
It is possible, but I am not going to hypothesize of the reasoning for somebody saying something or not saying something.
You have no idea why somebody wouldn't tell you the truth. You don't know why somebody wouldn't tell you the truth about pointing a gun. That doesn't factor into your thinking? Why somebody would lie to you about pointing a gun at another human being?
Well, I can understand why somebody would, yes. But that doesn't mean that that occurs.
Doesn't mean it does or doesn't, right?
Neither way, you're right.
Aren't you skeptical as a police officer that people aren't being straight with you, or you just, no? He said he had it in his pocket. I believe him. I'm good.
If I have information that evidence exists contrary to that, then I explore that.
Okay, so someone has to physically give you evidence or show you evidence that it's contrary before you will act on trying to disprove what somebody's telling you, right?
No, I didn't say that.
All right. How long have you been a law enforcement officer? About 10 years?
This is my 10th year, yes, sir.
You've never heard in a text message or seen in a text message ever, and correct me if I'm wrong, somebody's writing to their family or friends that somebody is a dead man walking. Have you ever seen that?
In text message form? No, sir.
That's pretty unusual for someone to put that in writing, right?
I have no opinion whether it's usual or unusual.
Okay. That didn't ring a bell to you that, hey, this is premeditation? Someone's going to go do something and kill another human being, possibly? Could be a joke or it could be real, right?
That's not evidence of anything occurring, though.
Okay. So if Keyshawn Jones shot Mr. Rudolph, hypothetically, and killed him right on his doorstep, wouldn't that be extremely good evidence of heightened premeditation, the best meditation you can get, a text message that he's a dead man walking? That would be great evidence, right?
If that's how it happened, yes.
Okay. So if he doesn't actually do the killing, just writing that means it's got nothing to do with this case, right?
I never said that.
Then why didn't you go back when you got his phone, Keyshawn Jones, and ask him and his buddies, or at least Tyler Robinson that saw the message, and his sister, why didn't you ask Keyshawn Jones why he wrote Travis is a dead man walking after he finds out his sister's claiming my client did domestic violence with her?
Because he had, and really all the people involved who were originally in the Cadillac, they had already told me from the beginning, they admitted that, yes, they were extremely angry in the beginning, and they were upset, and I think they used the word...
Ask about Keyshawn Jones, not anyone else, ma'am.
Okay, so Keyshawn Jones, all of what I just said applies to him as well. He had already specifically said that he was angry at first. I believe it was... So I believe 9:45 was when that text conversation started where Miss Jones said that Travis dropped her, or whatever the exact verbiage is. And they didn't arrive at his house until midnight. So that's over 2 hours. So he had explained from the very beginning that he was very upset at first, but as time went on, they cooled down, and that by the time they went there, it was no longer it was not the intent of theirs to hurt anybody at that point. It was to speak with him, which makes sense considering he was trying to call him. So he was clearly trying to communicate with him, which is corroborative of what he was saying.
All right. So you solved the case just on that alone, right?
Absolutely not.
Dominique Jones broke Mr. Rudolph's phone, right? You don't know that?
No.
No?
Not that I recall.
Broke his windshield, right?
I don't recall.
The BMW, that was the flat paint, the black paint, and the BMW X5 in front of his home on 550 Teak Drive. She broke his windshield, Dominique Jones, didn't she?
I don't know that she broke his windshield.
You don't know that?
No.
That's a crime, right?
I would have to be able to prove it.
What if she came in a courtroom and swore under oath she broke it?
Oh, that wouldn't be something I know.
Okay. Never heard that before, right?
I don't believe so.
All right, how about the PlayStation? Did you know you know what a PlayStation is, right?
I know what a PlayStation is, yes, sir.
I'm not being facetious. Some people don't.
Okay.
All right. So, isn't it true Dominique Jones broke his PlayStation as well?
I don't know that.
You don't know that?
No, I don't. I don't recall that information.
All right. So Keyshawn Jones tells you from day one, the only time you talked to him was day one, right? So I'm clear.
No. Spoke to him
Only
on the
sworn statement, and the only thing in your report is from the first day when you talked to him, right?
The only sworn statement was that night, yes.
And you don't take chit-chat, how a case is going, and things like that. That's not a statement that you put in your report, do you?
If during the course of a non-sworn, non-recorded conversation with somebody, something is brought up that I feel is of particular evidentiary value, then at that point I would stop the conversation and do a sworn statement or record the statement and go over the information that was discussed.
That never happened in this case. One statement for approximately 10 minutes.
One recorded statement, yes.
Is there any unrecorded statements that are of importance, ma'am? With Keyshawn Jones that you had, you keep inferring recorded. So is there any unrecorded statements that are of any importance?
No, sir.
Okay. So the only time you talked to him, he never mentioned, he said, no, he did mention, he said no one in our car had a gun, right? With them. That's what he told you, basically. Disagree with that?
I'm not gonna testify to basicallys.
You disagree with that or not? Not emphatically.
I don't believe he specifically said that no one had a gun. I believe the way it was worded was that they weren't aware of anybody having a gun.
And he specifically told you he did not have a gun, right?
Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
You know that he has a concealed weapons permit?
Yes.
You know Mr. Jones carries his gun pretty much on many places where he goes? Concealed?
He may. He would have every right to if he has a concealed.
Of course. But you don't know that, right?
I don't know that he carries everywhere he goes. No, sir.
Or most places he goes. You don't know. You never asked that.
No, sir.
All right. So wouldn't it be prudent as a lead detective or even an assisting detective or even a road patrol officer when Mr. Keyshawn Jones tells you, ma'am, I didn't have my gun with me. My gun's in my house. Wouldn't you go to his house and check if he's telling the truth?
No.
No?
Not in this situation, no.
He gets a free ride too?
No,
He can
sir.
tell you whatever he wants and you believe it.
No, sir.
You can't tell this jury if Mr. Keyshawn Jones' gun that he allegedly owned back in April 7th of 2021 was in his apartment, was in his car, was disappeared, was thrown on a roof, thrown in a lake, thrown in a canal. You don't know. You never checked, right? You never saw his gun.
I had no evidence that he had his gun with him. And when that was discussed on during Dominique's...
I asked you if you did anything to check if his gun was where he claimed it was. If he even has it today, the same gun back on April 7th of 21. You can't tell this jury if he still owns that gun, can you?
Certainly not, no.
And the reason you can't do that is because you couldn't spend 10 minutes or an hour to go to his house or send somebody and check it out. Yeah, you said you had no gun? Let me see if that gun still exists, right? You didn't do that, did you?
At the time that I learned of that, no, sir.
You didn't do it till today. 2 years later, more than 2 years after this horrible incident happened. To this day, you can't tell this jury if Keyshawn Jones discarded the gun that he owned on April 7th of 2021. Can you, ma'am?
No, sir.
If you would have went to his house and he said, ma'am, here it is. Here's the serial number. I bought it on this day. I still have the gun. Now what he says is confirmed, right?
No.
Not confirmed.
That's... First of all, I can't just walk into somebody's house and say, show me your gun. Second of all, I didn't learn that he carries a gun until the 15th, which was more than a week later. If I had gone there and he had a gun in his house a week after the incident, that would be by no means evidence that he had a gun with him or had a gun in his car on the night of the murder. So no, I didn't go to the house to check for a gun that he possibly owns.
Okay, and if you would have, and I know you don't believe it, and you think he did absolutely nothing wrong, you made that perfectly clear. He told you the truth. That's your opinion, right? Right? That's your opinion.
That he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he's a
saint. He's a good guy.
I'm not going to make a statement such as that, sir. No.
All right, so
that's not for me to judge.
Listen to my question, because I don't think you're following me, and if you don't follow me, I'll explain it again.
I may not. Go ahead.
Keyshawn Jones, simple question, basically tells you he did not have a gun with him on the night of April 7th, right?
Correct.
All right. Forget about Tyler Jones's gun being found. Forget about all the questions on 40th of where you searched it in. Forget all that.
Okay.
He made that statement.
Yes.
If there was even a 1/1,000,000% or 1,000% that he discarded that gun, because he wasn't being truthful with you, that he discarded the gun because he didn't want you and the rest of the police officers to find it after this incident happened, just like his buddy Tyler did. He threw his gun away. If he would have possibly did that, couldn't you either confirm that he still has the gun, because if he threw it away, he wouldn't have it, or you can refute it. You can show this jury that he's not being straight by just checking if he even has that gun that he owned on April 7th. Do you follow that?
Yes, sir. I do.
Why didn't you didn't do that, did you, ma'am?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And then he gave you consent to search his phone, right?
He did.
Pretty much had no choice. You already had it. It was in the car, right?
He absolutely had the choice.
You would have got a warrant if he didn't give you consent, right?
If I had probable cause to.
Well, did you tell him that?
Did I tell him what?
If you don't give consent, I'm going to get a warrant.
I didn't have to. He was cooperative.
He what?
He was cooperative.
Okay.
I didn't have to say that.
Did you go to his house when you got his signature?
No.
Where'd you meet him?
He was with Miss Jones at the substation, or not the substation, the offsite.
Where's that?
Currently, it is.
Oh, no, back in 21.
Well, it was the same place, but it is on community and military in that area.
Okay. You know how far that is from Delray Beach?
No.
Okay. You know how they got there?
I believe they drove.
All right. You typically send crime scene over to people's homes to, whether you have a warrant or not. If you have permission, you can go in the house, right?
I don't just send crime scene over to homes. If I have a reason to go in somebody's house and I need to document something, I may.
You never tried to, whether you can get a warrant, probable cause or not, you didn't even make the effort to say, Mr. Jones, can you please show me the gun that you had or owned on April 7th? You didn't do that, right?
Well, again, as I just explained, doing that.
Did you do that or not? That's all I'm asking.
Prove or disprove nothing. No, sir, I didn't do that.
Didn't make a difference to you, right?
Nothing ever doesn't matter to me, or doesn't make a difference, or I don't care. None of that is ever the case, ever. It wasn't back then, and it's not now.
Okay.
So using terms like that is simply untrue, sir.
All right. Can we check records to find out if he bought another gun since April 7th of 2021, Mr. Keyshawn Jones?
There's no way to do that unless I go to each and every gun retailer and ask them specifically if that specific person purchased a gun.
Not true. Every time someone buys a gun, they have to do a background check, or if they have a CCW, concealed weapons permit, they fill the sign-off form and it goes to the state of Florida, and they keep records of every serial number and every gun purchased. Isn't that true?
No.
You don't believe that's true? You said no. You don't believe that's true, ma'am?
There is no database for me to look up who buys what firearm. That doesn't, to my knowledge, that doesn't exist. If that's some new technology that I'm not aware of, It may be, but I'm not aware of anything existing.
All right. But you wouldn't even think of doing that because it's relevant to this case, right? To see if he bought any new firearms since April 7th, possibly replace one that was lost or misplaced.
Well, looking up that information would tell me nothing about what occurred on the night of this incident.
Okay. Do you know why defense lawyers are allowed to take depositions of detectives? In other words, sworn statements, like I get a chance to question you?
I'm sure you could give me a much better answer than an answer I could give.
But you know that's something we have a right to do, right?
Absolutely.
And you take that seriously and you prepare when you come to a deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And I took your deposition on September 30th of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you say, forget the deposition, but let me ask you this. Did you say whose black shirt it was found on the Rudolph's lawn? I know you mentioned a black shirt. Did you say whose it was?
I don't believe I did.
That's who it was? Do you know whose black shirt that was?
No, I don't.
How could you say that? You saw Tyler Robinson on the video rip his shirt off right before the door opened up. It was obvious.
I saw him without a shirt on. I don't recall him ripping a shirt off.
Well, taking it off. I'll use different verbiage. I apologize.
I don't recall him removing a shirt. I recall him not having a shirt on, but that specific detail of removing clothing, I don't recall.
That'd be important to see what someone's motive is if someone takes their shirt off at midnight in front of another grown man's home, right?
I'm not sure what motive taking a shirt off would show, sir.
That doesn't mean nothing to you, right?
I never said it doesn't mean anything.
What does it mean to you then, if that happened?
It could mean lots of things.
To you as a detective in this scenario where guys are going allegedly to talk to a grown man who has guns. You don't know if they knew he had guns or not, do you?
Please repeat what your
You don't know
actual
if
question
the
is.
four men went to his house, if they knew Mr. Rudolph had firearms, do you?
At least some of them did.
Okay. So the question back to the shirt. Let me show you some pictures.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been put into evidence. Entered into evidence is defense exhibit number 5.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything like this from the Ring camera?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever make stills to see what was going on?
I went through it frame by frame, but I didn't make imagery such as this.
Even on 8x10s, did you do that?
I didn't print anything out, no, sir.
Okay. You agree the man without the shirt in his hand, it looks like, with the tattoos, is Tyler Robinson?
That's Tyler Robinson, yes, sir.
And he has a shirt off, right?
Correct.
And you said the rings don't have times on it?
Correct.
Okay. Defense exhibit number 2 that's been entered into evidence. See Mr. Robinson with his shirt here? Behind the gentleman with the white sweatshirt and hoodie?
That may be him. I can't see his face.
Well, can't you do a process of elimination based on everything you know about this case? That is clearly him?
It's not clearly him.
All right, well, hold this picture if you do me a favor. Hold that. And let me show you this one, the same one. All right, who's the guy over here with his arms crossed?
That's the decedent.
Hey, did you find out this wearing the hoodie was Keyshawn Jones?
Keyshawn, yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a clear picture of the man in the back. Is that Chris Lowe?
Between the two in the back and this picture, I can only speculate. It's not clear enough for me to unequivocally be able to say who is who.
Okay, so the man, you know who this, you don't know his name, but you see him here, right?
I see. I know the two in the back. One of them is Tyler, and one of them is Mr. Lowe.
Okay, so.
But in this image, I can't comfortably testify that somebody is or isn't someone.
So from you watching the video, you being the lead detective on this, you can't tell us that this man, even on the photos I showed you, Tyler Robinson took his shirt off after the doorbell, not the doorbell, but the door was knocked on, and then he takes his shirt off before Mr. Rudolph's brother comes out the door. You don't know that.
I don't recall that, and I can't tell that by those images alone, no, sir.
You saw the real video, the actual video.
I did, and I can't recall whether he took his shirt off, at what point he took his shirt off. I recall his shirt being off, though.
And he came there with it on, right?
I can't recall that.
Well, wouldn't it be a factor for you to consider what someone's motive is if they take their shirt off, go into a stranger's home with 3 of their friends or brothers to allegedly talk to this man? Wouldn't that be a factor you'd even consider?
Well, it was a factor that was already discussed prior.
All right. So I meant really, that doesn't show you Tyler Robinson is there to get into a fight or to kill somebody?
No, sir. It definitely does not.
That confirms he's there to talk to somebody like he told you, right?
The amount that somebody is clothed doesn't determine anything as far as specifically their motive one way or another, sir.
You ever been to high school and see guys take their shirt off right before they get into a fist fight? You ever seen that?
To be perfectly honest, in my high school, no.
Okay. And none of the other detectives in this case said, hey, look, that's a pretty good sign. He's about to start some trouble. He's taking his shirt off.
No, that wasn't something that was told to me. No.
You didn't ask anybody either, right?
No, I didn't.
Because if you don't know that the evidence is there, you're not going to look for it, basically, right?
Not in this instance. In this instance, the simple fact that somebody removed their clothes is not a telltale sign of really anything.
It means they're just hot and they just want to cool off a little bit, right?
It could mean many things, sir.
What else could it mean?
Could mean all sorts of things. I'm not going to speculate as to why somebody that has already been on this witness stand did what he did.
You're a trained police officer. You're a trained homicide detective.
Exactly.
Trying to get to the truth.
Precisely, which
so
is...
Tell me why, what else it could mean besides they're hot?
So...
Sustained.
Did you ever ask him why you took your shirt off?
I did not.
Why?
Because we had discussed previously what occurred when they went to the front door and what they were thinking and what, at least what his thoughts were. And it, based on that, him removing his shirt was consistent with what he had already said.
That he was there to talk. What?
Well, that he was concerned that the conversation would become a fight or some sort of altercation by Mr. Rudolph's doing.
You don't think that's provoking a fight?
Not at all. Simply taking off a shirt, no, sir.
Okay. You ever wake up at midnight, 4 guys banging on your door, and someone takes their shirt off, no shirt? You ever face that yourself?
Thankfully, no, sir.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit number 3. It entered into evidence. You see that?
Yes.
All right. The gentleman who has the hair that's braided on the top, you know who that is?
That is the decedent, Mr. Jean-Jacques.
You agree that his phone was found in the back of the car in a satchel. It was your word, right?
Yes.
Do you know what was in his pockets when the medical examiner investigator took Mr. Jean-Jacques, the decedent, out of the vehicle?
Yes.
What?
He had keys in his pocket at that time.
2 keys, right?
I believe so.
Anything else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is it your testimony that the pocket that's depicted in this picture for the decedent is consistent with the 2 keys that he had in his pocket upon removal from the car by Mr. Linguasco, the investigator for the ME's office?
It could be absolutely anything that is pocket-sized, sir.
Is it consistent with the 2 keys is my question. If you know. If you don't know, that's fine.
I'm not going to speculate to that, no, sir.
Did you ever bother printing these pictures out and getting them checked out to find out what may be in these pockets of Mr. Jean-Jacques and Mr. Chris Lowe? Did you ever bother doing that?
Can you repeat what you're asking me if I ever bothered to do?
Print these pictures out. 8x10s, poster board size, whatever.
Okay.
Didn't you see there was something in their pockets that looked like guns?
That is not indicative necessarily of a gun.
Necessarily. So you're using words I don't understand. Does that mean it is a gun, it might be a gun, or necessarily it's not a gun? What? Well, you have no opinion, or you don't know.
It means it could be anything pocket-sized.
Could be a gun, right?
I suppose, but it's not gun-shaped. It's not obviously, blatantly, blaringly obviously a firearm, and no matter what size paper I printed it on, there is nobody who, in their right mind at least, would make a speculation, especially with an image such as that is a gun.
Nobody in their right mind would think that's possibly a gun. That's what you just said, right?
No, that's not what I just said.
You just said no one in their right mind would say that's possibly a gun.
No. What I said is that nobody, no matter what size I printed it, could I present those photos to, and they would say that is a gun. There is no way to unequivocally, by that picture, say that that is a gun.
Yeah, it's consistent with a gun, right?
You
disagree with that, ma'am?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Did you ever put a gun in your pocket and see if it looks just like this?
No, I did not, sir.
You ever get a pair of pants and just put a gun in there and see it bulging out exactly the same? You never tried that, did you?
No, the imprint in his pocket is not obviously in the shape of a gun, so I would never be able to say that that was a gun.
Are you an expert in imprints in people's pants?
I'm not an expert, but as a law enforcement officer, that's something that we deal with often.
What training do you have to make that opinion that you don't believe it's consistent with a gun? Where are you forming that opinion, or are you just trying to protect your case, ma'am?
It's not about protecting anybody. I know what a handgun looks like based on my training experience, and I know that that shape is not unequivocally the shape of a handgun.
Why that one? Okay. All right, why that one? I mean, I understand what you're trying to... Here, come on. Somebody come up from the state, please. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, obey 3 of the 4 cardinal rules.
Did you ever think from watching the video that there's a possibility that Mr. Jean-Jacques and Mr. Chris Lowe had a gun in their pocket? Yes or no, or then you can explain. Yes or no, and then explain if you need to. Did you ever think that, as a detective in this case, that either one of those gentlemen may have had a gun based on that video?
No.
I'm not going to take it out, but defense exhibit number 7. This is the Taurus 9mm. State's exhibit number 7. Thank you, ma'am. State's number 7. You don't know what this would look like if it was in somebody's athletic pants or the similar pants that was Mr. Jean-Jacques was wearing the night of this crime, right?
I know what the imprint of a firearm looks like in a pocket of very thin fabric.
Got any examples of it? Can you show us?
As I stand here today, no, sir.
Okay. And you're telling me it's completely different than what I showed you in the photographs from the doorbell cam?
What I'm saying is that that image and that video is not unequivocally indicative of anybody being armed. It's not even enough to raise a true and well-founded suspicion that it's a firearm. That is not in the shape of a firearm. It is a bulge. It could have been their anatomy, sir. I can't speculate as to what it is.
You think it was their private parts?
It could have been anything.
You're serious, right? You're serious about that answer, that it was their private parts possibly?
I said it could have been anything. It could have been a part of their anatomy. I don't know. That's what I said. And yes, I'm very serious, sir.
You said unequivocally. Unequivocally again. That means there's no way it could be a gun. Unequivocally, right? That's your opinion.
No, that's not what I said.
Case exhibit number 4 has been entered into evidence. It's a different firearm. You know whose firearm that is? It's marked. I'll help you with this. It's marked as a Herstal pistol. The testimony was it came out of Mr. Rudolph's drawer in his bedroom.
That's your client's firearm, yes, sir.
Okay. And you don't know what imprint this would leave if this was in athletic pants belonging to Mr. Lowe or Mr. Jean-Jacques, would you?
Well, it would leave the imprint of a firearm.
How do you know? How do you know?
How do I know that it doesn't change shape? I'm confused by your question, sir.
Leave an imprint of a firearm. You would be able to clearly see it's a firearm?
I specifically can't tell that it's a firearm. That's the point that I'm trying to make, sir.
All right, but you can't tell it's not either, can you?
I would never, under oath, make a statement and say that it absolutely can't be a firearm. That is what I'm saying. I am saying that I have no specific information that it is a firearm, and it does not, in my opinion, and from what I'm seeing, it does not appear to be that.
What investigation did you do to determine it was not a firearm? Tell me one thing you did on those videos to try to enhance this or investigate to disprove that's a firearm or even a possibility.
Oh, I didn't do that.
You didn't do nothing to disprove that, right?
Certainly not, no, sir.
You never even thought that was a possibility, right? You never even thought, from watching the videos, that there's a possibility that these men all came armed, right?
Anything is possible, like I've been saying this entire time. What I do know is that, like I said before, blowing up an image, I can blow it up the size of this room. It wouldn't unequivocally tell me that that is a firearm that is in either of their pockets.
Isn't that your job to investigate as a detective, to find out if my client was really faced with life and death decisions?
Absolutely.
Isn't that something that you should be doing?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the pictures from, or were you there when Investigator Linguasco was there taking the 2 keys out of Mr. Jean-Jacques' right pants pocket? Did you ever see those photos, or were you there when it happened?
I was not there when it happened. I did see the photos.
Didn't leave an impression like we just saw in those photographs, did it, ma'am?
I didn't see the impression. I didn't see him in that position, so I can't speculate as to what that would have looked like had he been in that position.
There's no pictures that leave that impression that's like on the doorbell cam. Isn't that true, ma'am?
There's no what? I'm sorry.
There's absolutely no photographic evidence on Mr. Jean-Jacques' right pants pocket that's consistent with what that looks like it's in his right pocket on the doorbell cam that's been blown up. Right?
I'm not trying to be difficult, sir. I have no idea what you're asking me. I'm confused by what you're saying. Okay. When you came to your deposition, you said you were prepared, right? I I don't know if that was something that I stated to you.
I asked you, September 30th, 2021. You knew I get a chance to question you under oath one time, and that was my chance to find out what you knew, right?
That is the time you took your deposition, yes.
Yeah, and I only get one shot at it as far as you know, right? Generally.
Generally, yes, sir.
Okay. And you came there prepared, right?
I felt, yes, sir.
That's about 5.5 months after the homicide took place, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, when I asked you the questions, you were in the Violent Crime Division, homicide, about 1.5 years, right?
Yes, sir.
September 30th of 2021, I asked you about the 911 call, and you said you didn't have it, right? From Keyshawn Jones or Chris Lowe. Remember that, ma'am?
At the time, correct.
And it wasn't until 7 months after this incident took place on November 9th, 2021, it magically appeared somewhere, right? That's where you found it, or provided it, right? November 7th, 9th, 2021.
I don't believe so.
All right, tell us when. You didn't have it on September 30th, 2021, right?
Well, may I refer to my notes for a second?
You can, and I'll give you a deposition if you want to refresh it.
No, I don't need the deposition. What I'm trying to find is... And just for the record, I'm looking at supplement 18 of my offense report. On that page, it says that on Wednesday, this was the 8th, April 8th at 1945 was when I met with Officer Richard Smith, who provided me with the files for all body-worn camera footage from the officers on scene at 40th Street and Broadway Ave, along with city surveillance.
Ask about the 911 call, ma'am, that you said was made, and you spoke about it, by Chris Lowe was your testimony. You said Chris Lowe made the 911 call, right?
You're right. I had everything from them except for the 911 calls at that time.
Okay, so when I took your deposition, I'm asking you, where is it? I need to hear it. You didn't have it, right?
I don't believe I had the 911 calls. So because of that, I requested them, and when I received them, I provided them.
And it wasn't until November 9th, after I had a chance to talk to you, that's when you gave me the 911 call, right?
If that's when you're saying it was provided to you, I know it was provided to you as soon as I had it.
You dispute it was November 9th, right around that time?
No, I'm not. It very well may be.
You have notes to refresh when you turned it in?
No, not that I recall. I believe, in fact, no, I don't recall.
Where was it for all those months? How come you didn't have it?
Well, I was probably mistaken because I got all the files from West Palm Beach PD, and I didn't realize that or I guess at the time I didn't realize that the 911 calls from West Palm Beach PD were not included. We did have the 911 calls from PBSO, but at first I didn't realize it was my error.
Also back when I questioned you, my opportunity on September 30th of 2021, you swore under oath to tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Just like you did today.
Yes, sir.
The prosecutor was there, at least one of them.
Yes, sir.
I was there, right?
You were.
Court reporter was there, typing down everything we're saying.
Yes, sir.
Live person typing it down, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And when I asked you about Chris Lowe's phone dump, you told me you were working on it back on September 30th. Remember that?
I did misspeak back then, yes, sir.
Well, that was under oath, right?
Well, sometimes we misspeak under oath. It's not providing false information. It's misspeaking.
Well, did you ever go back? You had a chance to read this, and I think you may have said read. Let me check. Which gives you the opportunity to make changes and corrections. Let me see what you...
Opposed twice?
Yes.
All right, but what's the legal objection? Oh, that's okay for redirect.
Well, that's a good point. Let me ask you that. There came a time where, we'll get back to this in a second, where you did supplements on Tyler Robinson's phone that wasn't downloaded until, what, February of 2023?
I did what? I'm
You
sorry.
did a supplement report talking about Tyler Robinson's phone, February of 2023, around that time, right?
Shortly after I received it, yes, sir.
Okay, because you neglected to give the detective, I think his name is Cunningham, in your department who does the phone analyzations, you never gave him Tyler Robinson's passcode that he gave you, right? You never gave it to him. That's why it took so long.
That was a miscommunication between the two of us.
You're a miscommunication, right?
I don't think it was really like mine or his. I think it was just a miscommunication. But as soon as we figured it out, unfortunately, it wasn't figured out until some time later. But as soon as it was figured out, it was downloaded, it was provided, and a supplement was done.
It's because you gave him the passcode shortly before February of 2023. That's how he was able to get into it, right, ma'am?
I don't believe that's what occurred.
You gave him the passcode originally when you handed him the phone back in 2021?
I can't recall exactly when it was provided. I do know it was a miscommunication, and I am owning up to there being a miscommunication. That
Your fault
happens
or his,
sometimes.
or both?
I'm not going to, I don't know whose fault it is. It was a miscommunication. I guess it was both of our faults. I don't, whatever you would like to consider that.
Okay, and then you did supplement reports and a little follow-up or investigation on Tyler Robinson's phone, things that are on there, right?
Yes, sir.
And then my partner, Ms. Perlette, I think did a Zoom deposition with you, like the prosecutor said there was 2 depositions. She did a Zoom video deposition with you a month ago, maybe, a few weeks ago? I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, so there's actually 2 depositions.
Yes.
And that deposition was only questioning you about Mr. Robinson's phone and the things you did recently in 2023, right?
No.
Went back to the original case?
No, she asked me about, I think we went through each and every supplement that took place after September 30th of 2021.
Okay. All right. So back in September 30th of 2021, when I'm talking to you under oath, and you said Chris Lowe's phone dump, the analyzation of it basically is in the process. You knew that wasn't true because you never had Chris Lowe's phone, right?
No, that's not the case.
You had Chris Lowe's phone?
No, that's not what I said.
Well, my question is, when you told me that, was that a miscommunication?
It was a misunderstanding on my part. We had numerous phones in the works. I got confused.
Don't you think that would be important for a lawyer that cares about his client trying to find out where's the 911 tape, where are all these phone dumps? Don't you think somebody would possibly want that information who's possibly going to challenge you and what you did?
I would hope so.
Did you ever call me up or send me a letter or an email saying, I don't have his phone, I made a mistake? You never did that, did you?
I would never communicate with you directly anyway, sir. That wouldn't be proper.
Why not? Lawyers are allowed to talk to witnesses. We do it every day.
I communicate through the state. It's just easier and I feel more proper.
Okay. So if I called you and said, do me a favor, Detective Vanderlaan, do you have this in evidence? You wouldn't respond to me?
I'd probably tell you that I don't feel comfortable speaking to you without the knowledge of the prosecutors or the state.
Okay. All right. So you agree as you sit here today, Chris Lowe's phone has never been looked at by you or anyone in law enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't need somebody's phone to get their phone logs to see who called them and who they called, right?
Phone logs, no.
You could subpoena the provider, right?
I could write a CDR warrant and get that. I'm not sure if I can get that by subpoena.
But you can do it, right?
I don't know if I can get that by subpoena. I know I can get like subscriber information and stuff like that via subpoena, but I don't know if I can get actual phone records by subpoena. I always do warrants just to be safe, but I also have to,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
cause for that.
I'm sorry, interrupt.
I have to have probable cause to write a warrant.
Okay, well, probable cause just means basically you got to show the person was involved in a crime, either as an alleged victim or alleged defendant, and their phone may be at issue in this case. And 1, 2, 3, a judge signs it, right?
It's not quite that easy.
Well, you could have got one on Chris Lowe, right? You disagree? For his phone.
There really wasn't any evidence that I had to prove that his phone was directly involved in this case, so I'm not sure that I would.
How would you have evidence if his phone was involved if you never looked at it? How could you have evidence in advance if you never looked at it, who he called and what he said?
Well, that's why we have civil rights, sir.
Okay.
I can't just arbitrarily look at somebody's phone.
You never attempted to look at his phone through a search warrant. You never attempted to do that, right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So if Chris Lowe would have said he's going over to help his buddies to kill my client, beat him up, or talk to him, don't you think that would be important information if that was in a text message?
Well, yes, but as I said before, that was something that I could have explored. I did admit that. And I also said that by that time we had more or less everybody else's or a good picture of the communication that was had between these involved individuals.
Don't you want the whole picture? Everything?
Well, optimally, yes.
And the jury have a right to see everything that happened so they can make a determination, not you make a determination. You talked about civil rights. So doesn't the jury have the right to see everything?
Absolutely.
Why didn't you attempt to even subpoena phone records to see what text messages, calls he did, where he was possibly at a certain time? Why didn't you do that?
Because a subpoena won't supply that information, sir.
Why didn't you attempt to get a search warrant?
Because I have.
Remember, no double teaming. So continue the question.
Why did you not attempt to get a search warrant then?
Sustained.
That's double teaming. Okay. Do you know why Mr. Jean-Jacques' phone was in airplane mode, ma'am?
When we preserve phones, it's typically placed into airplane
I'm not asking you
mode.
typical. I'm asking you, do you know in this case why Jean-Jacques' phone was in airplane mode?
It would most likely be because it was placed into airplane mode.
By who?
Whoever preserved it, I can't recall who.
You ever ask him, or are you just guessing?
I'm not guessing anything. I'm saying I don't recall who.
All right. Well, is it possible Mr. Jean-Jacques put his phone on airplane mode so nobody could figure out where his phone was being located at the time?
I do know that it is proper procedure to place a phone into airplane mode, so I would never think that that was something that was done. Is it humanly possible? Of course it is. I'm not going to say it's not.
You got any evidence that Dominique Jones's phone was placed in airplane mode?
I believe I placed it into airplane mode when it was brought to be downloaded.
How about Darryl Rudolph? How about his phone?
No, I wouldn't have done that. I didn't do anything with his phone.
Why wasn't his second phone collected? Do you know?
No, I don't.
No idea.
No.
Okay. Did you put Travis Rudolph's phone in airplane mode? You personally?
I can't recall if I personally did.
Okay. So you can't tell this jury if Mr. Jean-Jacques put his phone on airplane mode prior to putting it in the trunk and locking the trunk, or Chris Lowe locking the trunk, or if someone in law enforcement did it, right?
I can't state between the two. I do know that it is proper procedure to do that, however.
It's also proper procedure to collect every phone in a case, not just 1 out of 2 in somebody's room that may be involved in this case, right?
Well, we're allowed
Yes or
to.
no?
We're allowed to use our discretion.
Okay. So you collect what you. So you have discretion on a phone that you can't see what's on it, and you just pick 1 out of the 2. That's discretion?
No, that's not what was done.
Okay. How do you know?
Well, because I know that the phone was inoperable based on my investigation with Detective Ott.
That the second phone was inoperable?
It was off. It was not working.
I thought you told the jury earlier you got the wrong phone. The phone that you needed was the one that wasn't taken, basically. Isn't that what you said?
Oh, no, I never said that. No,
You
sir.
didn't?
No, sir.
Oh, I misunderstood you. Didn't you say that the reason you didn't check out Daryl Rudolph's phone or have it downloaded because none of the calls went to that phone? It was his other phone?
No.
You didn't say that?
No, I didn't say that. Would
So
you like me to
what-
clarify?
Tell me why. Tell me why the second phone wasn't collected then.
Because we're able to use discretion. And
Okay.
if an incident has just occurred, cell phones, collecting cell phones. Now, collecting cell phones and downloading cell phones are 2 very different things. So just because I have the ability to collect a cell phone in a search warrant does not mean that I have the ability to download its contents.
I'm not asking you about that.
I had the
I'm just
ability.
asking why it wasn't collected, ma'am.
Well, you
That's
asked
all.
me to explain it, so I'm explaining it.
Go ahead.
Sir. So I had the ability to collect cell phones within that house. That doesn't mean that I must collect every single cell phone that's in that house. The fact that the cell phone that Mr. Shiner is referring to that was not collected, the fact that it was off and it appeared that it had been off for a long time, that was an indication to us that it probably wasn't used within the past hour, however long it was between, or it wouldn't have been an hour, but within the past day. Therefore, we used our discretion and we did not collect it.
So if a cell phone is off, you can tell how long it's off for by looking at it?
Absolutely not, sir. That's not what
Said
I
that.
said. No, that's not what I said.
Oh, it sure is, ma'am. We'll let the jury determine that.
The-
Okay.
the-
You said it looked like it was off for a long time. That's what you
It
said.
appeared that it had not been used in a very long time.
All right. By looking at it, you can tell that.
I can tell that a phone is off. It's not warm. It's not, I believe it had dust on it. It did not appear to have been used
Okay.
in a while.
There's pictures of it with dust on it?
There may be. I don't know.
All right, so explain to me why you said something about the reason you didn't have Daryl Rudolph's phone, because it was his work phone and it didn't contain anything from this case. Explain that to me, since I apparently didn't understand you.
So what I said before, phones have specific identification codes attached to them that we are able to search in law enforcement databases to see like the phone number and possibly the subscriber that it applies to. That was determined to not be the same phone. That was the personal phone used to communicate with Miss Jones at a later time.
Okay, where's that phone? Where's the phone Daryl used allegedly to communicate with Miss Jones? Where is it?
I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask him.
Well, you're the cop determining who's collecting evidence, not me. It's not my job. It's your job.
You're absolutely right.
So why didn't you try to find it?
Because in order for me to seize his phone, I would have to have probable cause and a warrant to do so, and I did not.
How do you know it wasn't the second phone that appeared to have dust on it and off for a long time? How do you know it wasn't that one? You don't know that, do you?
A judgment call was made at that time, and based on the state of the phone, it appeared that it had not been used recently, so it was not collected.
My question was, you don't know if that was the phone that may have had things irrelevant to this case, do you, ma'am? The phone with the dust and that looked like it was off for a long time.
I don't believe it does, but I can't say that it most certainly doesn't.
You didn't see anything else beside 2 phones, right? In Mr. Daryl Rudolph's room, right?
I don't believe so.
Daryl Rudolph was patted down, right? And he was restrained by handcuffs or some kind of restraints on his arms, right? Or hands.
I was not there for that part. I don't know. I don't know if he was searched. I do know that when I got there, he was not detained. He was not in handcuffs. He and his mother were both freely in the area.
So you're telling me under these circumstances, he would not have been searched when he came out of the house?
What I'm telling you is that I was not present for that. I cannot testify to that. I will not assume anything.
You talked about standard operating procedures. Isn't that a SOP for the police when somebody comes out of a house in this type of circumstances? There's definitely going to be searched at a minimum.
It depends on the situation, and again, I'm not going to testify to something that I wasn't there for.
Did you ask any of the other officers if Mr. Darrell Rudolph had a phone on him when he came out of the house?
No, I didn't.
You didn't subpoena any phone logs for any of these phones, including Dominique's phone, right?
Well, the phone logs were in her phone.
How do you know she didn't erase them?
Suppose I don't.
Wouldn't phone logs tell you if she's trying to tamper with more evidence that she's not talking to you about?
I guess in theory.
Wow. I'm not talking
But
theory.
that's
I'm
also
talking real
not-
life, ma'am.
Exactly, and that's also not something that I can just arbitrarily ask for.
Well, we're not talking about arbitrary. You have power to write a search warrant. You can do a subpoena. You have multiple ways to get evidence. Isn't that true?
Yes, absolutely.
Made no effort to subpoena any records from Dominique's phone to see if there was further things she destroyed or eliminated from her phone, right?
No, I didn't.
You can't even tell us if the phone she brought, well, she didn't even bring your phone. Someone named Paloma brought you the phone, right?
Yes.
Did Dominique Jones tell you it's too far to drive?
No, no, that's not what she said. She had some sort of appointment, I can't recall, but she did coordinate for the phone to get to me, and I was able to confirm that it was the same phone from the evening before.
How do you know it was the exact same phone, that she didn't buy a second phone of the exact same, like iPhone Max, iMax, iPhone 13? How do you know she just didn't replace it with a new one?
Because it was the same phone that I saw her with the evening before.
Well, phones pretty much look alike.
No.
You could look at a phone. I could. Not putting this in evidence because I need it, but I'm just going to show it to you.
Okay.
Looks like an iPhone, right?
Looks like a phone to me, sir.
Okay. So if I take the cover off and I buy a new one, and then you ask me for it, and for whatever reason I don't want to give you this one, I'm going to give you a different one a week later, how do you know by looking at it it's not the same phone?
Well, if you did that, when I downloaded the phone, I would not have contents from prior to the time you purchased this new phone.
Yeah, you would if it was iCloud and you put your stuff in iCloud, but I just wanted to delete what I wanted. Everything would still be on there, wouldn't it, ma'am?
Not the things that aren't stored to iCloud. I didn't do an iCloud warrant, sir. I did a phone download. Or
Well, that's not my point. My point is if I switch phones and I have everything's in the cloud, my new phone is going to contain everything on there, right?
not necessarily, but I'm also not going to speculate to this. I'm not a phone expert in any way, shape, or form, so.
You don't know, you have no way of knowing or disproving whether or not this young lady, Dominique Jones, the phone she gave you was really the same phone she had on April 7th. You don't know if she replaced it, do you?
All of the evidence that I had shows that it was.
Got any receipts where she bought the phone?
No, sir.
You ever call the provider and say, here's an IME number, tell me what day it was bought or sold?
No, sir.
You do that, right?
I'm not sure if I can get that without a warrant.
Whatever. You can make a phone call and even ask them, couldn't you?
I don't know if I can do that. But again, I'm also not speculating to that. So
You didn't even try, right?
to speculate, no, I'm not going to
I
speculate.
didn't ask you to speculate. You didn't try to find out if it was even the same phone, right?
The evidence that I had in the phone tells me that it was the same phone.
And you can't tell this jury if it was an iCloud or some type of cloud that just transferred everything and she only erased what she didn't want you to see, right?
I'm not speculating to how the contents of the phone and iCloud. I'm not speculating to any of that. No, sir.
You didn't ask your phone guy, Cunningham, to check this phone out to see what was erased and taken off this phone that Dominique supposedly gave you, that she gave you, right?
Well, when a phone is downloaded, it does contain deleted information if it locates it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't have to ask that. That's something that's automatically provided.
And that's from Detective Cunningham?
Yes, sir.
be surprised. He said no one ever asked him to do a check of anything that was deleted.
No,
A
I
little while
wouldn't.
ago today, he said that.
No, I wouldn't, because like I said, that's not something that specifically I don't have to inquire or instruct him to also tell me the things that are deleted.
I said that's a whole different report. You didn't ask him to do that one.
It's not a whole different report, sir.
So tell me from the report that Cunningham gave you, what was deleted from that on his report from Dominique Jones's phone?
I can't provide that information off the top of my head.
Nothing. There's nothing there in that report that shows anything was deleted, right?
I can't.
You disagree with that?
Testify to that. I'm not disagreeing. I can't testify to that.
You didn't subpoena Mr. Rudolph's logs to see if he was erasing messages or people he was contacting or phone calls, right?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because when we receive the cell phone downloads, it will include information, oftentimes, that's deleted.
And your testimony is you don't have to ask Cunningham to do a special check on that.
No.
You believe that Chris Lowe is the one who was speaking on the 911 call?
You know, I said that earlier, and then later I realized I recalled that it was Mr. Jones, but it was Mr. Lowe's phone number that called.
Okay. Wouldn't that possibly be important who's talking?
I'm sorry?
Isn't that important who's actually making the call possibly, or no?
Yes. I mean,
Also important when the call was actually placed?
absolutely.
Well, we have two different testimonies in this case, where one person, Chris Lowe, said he made the call on the way out of the scene, on the way to where the car got stopped, and Keyshawn Jones said he made it with Chris Lowe's phone in the 40th and Broadway gas station. Could you tell us where it was made?
I have never heard the first thing, the first one that you said about Mr. Lowe.
That was his testimony. He made the call on the way out of the neighborhood on Teague Drive on the path that they followed. Do you know where that call was actually made? The 911 call? Could you help us with that?
I can't say exactly where it was.
Okay. If you had Chris Lowe's phone, would it show the time the call was made on his phone?
Okay, is it okay for me to explain?
I'm asking if you would have had his phone, would it say? That's all I'm asking. Is yes or no, or I don't know.
It may.
You know how much time passed, and you have the city cam videos from the time the Cadillac stopped in the gas station or auto shop, whatever you want to call it. Well, first of all, was that auto shop in business at the time, or was it not in business? I know it wasn't open at night in the middle of the night, but was it a functioning business?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Not important to know that?
I didn't check to see if it was. I know it was a closed business. I didn't go back the next day and find out if it was open.
To this day, you don't know.
No.
Never went by and said, "Hey guys, did you find any guns here? One maybe, or bullets or casings?"
No, I definitely didn't do that. No, sir. You were asking me about the cameras in the West Palm cameras.
I'm getting tired. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I asked you about the cameras, and then they're in the parking lot, where in the gas station or whatever you call it, car repair shop.
Correct.
Did you tell how long they waited before 911 was called?
So based on those cameras, in the computer-aided dispatch, or it's referred to as CAD notes from West Palm Beach Police Department, there is a note that says that at 0016, which is 12:16 a.m., that the vehicle was seen on the camera passing what they referred to as the bridge, and that is located close to one of the cameras. I believe it's the 49th and Broadway, I believe.
What kind of bridge is it, do you know?
What kind of bridge?
Yeah, does it go over land? Does it go over water? Is it the port?
I think it goes over, it looks like industrial. I don't know if it's specifically water or storage of boats or what exactly it is, but it's kind of like an industrial area.
1216.
So at 12:16, it went over that bridge, and then the call was made at 12:18 from Mr. Lowe's phone.
What time did the car pull in? Do you know from the city camera? The gas station area?
No, I don't, because the camera footage that was provided to us from the city was not time-stamped. However, to try to lock that information down, because that would most certainly be important information, I calculated by directions like Google Maps kind of thing, how long it would take to get from that location at 49th and Broadway or at the end of the bridge to the scene or the location where the vehicle is found, and it was about 2 minutes. So that is consistent with them calling as soon as they arrive or within the short amount of time after they arrive.
You know if they were out of the car or in the car when they made their call?
I don't.
The city camera doesn't show you if these two gentlemen were trying to throw anything away or they were jumping up and down asking for help. You can't say any of that, right?
No.
You would agree that the 911 call was not made in this case until the car came to its final resting spot sometime after that, right?
At some point around the arrival, I don't know if it was after it came to the final resting spot per se, but based on what I did see, it was at some point near the arrival of the final resting spot.
So you don't know if it was before the final resting spot, during it, or after. You can't tell us. It's somewhere right around that time period.
Correct.
Did you ever check any, or not just you, all the other officers, did you ever ask anyone to help you and check any businesses or any other homes that car may have passed by to see what was going on?
No.
And I'm talking on US 1 as well. There's multiple businesses there, right?
Yes.
You don't know if any of those people have video cameras, right?
No.
Being an officer in Palm Beach County for 10 years and the experience you have, is it commonplace in many areas that if somebody finds a gun, they don't call the police, they just take it?
I wouldn't be able to speculate to that, sir.
You don't know that?
I can't speculate to how often people don't call the police. That's
wow. Isn't that common in your business that sometimes in rough neighborhoods, guns are there and somebody snatches them before y'all get there?
Sustained.
It's important to try to get evidence before it disappears. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you ever get the entire video from the city of West Palm Beach so we could possibly see if Lowe and Jones were trying to tamper or discard evidence?
What is your definition of entire video?
The whole video. Did you get the whole video, or did you just ask for a portion of it?
Well, the cameras are constantly recording, so it's kind of hard for me to answer what exactly a whole video would be.
Well, when I took your deposition back on September 30th, 2021.
Yes.
You told me that, I can show it to you if you don't believe me, that you never requested the entire video from West Palm to see if either Lowe or Jones discarded or tampered with evidence.
No, I believe that what we were discussing was that you were referring to a small clip, not the entire video that I received, which was provided in discovery.
So at the time I took your deposition, you only provided to the state a small clip, so I had no idea what the rest of it was, right?
No, sir. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said you were referring to a small clip. That was, it sounds like, also provided to you. However, the entirety of the video provided by the West Palm Beach Police Department was provided to you.
You don't agree that you clipped off a portion that you thought was relevant and didn't give the prosecutors and me the whole video? That was initially, that's what happened. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely not.
Okay. So I just asked you about requesting the whole video out of the blue.
No.
Okay.
You were referring to a small clip, which there is also a small clip, but I did provide the entirety of the video that was provided to me.
After I asked you the questions?
Absolutely not, sir.
Okay. So I'm asking you for the whole video, and I only had a small clip because why? You don't know?
You were referring to a small clip. I'm not speculating as to what you had and didn't had. I can say that I provided the full video that I had.
Okay. You never had any pictures taken of Mr. Rudolph, did you, ma'am?
No, I didn't.
Travis Rudolph.
No, I didn't.
You could do that, right? I could tell one of the crime scene people, hey, snap his picture.
I can absolutely not force to take somebody's photo ever.
You can
Unless
have crime scene take a picture of someone in a police car?
I can't force somebody to take photos unless I have a photo warrant.
Photo warrant? There's no such thing as that, is there?
Absolutely, sir, yes.
What case did you do a photo warrant on to take somebody's picture who's present at a crime scene?
So I did one recently because
Present at a crime scene is the question.
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, so I did one recently. We do them often. Oftentimes, we only have particularly if it's a juvenile, we only have either no photo of them because the only place we would really get photos would be either arrest records or driver's license photos. So it is pretty typical for us to get warrants for updated photos of somebody. So even if it is an adult, perhaps their driver's license photo is from the 90s and, they're a possible suspect in a case. So we would get, and with probable cause, get a search warrant for a photograph of the person. But I most certainly can't just walk up to somebody, open a car, and just take pictures of them.
Then why do you have a video camera recording every move that Mr. Rudolph made while he's sitting in the back of your car or one of the police officers' car for 6 hours?
Because that's a completely different topic. That's a completely different situation.
Okay, so the video camera's okay, but you can't snap a picture. That's what you want? That's what you're telling us?
I'm not saying I can't.
But you didn't. That's the point. You did not take pictures so we can see what he looked like, right?
Absolutely not.
You didn't take pictures of Linda Rudolph, did you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't take pictures of Darrell Rudolph?
Absolutely not. No, sir.
Absolutely not taking any pictures of Keyshawn Jones either, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
You absolutely didn't take any pictures of Christopher Lowe either, right?
Lowe, no, sir.
All right, and so if any of these people had damage to their knuckles or bruises to their eyes or ears or back, places you couldn't even see maybe behind under shirts, under their pants, you have no way of telling us what injuries any of these gentlemen may have had or Miss Rudolph, right?
No.
All you have to do is ask crime scene, hey, snap a picture of these people, right?
No, that's not all I have to do.
Okay, you disagree with that, right?
Yes.
Nobody was a juvenile here.
It's not only for juveniles. That was an example I was giving. But no, the answer is no. I cannot just go up to somebody and force them to be photographed by crime scene.
You got him in handcuffs. What's he going to do when you take pictures? Got him locked in a police car. You can't take a picture when he walks out. When you book him into the police department like you did, they take pictures there, right?
Well, he had booking photos.
But they don't take his shirt off so we can see what happened to him, possibly, right? They don't make him undress.
I cannot force somebody to provide a photograph of them without a warrant to do so.
You didn't try is the point. You didn't force anyone, but you didn't even try, right?
You're absolutely right. No, sir.
Okay. As a matter of fact, when I took your deposition back on September 30th, 21, you told me you asked crime scene to take photos of Travis Rudolph with his shirt off. Remember that?
I thought I had. Yeah, I misspoke again.
Been looking for those photos for 2 years. Where are they?
I didn't take any photos of him.
Well, you asked crime scene to take them is what you told me under oath. Remember that, ma'am?
I don't believe I stated specifically that I asked that. I think I said that may have happened. I don't believe I said, yes, that absolutely occurred.
But now you're telling us it definitely did not occur.
No, it did not.
told me that you believed you asked for that. Whether or not it occurred, you can't recall, but you believe you asked for photos. Remember saying that back in your deposition?
Yes, so like I just said, I specifically did not say that I absolutely asked. I said I believed I did, but I'm not 100% sure.
Never said you weren't 100% sure. You said, I believe, right? That's your words.
Whatever is typed there, I believe is what I said.
Want to see it?
If you would like to show it to me, sure.
No problem.
I'm not disagreeing with you that I said whatever was typed in there.
Well, my point is, you're saying now I didn't say it 100%, but in the deposition under oath, when I had my first opportunity to talk to you, you didn't say, I don't know 100%. I'm guessing. You said, yeah, I did ask for it. I believe I did. Right?
No.
All right. Let me show you the deposition.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes, briefly. That's why I said briefly.
You go to page 23. And 24. It's actually on 24.
Correct. I said, I believe I asked for that. Whether or not that occurred, I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. You didn't tell me you weren't sure. You said, I believe.
I didn't use the words 100%. He's correct.
Okay, it's after 6 o'clock now. It's almost 6:01. So we're going to break now. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to try to do the same thing tomorrow that we did today in terms of lunches. I know I'm going to catch some grief for this, but I don't care. We're going to, first thing you do when you get in tomorrow is order lunch, but do remember to sign in downstairs, please. We're going to start at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Again, I'm sorry. We're not going to stay till 6 tomorrow, but we'll get as much done as we can within whatever time we've got. We'll be out of here by 5 o'clock tomorrow. We're not staying past 5. Please, please, please remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules. It is possible you'll see one or another of us out there during the course of the evening. Although it won't be me, I'm going to be home watching the game. So, but do seriously remember the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion with anyone whatsoever. Keep an open mind. You have heard a whole lot of evidence. You still haven't heard it all. And then in the event you happen to see one of us out there, please duck us, we'll duck you, and then everything will be fine. Okay, leave your pads. Have a good night. Stay safe. See you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.